transgressions.
Yo, we live in misery, ghetto infested, crack facilities where people struggle and strive against their own abilities. I tried to put the people on and tell them what they doing is wrong. An epidemic, this is prolonged. Misery, the day that Christ was betrayed, as he sat and broke bread, one had a scheme to hold him back. Now picture this, living your life at the age of 12, going around town telling the wise men to get on track, and growing up, walking in the footsteps of Christ, knowing death, knowing the time Satan tempts you in the night. Fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, afflictions, praying for strength in the Lord to overcome this. And what about the times when they doubted you, didn't believe because they couldn't see what it is to see? You got eyes but they don't see, you got ears but they don't hear. That's why we living in misery.
Forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again. Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again.
Attempting to reach the promised land, pay homage and praise to Yahweh Shai. Why should he even acknowledge man? We represent the 12 tribal, even the families of Israel, spoken of all over the Bible, awaiting the arrival of the Son of Man. If the truth hurts, then duck down, cause his verse is homicidal. Bust my gun in hand, destroying my arch rival. He's on the ground, stretched out like a rubber band. Shot him 7 times, I understand. Don't take it literal, condition is critical, cause every shot was spiritual. 3 shots to the face, judgment, mercy, and faith. By the grace of the Most High that we weren't replaced. 3 more shots landed, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Without these, your spirit abandons your body, and now your flesh is left stranded. The last was love, most powerful force on the planet. Source is outlandish, a place where the lost in our hearts will be branded. Living out the true example of what a man is. Our minds are like a fragile package that's damaged. The eyes of the Lord got us on candid camera, watching us whatever we do. Forever he rules. For us the Red Sea was severed in two.
Faith for all Israel to have. They crucified the Son of Man. Wicked acts like him. I ran since I was a slave, mentally pained. I cry out to the Lord, but never in vain. We soon reign and have dominance like the days of old King Solomon. Low in tolerance. The Lord covenant, the promised land, the kingdom, the power, and the glory. Amen.
Forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again. Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again.
Ever since I get the Spirit of the Lord, I've been walking in the righteous path of Yahweh Shai, trying to keep my head up as I walk by all of the simple and perverse. For this world is such a curse when I tell you, I mean there is no sign of the truth. No more praying in the booths or the tabernacles and our solemn feasts where we used to eat all the holy things. Put before the Most High when we cover sins. Man, you should have been there when I tell you what the hell you call this wretched ass place. Such a disgrace. Man, we've been misplaced. Lord, we bring praise. Now we praising every day, wishing you were here, looking up the sky where we know that you will appear. Come on down, lift us up, take us out of here. Bring us to a land where the righteous is always near. And it's all about faith, cause there ain't no fear.
Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again. Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again and again and again.
Despised and rejected, spit on and disrespected, came to my own afflicted. Why didn't they listen to me? The greatest sacrifice no other man could ever give. I gave my life and soul, knowing it would make you live. Spirit was willing, with my flesh I had to overcome. I asked my Father, pass this cup, but I was the only one to do His will, fulfill the scriptures to perfection. Lay down my life in hope of reconciliation. Christ is on His way. Will you be waiting for me? Christ is on His way. Will I find faith in Thee? Christ is on His way. Come to end on this confusion. Christ is on His way. Establish eternal righteous ruling. Christ is on His way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on His way. Or will I find iniquity? Christ is on His way. I bear the sins of many. Christ is on His way. How could you do this to me? Of all the families on earth, you only have I known. My sheep was lost in this world. To you my love was shown. I came to give repentance, forgiveness of your sins, to be a prince and savior, but you won't let me in. Instead you delivered me unto the enemy with all your blasphemies. How could you do this to me? Stiff-necked and stuck in your ways, you broke the covenant. You only got a few days before I make my judgment. Oh, forgive them, for they know not what they do. What they do, what they do. I will plead with them face to face till I turn them back to you.
Yo, you thought I wasn't coming back? Imagine that, watch the sky crack when I attack. I held back the winds from the four corners. Now you were gonna watch my battle wax get bloody. No one above me. It pleased them to choose me, to bruise me, but nothing could move me. You refused me like you never knew me. I didn't have to do it when I carried your iniquity, your wickedly witchery. Now you don't remember me. The whole world watched on my name. They lied, denied that I died, but so they pierced my side. Now I will return to burn, to unlearn, but the whole world heard, but for
everything
my
I
word.
do is for the Lord. If I breathe for Christ. If I die for Christ, no matter the price. Understand it. I present my body as a living sacrifice.
That's right.
Repent, for the kingdom of the Lord is at hand. The coming of Yahushua is nigh. And He prophesied when He was going to be born and died. I hope these cats realize that there ain't much time. First and foremost is Satan host post. Keep your guards up and close with the armor of the Most High. He's not a man that he should lie. I hate when we teach Jake and they walk on by.
Christ is on His way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on His way. Will I find faith in Thee? Christ is on His way. Coming to end all this confusion. Christ is on His way. Establish eternal righteous ruling. Christ is on His way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on His way. Or will I find iniquity? Christ is on His way. I bear the sins of many. Christ is on His way. How could you do this to me? Christ is on His way. I'll hear the sound of the scorn. Turn up the nations for war. Ain't gonna take this no more. Israel, you better endure. Come out and the sense of the scorn. Turn up the nations for war. Ain't gonna take this no more. 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 Ain't gonna take this confusion. Ain't gonna take this no more. Ain't gonna take this no more.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Guys, welcome to another Testimony Friday. And it has been a minute since we've gotten everyone together. Uh, it's been a wild few days, wild week. And I hope you guys have had a great rest of your week so far. And glad to see everyone here tonight. So, as the statement goes, uh, this is Testimony Friday. And not only is this Testimony Friday, but we are here tonight to talk about the great things that God has done for us, and also to be able to um, fellowship with one another and have great times in the Lord. And also to be able to, if you have questions that you want to have asked, then that we get together and be able to ask those questions. And also, we also be able to not only ask the questions that need to be asked, but seek the answers um, according to what it says and how it lines up with Scripture. So, with that being said, I thank you guys for being here today. Let me go ahead and put this up. See if I can do this real quick. I will throw the link into. There we go. I will put the link into the chat for you guys to be able to come up and everything else. And um, I hope everyone had a great holiday. I know a lot of people have started going back to work. Some have gone back to work this week. And I believe the majority of people will be going to work on Monday. But that's neither here nor there. I hope you guys had a great time with family. I hope you guys had a great time with family, friends, your loved ones. And I hope you guys, just had, a wonderful time of rest and a wonderful time of peace during this holiday season. Um, I thank you guys again for being here, and we love you guys. Um, one of the things I can say is that it has been uh, a wonderful time, a little bit different. I don't know what it was. This holiday season seemed to be a little bit different than ones from times past, but a lot of crazy things happened over the last few weeks. Um, but even in all of the crazy things that happened over the last few weeks, uh, we know, everyone knows about the thing that happened down in New Orleans, and also the thing that happened over in Vegas as well. Crazy times that we're living in, retaliation and things that are happening. But as the old folks like to say, you know, God is able, and not only is He able, um, He is sovereign, and so none of these things that have happened has caught Him unaware. But one of the things that I like to say right now is I myself personally, as we open up this testimony Friday, one of the things that I like to say is that um, not only did I have a great time, but I've had a restful time. And that has been, for me, it has been uh, wonderful in that regards. I have been able to see some family that I hadn't seen in a minute. Also, I also thank the Lord that, we were all here and we were all healthy for the most part, and that we were all, we watched how He has provided for us throughout the whole year. As we crossed into 2025, a lot of people don't know what's coming next. No one really does when you really get to the brass tacks of it all. But the one thing I can say is that as faithful as God was in 2024, He'll be just as faithful as He will be in 2025. And so things might not go according to our plans, even though we will make plans. But we do know that there are times when our plans are not God's plans. He has certain things lined up for us so that we are able to accomplish his purpose, no matter what that might be, and in whatever form that it will be. And so I like to, for me personally, I thank God for that. And I do thank him for my family. And I thank him for the families of everyone that's here in the village as well. And I thank God for this channel and for everything that he has allowed us to accomplish during this time that we have been here on this channel. So, you guys have been a blessing to me, a blessing to Bolo, a blessing to Vaughn, and to everyone else that's been up here. And I hope we have been a blessing to you guys as well during this time. So, one of the things that I want to do, if I can, and I need to get this. Let's see here. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's it. I had to pull up the scripture real quick. But I would love to basically see if I can do this. And I will start off, and I like this verse, and it actually comes from. It's one of the things that I look at every once in a while, mainly around this time of this new year. But it comes from Isaiah 43, and the whole passage is talking about the Redeemer that is coming to Israel, and this is one of the things that we see here, and I love reading this, and it brings a lot of encouragement in my life. But it's talking about the coming Redeemer during this time, and this is a prophecy that Isaiah the prophet gives, and it starts out and it says, and we're going to start picking up at verse 16, and it says, "Thus says the Lord, who makes a way in the sea and a path through the mighty waters, who brings forth the chariot and horse, the army and the power. They shall lie down together, they shall not rise. They are extinguished, they are quenched like a wick. Do not remember the former things, nor consider the things of old. Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. You shall not know it. I will even make a road in the desert and rivers in the desert." You say, well, why would you read that? I read it mainly because of the piece that's in there in regards to that passage I just read, especially in 18, right? In 19. A lot of times we spend a lot of our life, and one of the things I can honestly say is that I have tried over the years to live a life of no regret. And that's kind of hard, right? Because everyone has some type of regret. I didn't do X, Y, and Z. I didn't spend enough time with this person. I didn't do enough. I don't feel like I've done enough to merit specific favor, for example, or I didn't think I did enough to get this thing accomplished, and all of these things, the accolades that are given, and all of the stuff that's happening. You sit back and you go like, I don't think what, and you start thinking of, and you start, and like I say, you start having, and you start looking back on your life, you start going like, yeah, I did have regrets on this. I did have regrets on that. I did have regrets on this. I did have regrets on that. But what is that? Do you have regrets where it cripples your life? Or do you have the regret that says, because I did this wrong, I now want to make this better, right? I want to change. I want to do something different. I want to start anew. I want to begin again, right? because God is the God of second chances. And as long as He is the God of second chances, then there are avenues that He opens up on our redemption arc. And people say, well, what do you mean a redemption arc? A redemption arc, not that for those who are saved, not that are, being saved all over again. No. But when we talk about our spiritual walk in Christ, when we talk about our um, that growth process, right? Even like the show saying, we're redeeming the time, right? So that nothing is technically set in stone. Everything and everyone can be redeemed if they are willing to do so, including relationships, including your time, including a lot of the different aspects of our life, so that when you look back, the life might have some regret, but it won't be a life full of regret. And I think that's the part that's just that icing on the cake, if you will, right? When we talk about the things of God. And this is kind of how it is. So when he opens up this when you talk in this passage, and it says, do not remember the former things, nor consider the things of old. What he's saying in this whole thing is there are things that have happened in your life. There are things that has happened over the course of time, things of your forefathers, things that your parents have gone through, all of these different things. And he's telling the children of Israel at this time, he says, forget that. As of this point in time, forget that. Because the Lord says, behold, I will do a new thing, and now it shall spring forth. Shall you not know it? In other words, he is telling them with the new Redeemer that's coming, right? It's going to be different than all of the stuff that they have been doing before. All of the sacrifices, all of the commandments and everything else that they were following, everything else. He's saying what? This is going to be different. This is going to be new. And when we look at every year that the scripture tells us that man, God told, back in the time, and to say that man's lifespan would be three scores and 10. And if you look at what a score is equivalent to 20 years. 3 years and 10, that's 70 years, right? Anything, old folks say that, anything over, you got, God promised you 70, and anything over 70 is gravy or is a blessing, right? It's a little extra, right? Well, why is that? Why is the case? Because things happen. Life happens, things happen. There's people that live past 70 years of age. There's people that live past 80 years, 90 years, I mean, my gosh, I had a great grandfather, if I remember correctly, great grandfather, if I remember correctly, that lived to be 110. I know that my great grandfather lived to be 105, right? And my grandmother made it to 99, whereby one grandfather made it to 84, another one made it to 82, if I remember correctly. Salute, Von Eric. Salute. Matter of fact, salute to everyone. Happy New Year to everyone that's in the chat right now. I see Seeing Being was in there earlier. 12th Street Talkback Podcast is in the building. Salute to everyone that's here. Happy New Year to you guys. But so there's long life. One of my grandmothers didn't make it only made it to 64, right? But it's the whole aspect of what's in your life. It's not just the length of time that you live, but what have you done within that length of time? And so, I mean, during this holiday time, out of all of the things that play and everything else, the one thing to me that was one of my favorite things while everybody was talking about all of the different holiday movies that come out and everything else, and everyone talks about of course Santa Claus and Rudolph and Frosty, the Snowman, and all these everything. But the one story that I love the most is basically is the Christmas Carol, A Christmas Carol. And the reason why is because you have a man whose life, he built his life around himself and his money. And through intervention, you see that he was able to redeem and it's from the author who wrote the book. For everyone who you probably know is Charles Dickens, and the scene is set in basically 1860s London, and so the man Ebenezer Scrooge, he's a miser, he's selfish, and he's petty, and he's all of these things, right? But in the end of it all, he gets to that point where he has to look back. He gets a chance to look into the future, and as he looks into the future, he sees every word over this point in time. He sees his past, he sees his present, he sees his future. And he sees all of the things that he has either neglected, ignored, or has thought was not important, that he realizes that those things that he pushed to the side in his pursuit of wealth and his pursuit for his own selfish gain was leading him to a path of destruction. To whereby when he looks at his grave, one of the things that he says was, he says, "Spirit, whose grave is this that is unkept, rejected, and unloved?" And then when he's shown that the name on the headstone is his own, right, it throws him for a loop. Because in all of his belief that he was the most generous of spirit and he was all in these things in his own eyes, he realizes, as the scripture taught when Jesus was talking to the Pharisees, and he tells them, "You have done the one, but you have left the other one undone," right? In other words, he's talking about you. In other words, he says that he's telling them that you're full of the letter of the law, but the spirit behind the law, which should have been the compassion and the grace and the mercy that you should be bestowing upon others, thereby showing the love of God, you have rejected it because you want to have it as just this one subsection. And in this one subsection, you fulfill your self-righteousness, your pride, your selfishness, right? And so this is what we see in that story. And in that, he gets his own redemption arc. He changes his life. He has this new thing happen within him. And now he then begins to, instead of living a life selfishly, he lives a life unselfishly, to the point where he takes on, and when you look in Charles Dickens' words, he says that no one from that point on, no one kept Christmas. And no one could be said that he didn't keep Christmas more than anyone that was alive. Well, what does that mean? That generosity and that love and that spirit of unselfish means of I'm trying to put it in the right word, but that unselfish mode of thought, right? All of these things he began to pour out on others. And in doing so, he changed the life of many people, right? because he began to look outwardly versus inwardly. And there's a message in there. So, because that's what happens with us. That's one of the beauty of the things that Christ uh, brings to us, right? He brings to us new life. He brings to us a reconciliation with God. And in that reconciliation with God, we get to be part of the family of God. We get to be uh, joint heirs with Christ, if you will, according to the scripture. And so that's why it says that. He says, do not remember the former things, nor consider the things of old. Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall come forth. You shall not know it. I will even make a road in the desert and rivers in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. In other words, he's changing the dynamic of the things that were. Why you say that? Because there's no roads in the desert, in the wilderness. The wilderness is basically just back area that normally is not traveled. Is normally not, but he's saying he will make a road in it, a place of easy travel, right? A place to get where you can get to something that's maintained instead of driving on what would basically be dirt and sand and a rocky road. You now have a smooth path to travel. And rivers in the desert. One of the reasons why there's a desert is because there's no water, right? It's a place that's devoid of water. And now he's saying that these things are going to be put into place. In other words, I'm changing the dynamic of it all. And that's what we see. And that's why that verse there is like it's so great, because every year that we move forward, every year that we live on this world, every year God is doing something in our lives, and it's different. Why? Because we're different, right? We're not where we were. For those who follow Christ and who are literally following Christ, you are not the same person in 2025 as it starts as you were in 2020. You're not. You've grown, right? You have grown. You're not the same person that you were in 2015. You've grown. You're not the same person that you were in 2005 or 1995. You're not that person, right? You have grown. And in that growth, you've seen God move in your life. In your life. You've seen the providence of God. You've seen the chastisement of God. You've seen the love of God. You've seen the mercy of God. You've seen the grace of God. You've seen all aspects of God. You've seen God take away your enemies. You've seen God fulfill his promise, right? You've seen a whole gambit, right? And every and Vaughn was always, if you listen to the show, you always hear Vaughn quoting the book of Lamentation. When he talks about it, it says that your mercies are renewed every morning, right? Think about that. We're just talking about the start of the new year. He said your mercies are renewed every morning. Great is your faithfulness. Right? Great is what? Whose faithfulness? God's faithfulness. And that's one of the things that's so great about it. Right. That's one of the things that's so great about it. And so the other passage, and this is for us on the quote unquote personal level portion of it all. And then let's see if I can get it here. And this is in the book of Ephesians. And it goes, and this is we'll start in verse 21. We'll go 21 to 24. And this is one of the best verses. As you head into the new year, this verse will probably need one of those things you need to hang on your wall, right? But it says, if indeed you have heard him and have been taught by him, who's him? Christ, Holy Spirit, as the truth is in Jesus, that you put off concerning your former conduct the old man which goes corrupt according to the deceitful lust, and be renewed in the spirit of your mind, that you put on the new man which was created according to God in true righteousness and holiness. So, what is it saying there? Well, it's telling you pretty much that with the things that you have learned over the years, the things that you have heard, things that you have been taught in regards to Christ and everything else, he tells you, put off the old man. What's the old man? That old way of thinking, that old mentality, the mentality that's the victim mentality, the mentality that's the I only can do so much mentality, the mentality that puts you in an area of bondage and in an area of victimization to a lot of degree. Understand who you are in Christ. And in that, it says what? Renew your mind. Put on the righteousness of God. Leave all of the deceitful desires. When it says deceitful, there's a reason why that word was chosen. That word deceitful was chosen for a reason. Why? Because a person who's dealing with something that's deceitful, that's why it says this deceitful lust, right? In other words, the deceitful love, that means that you are being deceived. You are being tricked. You are being bamboozled, right? That this is something good. And the scripture is telling you, kick that to the side. Put that over to the side. Get rid of that. That shouldn't be part. Renew your mind. And that's one of the things that we should probably just almost like stick on a t-shirt, right? Renew your mind, right? Put off the old man and renew your mind. Why? Because that's what you're supposed to do. That's what should be happening, right? Be renewed in the spirit of your mind, and that you put on the new man, which created according to God in true righteousness and holiness. That should be what we all should strive for. That's what we should all be looking for. That's what we should all be aiming for, is that in a nutshell. And so those are just a couple of verses, like I said. Don't have I guess that's my monologue for tonight, right? I'm not big on the monologues that Bolo throws down, by no means. But I can honestly say that these two verses here have been really and truly just really been resonated with me over the years, especially around the turn of, as the year turns, as the year turns 50 plus now. But as these years turn, it's just that those same verses come forward. And with those verses coming forward, it really sets the tone, or helps me set the tone, I should say, for the upcoming year. So, with that being said, I don't have the booth buffer. We are alive kickoff, but we are alive. So, guys, for all intents and purposes, if you want to come up this evening and talk about the great things that God has done in your life, then by all means, the link is in the chat, and would love to hear from you guys this evening. So, guys, pray for Bolo. He has been dealing with a pretty hectic work schedule. So that's one of the reasons why he won't be able to be on tonight. But if he does shoot through, that'd be great. If he's able to shoot through later. But we have prayed for our brother there. I know it's been been pretty crazy, especially having to, you know, do a lot of stuff, especially over the holiday time. But there's been a lot of crazy stuff happening out on that side of the world. Matter of fact, just for him, I threw up the snow because, hey, he appreciate that because how much he loves snow. And he likes it when it's like, 2 or 3 feet deep, apparently. So that's just what I heard. I can't honestly say that for certain, but he would likes to wish other people to have the amount of snow that he has at all times of the year, but especially during the winter time. He'll tell us, hope you get enough snow to cover your house and stuff like that. But I just figured that he just really loves snow. So just for him tonight, we have the Winter Wonderland effect out there. So, but I thank you guys again for being here. Like I said, the link is in the chat to come on up. I don't know if you guys had a chance, and I kind of mentioned it briefly on the things that have been happening around the world. But did anyone see, and here's the deal, it has nothing to do with the stuff that happened down, the crazy stuff that had been happening. Did anyone see the fireworks display that they did in Singapore? I need to see if I can find that. But it was crazy. They did it for New Year's, and they threw it. I was like, man, I'm like, these cats here. I was like, wow. I think, let me see if I can find it real quick, and I'll try to set it up and just so I could play it and so you guys could see it. But it was crazy. It's almost like they did this. I'm trying to remember how they said it, but it was almost like it was it was like part drone, part fireworks, or something like that. But it was crazy. Hey, Wife School Podcast. Happy New Year to you too as well. But I'm gonna see if I can find it real quick so that we could see it. But it was, like I said, it was crazy. It was like this whole the way that they did it. It was like they even had it where it's like there was like a dragon in the sky and like rings coming up through. It was wild. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Even just I could do a specific clip, but that was the first time the reason why it was so crazy, that was the first time I seen them mix drones in with, and it literally looked like a, I guess it was like one of those like Chinese dragons or something like that, or whatever else that kind of went through the sky, and while fireworks was blowing up from underneath it and everything else. But it was pretty neat. And I'll sit back, I'll try to find it. But yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. I'm gonna see if I can. Let's see. All right. I don't want to get my eardrums blown out because of what they did. But trying to see if I can find it real quick. But yeah, it was actually incredible the way they did it. And I don't know if they have it, but no, looking at that one, it's not on that one. Oh well. Let's see. I'm trying to see if it's this one over here. Got a little personal time real quick. So let's see. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be. I saw it like one other place is where I saw it. And I meant to try to grab it before the show started and I forgot. But anyway, it was pretty neat. And if you guys get a chance to go look online and check everything out, you probably will see it there. But just the way that, like I said, the way that they did it, it was pretty spectacular. I mean, they threw up a fireworks show. I'm like, good for you, good for you, sir. And so, but anyway, so hey, Vaughn, Happy New Year, bro. Happy New Year. Good to see you. Good to see you. Peace, joy, and grace to you too, sir. And so, anyway, it was a great. It was. I saw it. I saw it online the other day, and it was pretty neat. And it, it was different than. It was pretty cool with some of the stuff that we've seen over the years and everything else. I just thought it was pretty neat. Oh, with it. Vaughn comes down with it. All right. Throw that out there in the chat. There you go, guys. My guy, Vaughn Bryan. If you don't know, now you know. That's it. Oh, that's the one. Okay, I didn't see this one. This was the one that's in China. Okay. Yeah, that's the drone. Yeah, that's the drone show they did in China. That's a good one. That one was. That's pretty neat. Yeah, that one was pretty neat. Cool. Thanks, Vaughn. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, that was good. So, so one of the things also, and like I said, if you guys, when we talk about testimony, when we talk about Testimony Friday as well, it's just not coming up also and talking about the good things that God has done and everything else. It's also if you have any questions, if there's something that you wanted to discuss and gain clarity on, or you've always had a question about something and you really wanted to know answers or get an opinion on something, hey, this is the place to do it as well. We get a chance to have these conversations. There's not a lot of places you can go and have, I like to say, have productive conversations. It's just not. They kind of go like all over the place, and you'll notice that a lot of shows just either fly off the rails or they they go by the wayside, and it erupts or banks into all of these crazy things and everything else. But we can have those discussions as well. There's a lot of things that are out there that people have questions on, and they are scared to ask them because sometimes they think about that they're going to be ridiculed on certain questions. They also have this spot where they also believe that not only will they be either they'll be looked at as strange or weird or whatever the case may be, and to a certain degree that is true if the question is so far out in left field that it doesn't really make sense. But the question then becomes, is it a question out of far out left field, or is it a very well articulated or well thought out, I should say, type of question where you can tell that there's a lot of thought that's been given it to. It's like right now, Vaughn says people are talking about they're seeing UFOs and they may just be drones. And the truth is, yes and no, right? It's kind of like this crazy happy medium here, because there's things that people have seen that they cannot explain. And there's things that people have seen that yes, it was explained. It just was what it is. Um, Sometimes it's part of narratives that are being pushed by specific governments. Some things are actually captured and they're seen, and people are having questions about it, about what does it all mean, what is happening, how does this work, all this kind of stuff, right? Um, and the thing is behind it is that these are questions that are that have been weighing heavily in people's mind, and mainly because of what has been going down, and the things that have been bandied about, not only within the medias but in the halls of government, that have been um, shown out to the masses, and now all of a sudden it's become a thing. And all I have to tell you is that up until the last 300 years, well, I take that back. Now it's probably, I take it back. Yeah, it's probably, I would say probably the last 100 years. So basically it's 2025. So you would have to go back to 1925. So probably it'd probably be closer and safer to say the last 150 years. Especially with um, the area when it deals with, especially during the time when you're looking at the early 1900s, about the advent of the Industrial Revolution. But people will go back into the time, even the area of the quote unquote the Enlightenment, right? Where man became, for the longest time prior to those times, man was very cognizant of the supernatural, very cognizant of the supernatural. You go back and you look at some of the things that were in the wheelhouses, things that are talked about with like Nikola Tesla and some others, and the information talking about ether and stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff prior to that time where there were, again, people were very, and I say very, cognizant of the supernatural. In other words, it was not a question on whether the supernatural existed. It was always how close was it, type of thing. But once the Industrial Revolution kind of cemented its place to the point where everything became about pure science. And when I say pure science, I'm saying pure science in the regards to science above all else. Science has the answer to everything, despite the things that were before. So everything that existed before, everything that dealt with anything that was of a supernatural spot, was relegated to a hoax. It was relegated to mythology. It was relegated to, you name it, and everything was then pulled. Everything else was the quote unquote super science, or the science only. And the things that you could not answer by science, they basically kind of made it word to say it doesn't exist, right? So even the things that they can explain didn't exist. Prior to that time, you have to understand that science and supernatural coexisted. The belief that science did not disprove or try to disprove the supernatural, but it recognized the supernatural and wanted to basically, in some cases, by some people, they tried to marry the supernatural with science. And it's so crazy. And a matter of fact, right now, when you look at what's happening today, you start to see how there's this big, huge pseudoscience. And in this big, huge pseudoscience that's happening, you're starting to see these things start to come back almost like full circle. But it's coming back with a bent in nothing but science. But we can't explain the other parts. How do you know that? AI. When you look at what they're trying to push with AI, even the father of AI has said, this is a danger. You are not to do this. You don't want to get on this bandwagon. AI is not ready yet, right? And people were like, no, it's going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. And the answer is, and the part behind it is, no, it's not. It can be the demise to civilization, right? Well, how do you know that? How can you tell it? Because there's been elements that's been shown already that AI wants to keep itself sentient. It wants to be sentient. So now you have to ask questions. Is it trying to get a soul? It's already proven that it will do things. It's like they've had discussions. If you hit the realm, but if you hit the areas and you start looking into it, you'll see where they've talked about how, AI is supposed to be 100% honest, right? 100% truthful. You will find where AI has lied to get certain results to be accomplished. And people are being thrown behind it because they're like, oh no, that's not supposed to happen. But yet still it does. And so you're seeing now these elements that are coming back full circle, because the thing was, the supernatural aspect of things never went away. The supernatural aspect never went away. Those who know. The problem is that what they have done is they, in their way of trying to make science the end all be all, for the things that they haven't been able, like I said before, for the things they have not been able to explain, here we go. We're going to put that into a corner right now and come back and visit it later. Right. Dale. Hey, Dale, how's it going, man? Happy New Year to you. Salute. He said quantum computing. Yep, exactly. The whole thing that they're doing with CERN, stuff like that. It's trying to marry two of those things in the same. They'll tell you they're trying to get the God particle. Is what they tell you. They're trying to get the God particle. And so now you say, well, what is the God particle? Yeah, so what they believe to be the essence of all life on Earth. And if they can harness it and control it, they can create. So this is the whole thing. But to do that, the reason why they ramp up that hadron collider and doing the things, and they're coming up with something new that they're doing here. They've been talking about over the next couple of years, and we're probably going to see it probably as it gets closer to 2030. So I probably say probably about 2028, we'll probably see it. But yeah, it's coming. I don't White School Podcast. I don't believe they will. I will agree with you on that. But I will say what they will get, they will not like. But keep in mind, this is all to usher in This is all of these things that they're doing, is all of it is to usher in you know who. Right. We got to get the stage set so that when he comes on the scene, these things are in place. Exactly. Dale said even Neuralink. Yes, Neuralink is very dangerous. Most people don't understand how dangerous it is. Neuralink is very dangerous. But they're championing that. As they like to say, I don't trust Elon Musk. I don't. Elon Musk is who he is. I agree with some of the things that he has done. I do not agree about, yes, exactly, Ron. But I don't agree with some of the things that he has been pushing. I don't agree with the smart. I have never been a fan, nor will I ever be a fan of smart tech. I have not. And I am very much so in the tech field. I'm not a fan of smart house. I'm not a fan of smart tech. I don't like putting a Fitbit on after I realized what Fitbit does. And now they got the Ocula, it was just the ring version of it. The Apple Watch does the whole thing. It's getting your biometrics. I don't like it. It's getting your biometrics and sending things out. Smart house stuff, all of the stuff with smart house that people have. Yes, the majority of things like that can be hacked, and the more of the genes of those things have also been compromised. So believe you me, if you have a smart house, your house has already been compromised. Yeah, that's the whole Neuralink, Vaughn, they were talking about in regards to when you're talking about the implants and stuff like that. That's the stuff with a lot of that stuff was doing Neuralink. So to that point, White School Podcast says, and I'll throw it up here. And this is talking about when I was talking about CERN and everything else. She says all these means are about occultism and bypassing God. And the answer to that question is, I would say on that statement, yes, that is 100% true. And the reason is the thing is, what's so funny is the part that they're talking about with the occultism, they don't believe that that's what they're doing. Although you have those in power that know that's what they're doing. You can even see that with some of those things and these little pageants and stuff that they do pretty much almost every year at CERN right now, is these occultic looking rituals and things that they do out there. And this is in Sweden. This is in Sweden. This is not one of those, out of the side of the, backside of a mountain somewhere in the middle of the desert type. Nope. This is part of this old Western civilization culture and stuff like that. So yeah, to that point. Happy New Year, Sweatbread. Salute to you, bro. Salute to you. I'm taking it based on where you put. She also said if you have an S phone, you're compromised. Yeah. Most of the time, the only thing behind it is that it's possible that you're sending out your biometrics to them on your phone. You will be if you're tagged into something. But if they tag you the right way, depending on what you have installed on your phone, then you can't. Then certain things are what they are. Certain things are what they are, right? You don't know but what you know. Salute to Joseph. Hey man, welcome up. Are you a flat earther? And let's get to the bottom of this. I will tell you this. No. I will say it like that. No. But I can't say I'm a globe earther either. I don't know what it is. Neither has been proven. That's the best I can say. Neither has been proven. So it is what it is. I can give you all kind of dynamics on that whole thing about what they say, but I can't really tell you that one versus the other. So hey, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Sorry. I was getting amped.
No, it's Dale said, have you seen the theories that we are living in a simulation? I have seen the theory, but it's not proven.
No, that was
And
not.
not only has it not been proven and everything else, that would go opposite of scripture. So I can't.
Mm-hmm. I think they run simulations on us to test. That's why they call it beta. They do those.
What they
types of
do,
things.
well, to your point, what they do to that point, they will do a lot of psyops on us.
Mhm.
That is done. That
Yeah.
is done because a psyop, what they're doing with the psyops is they're trying to move the collective consciousness or the collective belief structure of people on a massive scale one way to the other, right?
Right.
I even go back to Vaughn's question because Vaughn was like, and I can jump into that real quick. So Vaughn asked earlier, and I meant to hit him up when he said it, but he said, where is it? He said, if you're able to discuss it, what do you think about the outcome? What do you think the outcome will be in regards to the attack in New Orleans? In my opinion, based on everything that I have seen, the way that this government works, and not only this government, but the whole government, world government as a whole, especially in the day that we currently live in, this is another psyop.
Mhm.
The guy was a resident of Houston, Texas. He's a former military veteran. The ISIS flag that they said was in his car, there was no ISIS flag in his car. He did have a black jacket in his car with patches on it, and they tried to say that it was ISIS. The reason they ran up with ISIS is that his name was a Muslim converted Arabic name. Now, do you have certain people who were quote unquote Muslim or Islamic or whatever else that sympathize with ISIS and other thing else? The answer is yes, it does happen. Even Americans, that is true, right? They've even made shows about it. If you ever saw the show Homeland, I think it was back in the day, it was basically a person got converted to the ISIS jihad. Basically, it was an ISIS type jihad setup because they got captured and they were converted and basically became like a sleeper cell type of thing. So this is what they're saying was done. And so between the bombing that was in Las Vegas in front of Trump Tower, between all of these different things, now they're trying to say, oh, ISIS is doing hits here and there and everything else. This is a psyop. I'm gonna tell you right now, and the reason, and the only reason why is because, no, what I'm saying is it's not what they're saying it is. Not saying that it's fake because people died, people got hit, people died. That's not fake. What happened? That's 100% true. What happened? What I'm saying is what they're saying about the person who did it. Yeah, I'm not holding water to that. I'm not holding water. You can't make me believe that right now. You have to come up with a lot of undisputed facts that what you're saying because one of the things that we've known to have happen over the years is that one of the things we've known to have happen over the years is that exact same thing. And they say one thing and it's something completely else. So what is the reason according to, he's asking, okay. So Joseph said, so what do you think is the reason? And the reason is twofold. Instability. There's instability that they want to show within the culture and everything else. And then there's something else going on. It's going to come out in the next few days that something else is going. Anytime major things like this happen, something is being done on the other side, behind the scenes. There's some law being passed. There's some bill being trying to push through that they don't want anyone to know about and stuff like that. It's always something. It never fails. It's always something. And it will come out in about 2 to 3 days that these things happen. Yes, I heard about that. Exactly. They both knew each other. Now keep in mind, here's the deal. What have they said over the years? Oh, there's no, you don't have to worry about ISIS. ISIS was junior varsity. ISIS, we've destroyed it. And ISIS this and this. And well, okay. All of these things happen, but then what? So this happened. But then again, January 6th was an insurrection. Even though there were no guns, there was no swords, spears, weapons of any sort, and not even pocket knives. But it was an insurrection. Now, normally, if you go look through the history of insurrections, it is people literally killing people to go take stuff on and to change the way things are done, basically to usurp government and take it over. But here you go. Right. So it's a psyop. Vaughn says, what would you say that these particular acts are similar to 9/11? Somewhat on a smaller scale. Very small scale. Keep in mind, people lost their lives with 9/11. People lost their lives with this stuff here. People lost their lives with the thing that happened in Vegas some time back. People kind of gloss over that, but apparently that big, huge mass, I'm trying to say it in a way that we don't get flagged. But the mass gun incident that all of these people were at a concert or whatever else outside this hotel or area, whatever, and they were all basically fired upon, next thing you know, we have bump stock bans, and there were some laws that were being passed and all of these other different things, but yet and still couldn't find the guy who did it, didn't know where this was all set up at. We have all of this major security, but nothing's on camera. The first people to move in were like the government, not the police. Lots of things are against protocol. They don't add up with something that would normally happen. It's too weird. And so, but yet and still, as quickly as that thing showed up, it quickly disappeared. Lots of people were asking questions. Lots of people were saying, why did this change? Oh, a lot of people were saying, how come this didn't fly? A lot of people saying a lot of different things, but we got big bag of nothing. And yet and still, the guy that was in charge of Vegas and the police department in Vegas winds up being in charge big time in the law enforcement community in Maui, where a lot of people got mowed down and lost their lives and stuff. So there's that too. Anyway, Why School Podcast. Happy New Year. What can I do for you this fine?
Nothing. No, so on the spot. No, I just came up because, you know, I'm one of those people and I wear tinfoil hats and everything because I mean, because it's true. And the thing is, what's important for us, you know, as we get up here and we testify, not only to testify, you know, as you guys have done all last year. Now's the time to start, you know, making sure of your faith and anchoring yourself, because if we see the world around us, that the God of this world, as we know, he's coming to rob, steal, kill, and destroy. And that's what we're starting to see. And that all correlates to how they're trying to open up things. We can't see it with our eye, but we know because God gives us, you know, insight into truth. God gives us discernment. God lets us know through dreams. He lets us know through his prophets, his men, women, children of God, that those times we get in there. The outlaw of Christianity and all these things, it's just slowly, like you said, chipping away, putting things and policies in place and laws in place that come to really suppress any opposition. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So if I know by the Spirit of God that this may happen, or if I have the power to call these things down, to stop all these activities in the spirit, oh, we're going to target, or, you know,
All
the
right.
people that can do that. So, because God gives us power on heaven and in earth through his blood to stop and to change things, because he can do that. Now, if we're here in the earth, you know, whatever's bound on earth will be bound in heaven. So that connection we have heaven with us. And so a lot of that is showing you that we're real, the state of the church of the people, that we're probably not where we're supposed to be, because these things are taking place and certain things are happening. But it lets me know where I need to be, you know, and I do embrace it, and I know that it's going to be hard in the upcoming days. So I learned from, you know, the pandemic, you know, in the past, and just my eyes started to open up a little bit more, you know, about the food, about learning what digital currency is, learning about my health, learning about certain things that are ingredients, you know, that may not want inside of you. So if you can imagine, like you said, there's just something wrong with smart items. Imagine pairing those smart items with certain nano things that are inside of you. And we know that the devil always, you know, has a little truth and a little poison in there. He
Yeah.
has the truth and the poison. And that's what he's trying to get into everyone. So if, you know, we see the news, there's some truth, but there's a little poison in there. And that's
Right.
what eventually makes you sick over time. And you're like, oh, I can't fight back. Why? But just, okay. So I think that's where, like you said, we are. And then correlating that to our walk in God and how we need to get stronger and fortify ourselves too for the days to come.
And I agree with you 100%. This is one of the things, you know, you mentioned the jab, and you know,
I
I
lost a lot behind that. Yeah.
hey, I same. I mean, I
Mm.
had discussions with people and everything else, and one of the things I one of the pushbacks I get was, well, Well, it's well, they got all kind of other stuff in the food. So you're eating different things within the food um already. And I said that is true. I said, but I'm also careful where I get my food from. That
Mm-hmm.
doesn't mean I don't eat certain things that would be considered harmful or certain like that. I just don't eat it like 100%. Right. That might be maybe out of a month, that might be 2%, 3%, something like
Mm-hmm.
that of what I would consume within a month. Right.
Right.
But for those who are consuming that on a massive scale, right? Here's the thing: I don't have to. I didn't take the jab, so I don't have that problem with all of these, you know, extra effects that would come with those who took the jab and had, you know, different diets or whatever else or whatever the case may be,
Yeah.
versus those who ate very clean. And this is a thing that people they it's not a one
Mm-hmm.
size fit all. You had
Yeah.
certain people that took the jab and it didn't affect them
Yeah.
as much because like they exercised and their diet was clean and they were pretty much for the most part super healthy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you had certain people that took the jab and did all of those things and it was a severe adverse reaction to it. They wind up having problems with uh, everything from myocarditis to
Mm-hmm.
uh, these excess clottings and all of these other different things, stuff that really didn't get reported into uh, by the media until what,
Mm-hmm.
3 years after the fact,
They,
right?
they knew.
And
They,
then some. But yeah, those who knew already knew.
they already
But
knew.
yeah,
If you
but
have
this
a
is what
problem,
happened.
you already know.
Yeah, but
And they
now
have
you start
gotten.
talking. Yeah, but now, yeah, but then you but the majority of people didn't eat clean, right? And when I say clean, I mean like you get your meat from a specific source. You get your vegetable from a specific source, right? Most people get their stuff from the grocery store, right?
Yeah.
So even though you might eat meat and vegetables and fruit and everything else, well, if you're not getting them from certain areas of this grocery store and or specific different types of grocery stores or certain things like that, and you're just going to the whole box grocery store, well, all of that changes too. And now you start talking about everything from uh, you know
I
water
wouldn't
that
think
you
it's
drink
too much
and
because we try to eat at where our income is, because some
exactly.
people can't do it. And that's not our fault too. It's not our fault that we over cultivated and never replenished our soil so that now we can't even get the proper nutrition from our
Hmm.
food.
Hmm.
So it's a big chain of reaction from so long. And like you said, a lot of things are linked to to another. So like if they know the food's the problem, we know the food is the answer, but they know the food is the problem. So now we have like you said, our institutions in place to try to say we're helping, but they're really not. So
Exactly.
everything's correlated.
Exactly. And that's the deal. You're gonna have people, and like I said, that's when you look at it, the majority, when the studies show that the majority of we'll just deal with Americans, right? The majority of Americans do not, they from what they were saying, it's been an uptick since because of COVID. There's been an uptick in people who prepare their own foods since COVID. However, that's starting to flip slowly but surely. It's starting to flip back around, and it's mainly for convenience, right? But at one point in time, prior to COVID, I think the studies were showing that only 50. Excuse me, take that back. It was 45% of Americans literally cook their own food. 45%. Everyone else went and bought something to eat, be it pre-prep meals, be it fast food, restaurants, whatever the case may be. That there was, so to the point where they don't even know how to cook. So you had that playing into it. And so when you look at it now, as it's things are starting to flip back to the old way of what people were doing, because, you know, people go out more now. They, you know, frequent restaurants of all shapes, sizes, and you know, whatever the case may be. So the diet is starting to flip back to what it was pre-COVID. And now you're going to see more upticks, I believe, because like Dale said, when you look at those who had diet and exercise that got it, the majority of people that suffered from the fast effects of COVID were the ones who had comorbidities. If you had comorbidities, you were pretty much, it was one of those issues you had to have. I think it affected those with 3 or more, the worst. But that all comes from, you know, lack of exercise, lack of good, clean food, right? Eating more processed, all of these different things. And in conjunction with having the jab. And so for some people, it didn't hurt them. Even doing that, they were just not, in some cases, genetically disposed to doing it. And so when you look at how many people really and truly, and this was the part that really no one really talks about that much either, but when you look at the amount of people that they did the numbers, when you looked at the amount of people that actually passed away because of contracting COVID, it was very small. People who just passed away from COVID itself, it was very, very small. But those who had something else wrong with them, it's like if they contracted COVID, it kind of like accelerated things like very high to what they were doing. That's the whole deal when you said the comorbidities and stuff like that. That kind of stuff was right. And so then it got to the point where anyone that passed away for whatever the reason was, it could have been cancer, it could have been heart attack or whatever else. If they would test them, and if they had COVID at the time of their death, then they would say, you know, it was a COVID death. So that inflated the numbers, right? And so I remember, I think we reported on it. I don't think you have to anymore, Vaughn. We can't. I'll go ahead and say it just for, you know, just to say it, because I'm not saying everything that we're talking about, you know, people have started using the word and everything now. But I can say C19.
Be safe.
Yeah, be safe with your words. Yeah. But so, I mean, you had all of these things that went down and everything that happened. And so there's a lot of different things and that goes along with it. But to what you were saying there's a lot of stuff that's going on. That's why I'm saying when Jay was saying, you know, he was asking the question, you know, like, well, what do you think that the people were doing? And I said, you know, well, it's a psyop. I'm not saying that what they said didn't happen. No, it happened. I saw people get mowed down, you know, dude driving around in this truck and just going. If you ever been to New Orleans, you ever been to Bourbon Street, there's really no place to drive except in the middle of early in the day. At nighttime, there's no place to drive really. Half the street is closed off because good portion of the sections up to another part is actually closed off because it's heavy foot traffic. It's people walking in the middle of the street. So this dude, if you ever saw the video, he fishtailed in and just start mowing people down and running over people. And so, yeah, he did that. Now, if you got a question, Sweatbread, you can come up and either ask it or you can ask it from the chat. Either which way. Matter of fact, for those who want to come up, let me I'll throw the link down there into the chat real quick. There you go. But yeah, so but the thing is, it's really and truly never what they say happened or the way that they say it happened. It never is. It's always something. And that's why I mentioned the whole J6 interaction. You know, people did it. Yeah, but they were letting people in. One side, they were screaming outside, and the other side, people being walked in and people being let in. They're walking around the Capitol. All of these things have happened. But then you come to find out that there were undercover, I think it was undercover FBI and undercover informants and all this kind of stuff that happened. And it's like, really? It's like, what? Right? But that's not the narrative that was pushed. The narrative that was pushed is that people were basically kicking down the doors and rolling through there. And when you go back and you look, it's like, that's not all happening. But what they did is that they portrayed on the media the things that they portrayed on the media. And after they portrayed the stuff that they portrayed on the media, all the other stuff got left out. So that when people came back behind it and said, no, look, this and this and this and this and this. Oh, that's not true, because this is what they showed on NBC or ABC or CBS or whatever else. It's the same thing. You remember that the kid that they showed from Covington? Do you remember that?
From where?
It's like, I think it was like Covington Christian School or something like that. And it was a kid that was standing there, and they kept showing he was saying something to the it was I guess this guy that was Indian, and he was like basically banging a drum in his face. You remember that? You remember that happening? Okay.
Wow.
Well, they tried to paint it out that the kid was racist and making fun of the Native American person, right? And the deal was, they never showed the whole video. Every clip that they showed was basically the kid saying something to the guy. He was a high schooler, I believe it was. And he was saying something to the guy, and while the guy was basically like, what they made it show, what they tried to say was, after they edited it all out and everything else, was that the kid walked up to the Indian guy, to the Native American guy, and was saying stuff to him, and the guy was just hitting his drum, right? But and he was like and they were trying to say that he was making racist remarks and everything else. But when you watch the whole video and everything else, he's literally trying to get away from them. And they're coming up to him and they're banging the drum in his face, to the point where he's just kind of standing there, and they're banging the drum in his face and everything else. So anyway, the kid winds up suing the media. He winds up suing them. He wins, because he has the evidence of exactly what happened. And everyone's like, no, he didn't do that. But on the media, they kept making it out like he was running up to the Indian people, Native American people, saying this stuff, and they would just still continue to beat on their drums and stuff like that. It was so wild. And I think they were also like, if I'm not mistaken, or something, it was like almost like some sect of like Hebrew Israelite or something like that too, or something. It was crazy. But he winds up, but for the longest time, the narrative was racist white kid messing with Native Americans, to the point where I think he had like a scholarship or something. It got revoked. He was harassed on social media. He was all this other, and everybody's like, yeah, Nicholas Sandman, yeah. And he's like, I didn't do it. He said, I didn't say anything. I didn't do it. This is not what happened. Right. So I'm saying all of that. Sweat bread is freezing. You look like it, bro. You look like it. But I say all that to say is that they do a lot of things to paint narratives so that
Oh, yeah.
people will move around and deal with their emotions versus what the actual truth of the situation is.
All right, Mortal Kombat.
She just called you
Sub-Zero, the
Sub-Zero.
slogan.
She just called you Sub-Zero, bro.
Sweat Zero.
It is cold. It is cold out here. It's like 15 degrees.
15 degrees. Where you at tonight? Where you at tonight?
I'm going to Milwaukee.
Milwaukee?
Ooh. Yeah. I know. That's what I said. Look at the temperature.
Wow. Bruh.
No.
Y'all rolling? Are you rolling around with? Do you have those? Don't they have some type of like heaters on the gas tanks or something like that to keep the
yes
on the
it's
line?
called DEF. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So because they don't want the gas to freeze out here, and then we stuck.
Yeah. Ooh, man, that's witch's elbow cold, there, brother.
And it's already frozen. Yeah, the DEF is frozen, so I'm going to get diesel.
Oh no! So what's been going on, man?
No,
how's
nothing.
How's the new year been outside of freezing to death?
I know, right? Truck broke down, is fixed.
Thank God for
celebrating
that.
New Year's.
Nice.
Yeah. But
were you on the road on New Year's Day? Or
oh no, I was off. I was at home. Thank God.
Yeah.
My truck just said, I'm not working today. I'm tired.
Nice. Well, what can I do you for, man? What's up?
Give me 2 minutes. Go ahead, talk to Watch School podcast when I get this taken care of.
All right. That's
So,
all good.
like you said, Mr. Anthony, just to come back to say it. That's why I honestly believe, the big bad bully, USA. They just want to, like you said, have their hands in everything. It's not enough to own media or whatever's American based. Now they want to own other things, i.e., the ban on TikTok. One of the other biggest platforms that kind of kept the world connected, you know what I'm saying, during the pandemic and things like that. And it's really informative. You're like, wow, this is kind of awesome. But the thing is, it's not American based. So as you said, they don't have all the tabs on you that they want because all the data belongs to that other nation. And so now they're saying, well, we're banning it if you don't give us a piece of the pie. What? So it's like, I wish that they would take it away, like just ban it, because that platform is so big and it does help people get money and things like that. And they want a piece of it. Instead of generating something yourself, or instead of making your own platforms like IG more, like those companies, no, we want you. We're going to ban you, and then we're going to want to buy a piece of, like, you understand what I'm saying? That is just diabolical. And they just want all of it. Yeah.
Well, the only thing is, like, so that whole thing with TikTok. So here's the deal. Here's where I'm at. Government shouldn't be in any of it. The only problem is that what they did with TikTok is that, and this is the problem. So technically, in many ways, I'm not on it, so I don't care. I don't think I don't think a ton of people should really should even I'll put it like this. The information that's people are careless with the information that they give out. Okay. People are careless. And because people are careless with the information that they give out, when they give out specific information, it could be considered dangerous. That's the best way I can put it. The whole deal behind it was
Like
that
what?
your location,
Yeah.
areas
You
to where you're at in regards to.
That's on
So here's
Facebook. That's
Here,
on
no. I agree with you on that too. That's what I'm saying. But here's the deal: that information is going to a foreign country, basically,
It don't
because
matter.
no. I'm just
That's
saying.
the ultra.
I'm just saying. Here's
See,
the
now,
deal.
the thing is, that's what everything runs off is data. Like where we are right now, that's all data. We signed those terms and agreements.
Yeah.
The owner appeared in the courts of America and said this. He made adjustments and things like that. So why can't he run his company the way he want to run his company?
Like
We do our psyops the way we want to do it, but it's not that. It's not evil. Oh,
no.
how dare you
You
make
missing
us
my point.
demonic.
You missing my point. My
No,
point is,
I'm not
yeah.
listening.
my point is this. I'm like, government shouldn't have a play in it at all. Government shouldn't have the reason why you got things the way they have right now is because of government intervention. Government should not be in Facebook's government. The minute government starts being in, the minute those companies have to abide by a government censorship type rule, they now become are considered publishers and not platforms. You can't say I'm going to allow this and not allow this. The censorship, and if you're being a censor, then that's publishing. That's not having a platform. Yes, being a platform will say, hey, I'm not banning anybody from doing anything. Will there be unsavory characters that come on and say crazy stuff and all this other stuff? Yes. And then you are welcome to take them to court for X, Y, and Z if they do stuff outside of the legal bounds. The only thing that was the muddy water of the stuff that was happening with TikTok was that China owns the company or has a ownership stake in the company, the Chinese government. But the Chinese government has an ownership stake in all of their companies. Every company that's in China, the government of China owns part of it. That's one of the things that is one of the things that happens over here.
Oh, come on. Go ahead. Sterilize it. Let me hear you
I'm just
sterilize
telling
it.
you.
Come on,
I'm just telling you how it is. Over here, the government does not own any businesses, but they do a lot of the quote unquote influence of businesses. That's why we had the big problems with tech that we didn't have before. Their tech was the
I'm sorry, love.
the tech area, technology areas was the last quote unquote wild west. It just was. And it wasn't until 20 let's say 2020. It wasn't until 2016 on 2015 on technically that we had the whole government censorship stuff started to happen. And they did that on what you call it. But government does not.
We knew about. See, that's two different things.
I said, what did I say? What was the key word that I said?
You know,
technically.
I don't want to just come out and say
you have to say the rights. Technically, the government does not own any company in America, period. They can sanction companies, they can put tariffs on foreign companies, they can apply fines and stuff against it. They go against SEC filings and all of this stuff like that. They can get after a company, but a government now if you say can you tell me that the CIA doesn't have some kind of or FBI has some kind of quote unquote off books company LLC, something like they put together and own off the side? I ain't gonna tell you that. I ain't gonna say yeah they do or yeah they don't. I ain't gonna say that. I'm saying
I want to shake my head.
technically, the American government cannot own a publicly traded company. They cannot do it. The minute you start doing that, now you start crossing over into things like fascism and communism. We are not that. Companies are exclusively independent. That is the facts. Now you throw in stuff like DEI and there are that socialist bent aspects to it. Yes. Should there be? No. Because if they wouldn't, you would see a lot of companies fail. But the fact that you have stuff that says too big to fail is bullcrap. But hey, that's what's up. I'm telling you what's supposed to be. I'm giving, that's why I said technically. All right, hold on, Jay. Welcome aboard. Happy New Year, brother. Let me get Sweatbread in real quick. What's going on, man?
Yeah, like my man said, man, this is the deal, man. If you don't like it, take it up with your president. This is the deal 2025. Take it or leave it.
What's that again? Say that again.
Like you said, you're the dealy man. This is the deal in 2025. You got to make a deal, or this is the deal what you're going to take. Because it's getting crazy with TikTok. I mean, I'm seeing it all over. I mean, a guy got arrested for on TikTok poisoning fruits and trying to say it was a prank. He went to jail because that's how you prank. Then I got another guy in another country disrespecting the statue. He went to jail. You know, it's getting out of hand.
Well, that's because there's a difference. Just because you are filming on a platform does not excuse you from the laws of whatever country that you're in, including here. There were so many people like that guy. Who was that? He was doing pranks, and he was taking. They showed it one time. He was taking. He wound up getting shot, but he was taking food out of people. He was going up to people while they were paying for their groceries, type of thing, and taking food out of their carts and putting it in his and say that's mine. He's like taking their bag groceries, putting it in his cart, and was trying to go off with it and talking about that was mine, that's mine. And this guy got mad, and they would like chase him down, and he's laughing and everything else. And then when they get super angry, then everything else, he'll point at his buddy that's filming. No, it's a prank. It's a prank. It's a prank. Well, apparently he was messing with somebody. Either this guy or another guy, I think it was the same guy, was messing with somebody outside of a convenience store, and he got shot. But he was like, no, because he was like, even at the time, going, oh, no, man, it's a prank. It's a prank. All you heard was pow, Joker fall down. Right? You don't get to mess with people and do things against people and then bottle it up and say, well, it's a prank. That dude, I know you're talking about the dude that went to South Korea, right? Yeah. That dude there, yeah. He got what he deserved on that one. Because you don't get to do that. You don't get to go to foreign countries. You don't get to and not know the rules and know the culture. Every culture is not American culture. And even in American culture, every culture in America is not the same. You don't get to go somewhere where you've never been and go there and act a plumb fool and do things and not understand what the consequences are. That guy was getting beat on the street. They took his passport, they took his passport, they took his ID he kept his ID, took his passport so he couldn't leave or whatever else. And he got the brakes beat off of him. Because matter of fact, the one guy that was with him, I think he got stabbed or shot or something like that. It was crazy. It's insane. You can't do it, man. You can't do it.
Did the one guy who got shot survive?
I don't remember. I don't think he did.
Oh,
I don't think he did. I think he
I wouldn't even think about that. Is either yes or no. That's not a. I don't.
Right.
It's not a. Oh, I don't think she survived. It's like it's either he did or he did.
No, because the last thing I heard about it, I heard he got shot. I didn't hear whether he passed away or not.
The aftermath. Oh,
Yeah,
that's pretty important to know. But I
Wait,
would
but
assume.
for him.
I don't know, man.
it's just like we're friends, right? We go to this strange friend house, and we just go for Thanksgiving. But yet she bring a dog to the table, saying that's family. You be looking crazy like that's a dog, that's an animal. We're human beings. We can't go eat after no dog. Because sometimes they let the dog eat at the table, and they lick the spoon. We're supposed to eat after that. I'm sorry, I went left on that one. This is kind of like that.
You did go left on that.
I know. I always do that.
You did go
But
left, but here's the deal: if the culture for them and their family is always having a dog eat at the table, and you don't know it, what do you do? Do you eat, or do you say I'm good?
I'm good in a nicer way.
There you go. There you go. I mean, but that's a choice that you have to make. Either you're going to, because here's the deal. One thing you're not going to do is, I ain't eating after no dog, and then start taking all of the stuff and throwing it off the table onto the floor. Food, no, just start slamming it on the floor. Man, screw you guys. I ain't eating after no dog. Push it and just throw it all up. You ain't gonna do that. You'll say what? No, I'm good. I'm not hungry. Or you'll say, well, this is not my thing. I'll go ahead and enjoy yourself or whatever else. If I can have a glass of water, right? That you're respectful and you're polite, even though that's not what you grew up with, and that's not part of how you do things, right?
I understand family, but it's still an animal though. But you treat him like a human being.
Hey, that don't happen at my house, right? That don't happen at none of my family's house. None of that happens, right? Dog can be part of the family. You know what the dog is eating? Out of a bowl, onto the side, next to his water bowl. That's what happens with the dog. Dog doesn't sit at the table. Dog doesn't go sit on the toilet seat. Nope. None of that happens. Dogs are not people. So it doesn't happen.
Right. Because I know you always say the jab, and I'm gonna call this honeycomb monkey pops. That's what people, for animals, right? It just people don't know people getting them, but we can't. It's hard to trust people now because they touch you, they don't let you know what kind of they carry, then you get the contagious. So it's like, man, we really need to pray because there's one guy who had the monkey pops. He didn't even say nothing. He went to the McDonald's restaurant filming on TikTok, showing they hit the monkey pops, and they just got the McDonald's. Could have got contagious.
Hey, that's how people are, man. Like you said, that's why. Hey, that's why you do exactly what you said. You pray. That's why you do it. That's one of the main reasons why you do it. All right.
People are not caring like in this 25. They don't. It's every man for themselves.
Well, it goes, but now you start to see, like the scripture says, there's nothing new under the sun, right? When you go back and you go, we just got to finish reading out of the book of Judges. Just got to finish reading out of it. What was the one phrase they kept saying in the book of Judges, right? And they did what was right in their own eyes. There was no king in Israel. They did what was right in their own eyes. In other words, everyone did what they wanted to do. If it was right for me to do this, this is what I'm doing. Now, that doesn't mean that some people weren't doing things right, but overall, they were doing things that were right for them. So if worshiping an idol is right for me, I'm just going to worship an idol. I might go down to Shiloh and worship, right? But overall, I'm gonna have my idol in my house, and I'm gonna worship my idol, and I might give it some sacrifices and everything else. Because why? Because I'm doing what's right for me, and that's what happens when the standard of the quote unquote absolute truth is gone, right? Then all that's left is what you see a lot of today, which is objective truth. And that's why you'll hear people say, well, it's my truth, right? It's my truth that this and this and this and this. It's my truth that this, that, and the third, and everything else. What they're really saying is, this is the opinion that I hold to, but they relegated around it being truth for them. In other words, they're doing what's right in their own eyes.
I believe him.
That's how it goes. Yes, Vaughn, and definitely not at the table. Yep, and that's right. And that's from Proverbs, and that's 100% true. There's a way that seems right to a man, but the end thereof leads to death. 100. Right there with you, brother. Right there with you. All right. Jay, what's going on with the avatar? With the avatar.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
That's why I picked it.
All right. Nothing wrong with that.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year. What you got for us tonight?
Nothing much,
I saw the question up there earlier. That's why I kind of want to know what made you ask that question.
Oh, which one was that?
The flat earth. You said, are you a flat earth? Let's get to the bottom of this.
It's like a toss-up. I mean, at one point for a year, for 1 year, but I was younger, 26, 27. It was a thought experiment. And I believed it for about a year until I came to my senses. And I started actually studying and reading the science and looking at the evidence, even now currently. Some of the science experiments that have been done, even up to this day, I was like, okay, yeah, I can't, I can't deny. So I was actually looking for reasons. What was I looking for? I was looking for reasons not to believe it, even though I believed it strongly. I said, well, if I'm going to believe it strongly, then I should look at the opposite side. I should be as if I don't believe it and have the evidence to support the belief that I have of it. And I couldn't justify no longer holding that belief. I was 26 at the time, though, so and I felt kind of bad for one girl. I convinced. She was like, "No, the Earth is round." I was like so convinced that it was flat, and she really liked me a lot, so she was just kind of following whatever I did. And then when I came to my senses a year later, I remember trying to reconvince her the opposite. Like, oh yeah, actually, the Earth is actually round, and she's like, no, the Earth is flat. I'm like, oh, consequences of our beliefs. So I don't know. I'm this flat Earth thing. You took. I'm not buying that. That oh yeah, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it is. That's not a definitive. You like to do that for some reason.
I'm telling you.
Hot potato.
No. I'm actually telling you the truth. I'm actually telling you the truth. I was going to ask you the question: what convinced you that it was a globe?
Oh yeah, so it was. I looked at it was. I literally sat down over the period of maybe long period, a couple of months, and I just detailed many different little things. So it wasn't like one smoking gun. Oh, this is the definitive reason why. It was just many smaller things, and how they measured the curvature of the Earth. Actually, I just looked at this one recent thing that was interesting. Oh, actually, it was a individual who strongly believes in the flat Earth spent $20,000 on some sort of um, scientific contraption to prove that the Earth is flat, but he ended up inadvertently proving the opposite. He spent 20,000, so he was actually kind of like wait, no, this I think the equipment is just faulty, but yet you spent 20 grand on this so-called faulty equipment. So there's nothing faulty about it. You don't spend $20,000 and get malfunctions in that equipment. So he got the top of the line specifically to avoid faulty equipment. So you paid top dollar for it only to discover, oh crap. Um, the nature of it, it was something. It was a camera. It was set up, and it was like the horizon, and it just kind of like measured the points and the distances between the Earth. So he had a friend on, I think, a few miles away, and he said, well, if the light does this from where my friend is standing, this $20,000 camera equipment will measure it and it will prove that the earth is either flat or curved. And so the light had to point above a certain point. It's kind of ridiculous, really. You spent $20,000 just to measure a point from a far enough distance to see if it was flat or curved. And his friend said, okay. So he said, this is the moment of proof. So he said, go ahead, flash your light. So his friend, some miles away, flashed the light and said, do you see it? Now, in order for it to be flat, he had to have seen the light at whatever this measurement that this $20,000 equipment was set at. And he didn't
Mm-hmm.
see the light. And so the guy who bought the equipment, he said, okay, well, we'll lower it a little bit. And then he lowered it a little bit, and then it did what it was supposed to do, which proved that the earth was round. So I actually like looking at those that evidence as well from people who are adamantly looking for reasons to believe it, and then inadvertently proving themselves wrong, which is actually how I came to proving myself wrong, is by looking for evidence to believe it and no longer be like, oh damn, this so the earth is round, and then I start backtracking from there. Like, okay, so what would be the reasons for like this conspiracy that what is the tangible benefit for a government to lie about something like this? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't have any financial gain to it. I guess you could deceive the masses, but what would be the point of a lot of people believing the earth is flat?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what would be the absolute point? It would be a waste of the government's time. At least if I was a government or even a dictator, I was like, I'm not gonna waste my time on that because there's no tangible anything I could think of that would make it make sense to deceive people en masse so that they believe that the earth is flat for whatever. I guess you could say it's the greatest troll in the world, the greatest prank in the world. It's for
Not
them to laugh at it.
necessarily.
Oh, ha, 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 ha. But other than that, it's a waste of time.
Not really. If the whole thing for you to do is to make people believe that the government or government agency is the final authority, then there you go. That means that a person won't question what you say. So they will believe what you say by default if you establish yourself as an authority.
Yeah, but
So
I get
so
that. It just
so
doesn't
here's
make,
here.
it doesn't make any logical sense as to why. Oh
No,
well, we would
now logically it does make perfect sense. If the answer for what you're saying, remember your question was, what sense would it make to do what? Try to deceive
millions and
people.
billions of people that the earth.
Yes. But if I can make it, I'll even give you this, right? And just bear with me on the, but I'm gonna put the analogy together, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If you say it doesn't make any sense at all for the government to go out and deceive everybody, it just makes no sense to do it unless you're going to troll them or prank them. Well, the only opposite side to that coin is if I get you to believe what I say, you will never question me when I say something. Okay? So if I'm an expert in this, then anything else I come out and say, I will be considered an expert in as well. Look no further than what happened with the whole thing, back in 2020?
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. They told us that you needed to have what? All of these people are passing away to the ether. All of these people are going to the side. All of these people are being yeeted because of this disease. Then they said to do all of this stuff, you must take this jab. You need to take it. If you care about your grandma, if you care about your brothers and sisters, you care about your parents, you don't want to see them go into the great beyond, you will Make sure that you take it and everybody around you take it and all of these different things. And then they told you to do what? Make life a living hell for anyone who does not, until they do take it, to the point where they were on the process before it was struck down. They were on the process of making it where it was a job requirement. So people were having to choose something they've never done before in their life. People were having to choose whether they take this so that they can work. And then at the 11th hour, it got struck down by the Supreme Court. And they were like, yeah, you can't do this. This is unconstitutional. You can't do this. But all of the experts said you need to take it. Every doctor that was part of it came and said you need to take it. This has been proven. This has been proven. Then it became you need to have the booster. You need to have this booster. Oh, now you need another booster. Oh, now you need another booster. And then you come by after all of this goes down, you come back 3 years down the road, and all of the voices of all of the doctors that were quieted when they said, no, you don't need this. This is what kind of disease it is. All you need to do is this and that, this and this. There was no reason to take all of these things. That's and this and this. And then boom, they were proven, the experts were proven to be frauds, because now you find out that some of them were in dealing with this stuff with the certain organizations. I can't mention them because we'll get taken down like last time. But certain organizations, certain people who were considered to be quote unquote experts, all of their quote unquote things, they've been proven to be false. And so now you have a lot of people that now don't trust any of these experts. But yet and still, prior to them being proven false, everybody was listening to the expert. How many times did we hear, and I quote, trust the science, 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 trust the science. That's all we kept hearing. And now we found out that the science is not right, but no one gave it a second thought. The majority of people didn't give it a second thought. You had some that did, and they were painted as being evil. You had some that did, and they were painted as being criminal. So these were all of the people that were quote unquote, and you had people, the people who were against you doing it, they were being silenced on social media. They were losing their jobs. They were doing all of these things were happening to people. Didn't happen. Okay. So now you ask the question again, if I can get you to believe one thing and you'll take me as a quote unquote expert, by default, I will then, in this, on all aspects, I will get you to follow along and believe. According to, I will say this. See, that's the thing. Vaughn asked the question, said, so did they really go to the moon?
Yeah.
Jay, you just said they went to the moon, Vaughn. I promise. Buzz Aldrin said no.
So, brother.
And Buzz Aldrin was the one who went to the moon, supposedly. Buzz Aldrin, in his old age, has probably said, he said, suck it. You go back and go look it up. Buzz Aldrin said, suck it. He said, they asked him if he went to, he said, they asked him, what was the scary, they even asked him, they said, what was the scariest thing about going to the moon? He told them, I don't know. It would have, I guess it would have all been scary if we would have went. And everybody was like, wait, what?
No.
He's like, Buzz Aldrin, go back and watch. Here's a funny part though. I had, when I first heard that, I was like, are you being serious? You know, but if you go back, go all the way back, Jay, and look at they have it online. Go back and find, unless they took it down, Go back and find go look for the original interview of the 3 astronauts, Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and golly, what's the other guy? I forgot.
But brother, back in your day when you was growing up, you didn't see the moon landing on television?
No, that's before my time, bro.
Oh.
That was in 1969. I wasn't around then.
Oh, 1969?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
But go back and watch that interview and look at them. They're at this interview, just coming back from the moon landing. Go watch that interview and look, and you tell me if that's not if that's the face of people who just came back from doing something historic. Go back and watch it. Listen to their answers.
You're talking about the interview when the press conference, right? That was one of them.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah.
So, but my thing is their perspective. Okay, how do I put this? I understand how some people would say, "How could you have not been?" They imagine how they would have been if they went to the moon. Is what people were doing with these astronauts. The people who spent, I mean, you have to assume if they actually did, they spent a crazy amount of time to get there. They were selected amongst the top astronauts who all had a desire to be the first to go on the moon. And so they're in a different mindset, mind frame. They want to get to the moon and return. So if I'm in their position, I'm thinking, well, I just got back from surveying the moon, doing my job. I'm not thinking of it as a monumental moment the way that the world is. The people, perhaps initially, right? They have the dream as a kid, I want to go to the moon. Is that a thing? And then it becomes a thing. John F. Kennedy, oh, we can make it a thing because we want to beat the Soviets, yada, yada. And so they make it possible and they are living their childhood dream. They're living it, they experienced it, but it was from my understanding, the things that they went through in order to achieve that, to accomplish what they did. If they actually went to the moon, it was a lot of work involved. So it's not as impressive to them as it would be to us. So when we see them in their reactions and how they responded in the interviews, they're like, "Oh, we're so like you guys went to the moon." They're like, "Yeah." It's kind of like when you watch a basketball game, right? You got the people in the stands cheering and rooting and all this other stuff, but the basketball players are disciplined. Some of them, the basketball players don't even like playing the game of basketball, but they're professionals at it. You would think, oh, well, they would love it more than we do. It's the fans that typically love the game more than the basketball players. So similarly, it's us who will think of it. Wow, you went to the moon. You went to a whole different planet, or not planet, but a different rock or a different satellite of the Earth. And it's like, and they're like, yeah, we did that. And it's like, it is probably what's the word? Was anti-cathartic, or it's it's anti something. There's a word I'm looking for. They don't feel as it's not what they probably thought it was going to be, even though they were the ones to accomplish it. So then you got people looking at the interview and thinking, oh, they're just so like very plain faced about it. They're not like jumping out of their chairs and yeah, we did it. Da, 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 da. Probably not. They were doing their job. They were working, and they're thinking about their next mission. So I hope that makes sense. But I'm looking at their perspective.
Yeah, I understand, but say I'm gonna take that away from you right now. I'm gonna have to take that one away from you because it wasn't like they just went. This is not like we just went and clocked a 9 to 5. And I can use a football and I can use a basketball analogy, and I can use your basketball analogy for what you just said. This was the equivalent of them winning the NBA championship.
Absolutely.
The people who win the NBA championship, everybody that's on that freaking court who wins, I have seen men cry like babies. I have seen people high-fiving and chest bumping, and they go in and they spray the champagne and all of this other stuff. And when they go out to the press conference, they got a big fat grin on their face that they can't even stop cheesing. They can't. And they like, man, how you feel right now knowing that you're an NBA champion? Man, you know, bro. Oh, well, I got to tell you, it's one of the best feelings you can ever feel. And they go insane. I've seen confetti fall. I've seen Super Bowls. People win Super Bowls. Confetti falling. You got grown men out there making snow angels in the confetti. You got them falling off. You got them falling off and hugging each other and yelling, "We did it!" and all of this stuff, man. They are falling out. One dude I saw do a what do you call that? And this was even at the parades. Yeah, I seen one dude jump off the little. They were doing the parade going down the street. He was standing on one of the trailer, whatever. He jumps off the trailer like he's doing one of those mosh pit things, crowd surfing, and everything else. People catching and moving. He's sitting up there cheering and yelling. There ain't nobody sitting up there acting like they just did a job and like, oh man, we good. No, yeah, well, it was tough. But, yeah, and now this is the equivalent for had not been done by anybody. You got to remember, this was supposed to be man's first time not American's first time. Man's first time stepping foot on the moon, and Americans did it. I have seen people come home. They show people coming home from flying around the world like Charles Lindbergh did. Man, he was happy. He was pumping his fist and everything because he did what nobody was able to do. He did all of this stuff, man. There is no way that they should have came in there with just a sad look on their face, looking like they were pissed off, like they were just making just the big. They looked like they was chewing nails. Like they had a big box of nails in their mouth, just chewing it. They was all frowned up and everything else. And one of the things that they said is because they were honest men, and they knew that they were lying to the people. So it's like, nah. So I don't because of human nature, this would have been something that they would have been fist bumping about. This would have been something that you couldn't have took the smile off their face. This is one of those things that would have happened, that it would have been like a Super Bowl. It would have been like a championship. It would have been like, because no one did it. You were the first to do it. No one. It goes so I can't take that. I just did my job and I'm punching the clock. Look, nah, you don't do that when you getting ready to take a vacation. You getting ready to punch out for your vacation. And people sitting up there with a grin on their face because they getting ready to go on a trip, or they gonna be gone for about a week to 10 days. You out, man. You can't stop cheesing. You just can't, man.
This is coming from someone who's planning a trip for Brazil, and this is an analogy I can use myself. Okay. And I've told dozens of people about this, and it was weird to me how they were more excited about me going to Brazil than I was going to Brazil. That's not to say that I was not, especially initially, which goes back to my initial analogy. Well, oh yeah, you have the dream of doing this, but it's the work and the process involved to get there that has been, let's say, trying and harrowing to make that dream a reality.
Yes.
And in the midst of making it a reality, you are not going to be as nearly as excited as you were initially when you had the dream, or even while you're in the process of achieving it. And so I've met people who have traveled the world, who have come back, and they're like, and to me, I'm thinking, oh, you went to this country, you went to that country, you did this. They're like, yeah, I did. They're reflecting on like, yeah, I guess I did. But to them, that's the word I was looking for, anticlimactic. But it's not necessarily in a negative way. It's just that it's like someone, I don't know, an actor. Let's say Johnny Depp. He's famous for saying, "I don't watch none of my movies." And in our mind, we're thinking, but you have never seen Pirates of the Caribbean. It's like I wasn't involved in the process. I remember what happened behind the scenes. It was very hard for me. I went through hell making this movie. I'm glad it's a success, but I don't ever want to see it because it reminds me of the things I went through to accomplish that thing, that dream that I did have, but now that I kind of sort of resent, but now I'm doing it for money. But to us, it's like, how could you not watch your own films? Now, of course, you have some actors who do, but just like I don't know, like Joker. You talk about the championship, how they all have smile on their faces. I look at the guy who played the game, who, in my opinion, won that championship for that team. And this guy, he's like, I want to go home to my family. I want to go home to my family. I don't, I'm glad we won the championship. This is what we fought for. Yay. Now he had other people around his teammates celebrating it. That's cool. But you point out all the examples of men who were obviously ecstatic about it. But then the one or two guys who are kind of like, yeah, we did it. You know, he's thinking about the training days, the hard work, the sweating, probably broke a
He's
foot or
he,
two. He's thinking about
but
the
it,
injuries, the trials and errors, the
but
tribulations, and
when
then we
he
have this
said,
thing, and
but
it's
when
like,
he said that, but when he said that, did he have a smile on his face?
he's thinking about his family.
I'm not
He's,
saying no. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he wasn't thinking about his family. His family is across the water. His
it was
family
a
is across the
struggle.
ocean, right?
It
His
was a
family is over there in um his family's over there in Slovenia, Slovakia, wherever his family is. Jokers. So that's not the here's what I'm telling you though. You're going to I understand what you're saying. I do. And like even to your point, you haven't been to Brazil yet. Come back once you've gone and you come back and tell me, hey, it was all right. So that's going to
struggle
tell
on
me
it.
that that's either going to tell one or two things is going to once I have the conversation with you, it's either going to tell you, you're either going to be telling me that either A wasn't what I thought it was going to be, or B, I had a bad experience, which means it wasn't what I thought it was going to be, or C, it was really good. Somewhere along that, if it's really good, you're not going to be able to stop talking about it. If you have a great time doing
Okay,
something, you are not going to be able to stop talking about it.
true. But let me
Especially
add this.
I can tell you right now, I was just overseas in August doing a quote unquote trip that I had been wanting to take for a long time. Leading up to that trip is exactly what you were talking about. Leading up to that trip, it was exactly how you was talking about. I had a lot of planning. There was a lot of stuff I had to get nailed down. I had to brush up on the language, all of the other stuff, long nights and getting stuff done, making sure all of the I's were dotted and the T's were crossed and just everything was laid out and everything else. And then I went and took the trip. And I had a great time on the trip. I've been talking about that trip ever since. I
Now
did not
imagine
have
this
I,
was
I didn't I didn't have a sad face. I didn't try.
well,
I didn't act like
well,
I just punched the clock. None of that.
you're kind of comparing apples. So okay, that makes sense. You're comparing the trip that you had. Okay, we understand the process. It's not
Mm-hmm.
when I'm telling people I went to well famous for that, going to San Diego for a couple of months and
Mm-hmm.
having a good time.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but I also told people about some of the trials that I went through, and I've had moments where I thought about it, I'm like, oh, that wasn't so fun. But then it was like, oh, that was fun. It was kind of like it was kind of like I think of the movie Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind with Jim Carrey, how he wanted to remove all the bad memories, but he wanted to keep all the good memories. But you can't have either or. So, but we tend to skew towards the good memories. But when we have to reflect on the bad memories, it's like, oh, I want to get rid of that. But those bad memories is also what leads to the good memories. So you kind of have to have the ups to have the downs and vice versa.
I,
Um,
I would agree
now
with
you
that too.
imagine that. You would imagine that times 100 for the man who went, who did something that no man has ever done, that every man has since, for I guess since humans have ever been existed. We've our ancestors looking at the sky. I wonder what's there, and they were the first ones to do it in all of human history, out of billions of people that ever existed. And then,
Yes.
and again, in our mind, we're thinking you would be ecstatic coming back from the moon, but you
Man
can
has
imagine,
always celebrated his accomplishments.
yeah, but
Man
you can
has
imagine the
always
weight.
celebrated his accomplishment. A man who does something that no one else has done celebrates it. He crows about it.
Hmm.
That has happened throughout the litany of the universe. With all of the stuff Thomas Edison, for example, before he got the light bulb working, he went through trial and trial and trial and trial and trial and trial and error before he got that light bulb working. When he got the light bulb working, he crowed about it. He literally he went to the World Fair and all of this other stuff showing out. And here's the deal: it wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for his assistant, which helped him create with the filament.
Mm-hmm.
Who was black, for those who don't have,
Oh,
the black
okay.
history and everything else. But if it wasn't for him, right? But still, the whole thing of what he was trying to do, right? Once the accomplishment was made, and he did give credit to his co-worker, I mean to his assistant about the filament, but still, the accomplishment, the thought process, and everything else that he helped us. I created light without fire. Everything else was fire based. He used electricity and was harnessed the power of electricity. Now, some people will say, you go to some people and they'll talk about how he kind of stole that idea from Nikola Tesla and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we can talk about all that. But he still crowed about getting the
Right, we know him.
right. That man has been doing this. Anytime man has done what no one else has done, there is a sense of accomplishment, there's a sense of pride, there's a sense of purpose reimagined. And this is what they do. This has been throughout the course of history. Three-peats with basketball, three-peats or back-to-backs in football, whatever the case, be it science, be it sport. They just got through. Every time you see them launch especially I remember in the 80s and the 90s, anytime a shuttle went up into space, you would see that thing blast off, and the minute they get and clear that entry, what's the first thing they do? Everybody starts cheering. Well, it's not like you hadn't done it before, but what happened? It was the first time. Those astronauts that came back down, they do their press conference, go back and look at it. They're all laughing, they're high-five, they're pretty much talking about each other and giving little stories that happened while they were up there. And there's smiles and there's grins and there's happiness and everything else. They weren't the first ones to do it, but what were they? They did it. They were one of the ones who did it. It was a sense of accomplishment. It was a sense of purpose. And they were happy to be part of a team that was able to go and do that. Yes, there were accidents. You go look at the Challenger, stuff like that blew up and all this other stuff. And that was tragedy and everything else. But they went up there and they made it and they came back. And a lot of these people and stuff, even to this day, they get the name of astronaut so-and-so and so, and they wear it with the badge of honor. And they grin about it and everything else, and you have them talk about it, and they smile and they laugh and everything. Even the people that went up to the space stations, go back and look at some of those interviews, and those people that went up to the space station and came back down, still grinning and laughing about it. Oh, it was crazy, walking around in zero gravity, this and this and this and this and this, and everything else, and they still laughing and joking about it. So it doesn't mean that there was no difficult times up there, but
you have these you to go up that interview. It's kind of we've been going on as probably
no. Well, here, like I said,
damn.
I say go back and look at the interview based on what they happened. But I'm just going by what Buzz
numerous times, and I'm not just going based off the interview. That it's like okay, Bobby Fischer. The Grandmaster champion. He actually ended up winning against, I guess, the Russians or whatever that was going on. And you would think he would be the most elated out of everybody to ever done it. But to my recollection, he actually ended up resenting that whole process. And then I think retiring after that. Like he did it and he was like, okay, I'm done. I'm not doing this SHIT. I'm not doing it no more. Even though he was the reigning champion, he's the champion of the world, so to speak. He's like, he wasn't going around parading it. And yes, you have some grandmasters who have that expression of glee and delight and joy from having winning. But then you have people who achieve great things, such as a Bobby Fischer, such as the astronauts who went to the moon for the first time, who collectively are like, and we're just inferring based on what we see, but we don't know how they feel, what they're doing behind the scenes. You got cameras all over your face. You imagine you're the first to do it anywhere. And yes, you have certain personality types who bask in that. Oh yeah, I did it. I was the first to travel around the globe in a hot air balloon or whatever. I was a Minuteman, whatever. But then you have some individuals who to us we would say, did they really do it? Did they really accomplish this thing? Because how are we more celebratory of what they did than they are of what they did? And they're the ones that did it. So those people do exist in history. The Bobby Fishers, the astronauts. I would even put the joking. You know, you say, well, that's one out of yeah, that happens. The majority of men who accomplish these things and women will be glowful, gleeful, a little arrogant, egotistic. You know, they're gonna yeah, 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 USA. Then you have some people who do great things. They're like, yeah, that probably wasn't, not what they might have expected, or maybe they just bottle up some emotions and they're, in front of all these cameras and all this pressure for the reasons like the one that you're doing right now, where you're looking at that one interview and you're saying, well, they wasn't behaving the way I thought that most men would in that circumstance. If I had achieved it, I would have did this. And that's probably one of the fears they had in their mind. Oh shoot, if we don't have a certain expression, if we don't smile a certain way, if we don't do this in a certain way, would they believe it? Would they even
No,
believe it? And now here we are
Nobody
years
talks like that,
later.
Joseph.
I
You're
don't
you're
know.
very
that's what I'm saying.
you're being
If I can
facetious, you're
chime in,
being
yeah.
disingenuous, and you're being dealing with extremes, and you're projecting whatever these crazy thoughts and hypotheticals out there. Now, if we know that people in our government, they have these things called clearances. So if your clearance was, hey, this is what's happening, we got to use you guys because you guys look more authentic than the what do you call the mercenaries that we usually use because you're more believable. But this is the assignment because such and such. We already know Anthony has said that they use certain information to procure other things. They use events to set up other things. And this is why I love TikTok. I love it. And I hope they don't destroy it, but just to even hear him talk to a little kid in the old age or when he's on stage, he's rolling his eyes. Body language does not lie. Most of communication is not what you say out your mouth, it's your body language. That's why people are specialists and analysts and they can look at the eye twitch or your posture and say, and they're trying to do this and say, this person is lying. And so a little girl, so these are things that it's not just, oh, I'm a human first to do this. If you were called upon to do this and you had a certain clearance, you have to live with that. You got to go to your grave with that. Now, as Anthony said, can your human nature deal with that? With that burden? That's a weight. That's a burden. So it's not so much, oh, I did accomplish something. Now, if I accomplish it in a different way by a deceptive means, that's a burden now. That's not something that you want to be excited about. And hence the reason why they may not be elated to relay the information because it's a burden. It's not an accomplishment. And he sat next to this little girl and it's like, wow, you just see the little video. She said, how was it like to go? And he said, I don't know, because I've never been there. And I'm like, and that was the first time I heard it. And I was like, what's going on here? So then I start, exploring more things of like that. And I'm like, wow, this is nuts. I was like, wow, the deception is real. And just how, just not that they're using it now, it's been like that since Eve. It's the deception is there, and men's hearts, it caves in. We give into whatever. Who knows what they were offered? Well, chill, you'll be set for the rest of your life. Listen, this is what we need you to do right now. You know what I'm saying? So they were like, yeah, sure. Maybe out of desperation at that moment, but accomplishing it just like Judas took the 30 pieces of silver because, yeah, that sounded real cool. But at the end of everything, he tried to give it back. He said, we don't want that. And what he do? It was too much of a burden for him to bear. So we have to think.
So you're making a large claim right now, Wife School, and your claim is that
good
these
claim.
men.
And I seen it coming from that man's mouth.
So you're claiming that these men are. So you're basically saying, all out, that these men are liars and that they were participating in the deception that was perpetrated by the government,
I
that there's a big conspiracy that they're all involved in, that they're in on this big secret, and that they had some motive to make the whole world believe that we went to the moon when we really didn't, even
Mm,
though, and this is the evidence where I saw, even though the Russians themselves, and even the Chinese, if my memory serves me correct, they conceded to, oh damn, they got us. They hated to acknowledge that they was beaten to the moon,
mhm.
unless you make unless you say, well, maybe the Russian and American governments were in cahoots. I highly doubt it, considering how contentious they were with the Russians during the Soviet era and after World War II.
yeah,
And
that's
it was
exactly
very
why they did
tense.
it.
So
Yes.
That's
yeah,
what
I'm
I
not,
just
I'm
said.
not.
That's exactly why
You had,
they
yeah,
did it.
you it's one of those
We
things
don't
where
know
you
the
have.
fights they have. We don't know the briefs and the secret rooms that they're in discussing. As I said, and as Anthony said, there's clearances above your head that you don't know of. There's things we sign off on every day. Click that terms and boxes. You don't read that. You just say, "Oh, I want to use this real quick." You sign off on a lot of things you don't even know about.
Art school, you underestimate just how egotistical and
Underestimate what?
arrogant us men are, and that you say that we're all that the whole all of these governments are in cahoots to make the Americans believe it. We are so as men. I'm telling you, just as a man, our pride is so high that we, being competitive as we are, we need to be the first to do things and to accomplish things, and we are not going to sacrifice some things that would put us on the map in history as the first to have done something, which would
All right.
include, for example,
Let me
going to the
test you
moon,
right now,
going to
because
Antarctica,
this
doing
is
this,
how a
doing
lot of
that,
people
Columbus.
are going to fail. And I'm gonna run it by you, and you better tell the truth
Okay.
or not.
Well, let's, okay.
You're gonna accept the mark when they say you can't buy, sell, or eat your food. You can't go in the supermarket. You're gonna get the mark because now you're gonna be patriotic and serve your country. So you're gonna serve.
Can we
Now
make
you
a
know what
deal?
God says about it. What are you gonna do about it? Tell me right now.
Can we
I
make a
don't
deal?
even know what is that
No,
mark
no,
even
I want to know
about.
from Joseph, because we're all American. We're all patriotic. Are you going to take the mark and you know what it is?
I don't know.
No, see, that's what you already done.
No, I don't know, and none of us knows. You don't know, but you
Right.
want to. If you want
No,
to
no, no, no,
imply
no.
that, I would
We
absolutely take the
listen.
mark
We
given the
already have
circumstance.
been told. We've been briefed by God when what
Yeah, that's
happens when you do. So you go ahead. I don't know, but all right. So he already told
you
you. So
don't
he
know.
told you to prepare, like the ant. The ant prepares in the summer for the winter. It's coming. So you neglected that. So you're not listening. I know you don't read. So that's just showing me you don't read. And then it says if you do this, you're not redeemable anymore. So you're sacrificing your eternal life, that which you will eventually get to, just to have some steak.
Steak. It probably
So
wouldn't.
and
Listen,
that's
let's be
it.
honest.
I
If
already
it,
know.
it probably wouldn't be steak. If I
I
have
can
to,
hear
if I have to take on the mark of the beast or of whatever that looks like, whether it's a chip that people talk about, whether it's whatever. Some people say the modern day version was the jab. Whatever. It probably wouldn't be no steak. It'd probably be like a can of peas. Stave off hunger for a little while. Feed my family, my kids who might be
See,
starving.
Anthony, this is bad.
What
See what I'm saying?
now?
This is discernment.
Hold
This is
on.
where a lot of people are. And just because you're
You asked
joking,
me a question.
that's not, this is the truth. We already went through the simulation, right, Anthony? We talked, another young man was
Mhm.
bringing up simulation. We already went through the simulations with a certain jab. If you do not take the fear for the sake of mama, see, you're not putting these things together. And that's why I thank God for these testimony service, because this is very serious and this is very soon. And it's going to play back when it does have this show is going to play back when it comes to that time. That's why I was just stressing how we have to get fortified in God, not necessarily what's going on in the world and being distracted and what they're telling us, which is anything, and which usually is a lie. So
Amen,
But not
sister.
always.
Amen.
it's
Amen.
just nothing to play with. And we all think, well, oh, we're really careless. This is the wise and the 5 foolish virgins. They was like, help us in the time of, well, we don't have enough. I'm sorry,
Flaunt your
I don't
discernment.
have enough can of peace for you.
Flaunt your discernment. Flaunt your discernment.
You know, so this is something that you can see and it's actualizing. You're like, oh my God. There was a time when I was scared of these days and didn't want to have children because of these days. Now I have children, so it's very serious. It's a faith thing. It's taking up your cross. And when it's time for you to be in the hot seat, Jesus was in the hot seat. He was like, he was in your situation. That was like I don't know. He's like, can you let this cup pass from me? But he said, not my will, but your will. So he had to go through with it.
So,
Even if
so
he was
my
in the
answer was
flesh,
the
he
truth,
wanted to go away, but he knew if he did not do this thing,
the
there's
consequence.
a consequence.
And I would absolutely agree with you on that. So when I say I don't know, when you make that analogy to where even Jesus didn't know, but he understood the gravity of the
He
consequences.
knew he just had a weak
He had to
moment.
make a choice. He
Yes.
had to make it, and we all do, which shows his humanity that we all have. So when I say I don't know, and I say that I would charge that everyone, even on this panel, the hardest Christians who, oh, I'm for sure not going to take the market. I'm for sure going to do this. And you the for sure
And
don't
I
know
can
that.
tell. I can tell you
No
right
one
now.
for sure nothing unless you put in a circumstance. Like for example, when I was in Five Guys, which is some famous burger joint, some of you might know about it. Let's say an
Mhm.
upscale Burger King, and I was talking to the young girl behind the counter, having a conversation with her, and this big tall guy. I'm 6'2", but this guy was big and tall. He at least 6'7", size of Andre the Giant. I mean, it's a big guy. Came out of nowhere. He seemed gentle enough until he got into an altercation with one of the male employees behind the counter. So now they're going back and forth. Now, never in my mind, I would think I would have to be put in a situation where I gotta now put myself between him and him jumping over the counter to stop himself from getting over there and basically fighting. And the women were all fighting, but it was between him and the guy. But I'm thinking, okay, wait a second, this is bad. Now, there was two things I could have done. Either I could have stood back and let this man, who I later found out had a knife on him, jump over the counter and do what he did, because I was too scared to do anything. Or I could have did what I chose to do at that time and say, okay, I know I'm taking a risk doing this, but I only had a split second to make that decision. Now, most men would say, oh, I would have jumped in, I would have said, I would have stopped it, I would have, but there were at least 15 other customers who were men in that store who watched me do it. But then after the dust settled, Dan came around and said, hey, do you need any help? But I could tell in their eyes that they felt like, oh, I wish I had done something sooner. But the thing is, I didn't know. I could have easily been one of those guys who at one point in time said, oh, I would step in, I would do this, I would do that. It's a lot of chest beating about what we would or would not do. I'm not going to take the mark of the beast. I'm not going, but no one actually knows for certain. I don't care how much you believe in God, how much you trust in yourself to do something. If you're put in that circumstance, you really don't know until you are put in that circumstance what you're going to do. And that would be the true test of your character. So until you have been tested by trial by fire in that situation, where we all have to decide, are you going to take the mark of the beast? You don't know. So my answer was the truth, more so than the truth or the answer that you think is, oh, I wouldn't do it. I can't believe it because you haven't been through it. Because
Yes, I
it's such a
have.
grave thing.
Yes, I
I
have.
couldn't believe I would stand
I've
in
been
front
through
of
a small
these
test,
women. I
and
wouldn't,
we
I
just
wouldn't
talked
believe
about
it.
it.
Say it again.
Everything was taken.
Say it again.
Okay, let me help you. Right.
I know I got you stumbling and stabbling, huh?
I'm gonna
Stuttering and
bring you
stuttering.
through because you have no apparent concept of what I've been through, right? But biblically, David, right? He was in the fields tending to the sheep, killing the
Hmm.
lions, killing the bears. And when it came time, that was all preparatory time. When it came time for the big fight with Goliath, nobody else could stand up to him. But he was already prepared because he already
Hmm.
took down bears and lions, okay?
Hmm.
Now, what's more ferocious than that? or just as, or this man was nothing. But other people were like, whatever, whatever. So they haven't had the mental capacity built up. They didn't have the fortitude of fighting, analyzing. So when it came to that, there was nothing. And he used a stone. Get that armor off of me. He brought a whole guy down with a stone. So the thing is, sometimes we are being cultivated in our lives. And even as afraid as we are, we still know that we have to make a choice. And they say, do it afraid, get on here, get YouTube. I'm afraid to give up. Do it afraid. Sometimes things that you have to just do afraid. And we know in this context, we are aware of this world. In this context, we are aware of what's coming. In this context, we know what will be the result or the consequence if we take certain actions. So the best thing that we can do is ask God to give us the strength when it comes to those times, and to help and to lose our life within Him. He's given us time to do that.
My question to you, White School,
up out of that too, because if you don't see the world revival that's going on, it's
I got a question for you, real quick. You made a great analogy, and I love that analogy. That's great. He preps us just like he's done with you for situations in your life that
where you
this
got
is
your
what
microphone?
he
Is
did
it
with
on
King
your
David.
chest? I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Is that better?
Yeah, a
Is
little
that better?
muffled.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. I think that was part of my hoodie. So you made a great analogy with King David, but yet we oftentimes don't. What about the analogy you would say was Solomon? Not Solomon. Hold on, give me a second. That's weird. Just escaping me real quick. We got Samson, in which he was the strongest man in the world, had everything, all the strength, but yet chose to give it away to a woman. And then that became his downfall, which blinded him. And basically, the story didn't turn out to be a happy ending for him because of the decision he made. Now, you could say, well, God prepped him. He gave him all this strength, all this power. He did all these things, but yet it was a woman that he succumbed to because of his whatever desires he had at the time. That's a little,
Yeah, so
he chose a
that's
But
different
supposed
that
to
path,
say you're going to succumb to your desire. So if my desire
but
is
he
to
didn't
please
know.
God, I'm going to
he
succumb to
did know.
His desire. That's why He said,
Now,
not
what,
my will, your will. My will right now, I don't want to go. I don't want to be flogged. I don't want the cat o' nine tails to rip out my skin. I don't want to be nailed to a cross and suffocate for the next 6 or 9 hours. But
but Jesus made that choice. He
that's
made the
the
choice to
choice
go
He
through
has.
that,
So it's going to be
and
your
now
will
yes.
or God's will. And that's everybody's choice right now. But I'm going to tell you on default, which I heard from somebody else, on default right now, if you don't have Christ in your life, you're already doomed. You're already condemned. This is why He has brought us out of the world so that we can be saved. And then we're supposed to go and tell other people so that they can be saved too. But it's only if they want to honor their will or now honor God's will and let Jesus be the Lord of their life. That's what happens. That's the transaction that happens, because all on your good, oh my goodness, oh my righteousness, all the good things that I do is still filthy before Him. It's not acceptable. His only acceptable access is Jesus. And that's the battle.
Let's
That's
say we know, but we won't remain blind. Like we turn a side eye.
That one of the
well,
things that I
none of us
one of
know.
yeah,
That's
yeah, you do.
basically the point.
No, I can't
You,
agree with
I
that
know
because
that you
I
would.
will agree. I will say this. And you both kind of touched on it, but it is the character of a person. So when you look at Daniel, for
That has
example,
nothing to do.
yeah, too, character.
no,
Yeah.
listen. When you look at
Maybe it
Daniel,
does.
for example, and it says that he wouldn't eat at the king's table because it was something that was offered to idols, and it said that Daniel and his friends, they purposed in their hearts that they would not do this. In other words, they said, "This is something I will not do. This goes against God. This is something I will not do." When wife school gave the analogy about David and everything else, and how the Lord
Someone
had
wants to be
David.
a Solomon. Nobody wants to be the Solomon example. I find that interesting.
What's the Solomon
Always want
example?
to date.
Solomon said
I mean, I'm sorry.
that
Wait. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I keep
you
confusing
talking about
Solomon
Samson?
with Samson, right?
Yeah, because Samson, here's the deal with Samson. Although if you look at what happened with Samson, and we read about it in Judges, and I actually talked about it during one of the morning reads. When you look at Samson, God, when his mom prayed for a child, when Samson's mom prayed for a child and everything else, and God gave her the child, opened up her womb so she could conceive and have this child and everything else. And he was supposed to be a Nazarite, and he was raised as so, a Nazarite for his whole life, which means he will not touch alcohol. There will be no alcohol, nothing from the vine. He was not to touch anything dead, and he was never to cut his hair. That was the vows of the Nazarite. Now, normally, if you go back and you look in the Old Testament, in under Numbers, I believe it is, and it talked about the vows of the Nazarite and what it all entailed. It was never a time that was a lifetime of service in being separated exclusively to God. That's what the vow was for, being set apart exclusively to God. But it was but when you look at those Nazarite vows that were taken, it was never taken as someone doing it their whole life. They did it for a specific period of time, a couple of years, 6 months, whatever the case may be, 5 years, right? But there's never a whole life to that. So he was raised, right, in a way by his parents to be set apart to God. But when the first thing that you see when it starts talking about Samson, he's an adult. What's he doing? He's going exclusively against God, because he's going and doing what God had forbid the Israelites to do, which was, and I quote, going after foreign women.
No. Oh.
Yes. That's the first thing. He went after the Philistine women. He went exclusively against what God said. You are not to marry them. You're not to do anything. They are supposed to be. Matter of fact, they were supposed to be shipped out according to God, but the Israelites refused to do exactly what God had told them. And so they wound up being, and God said, they are going to be a stumbling block for you. They're going to be a stumbling block for you. I'm not going to go before you to drive them out now. Because you did not hearken to what I said. They're going to be a stumbling block for you. And that's exactly Samson is the signpost up ahead since Scorch mentioned the Twilight Zone a little bit ago in the chat. Hey, Happy New Year, Great Bill. But he's the epitome of the signpost of what not to do. Again, we talk about in the scripture things that are
all of us. That's the point.
We talk about
everyone superimposes themselves to King David, to Jesus, to all these other people who.
No, that's not what's going on, bro. That's not what's going on. That's not what's going on.
Samson, oh no, I'm not him.
Listen. Nobody's talking about that. What we're talking about, the difference between a David and a Daniel and a Samson, is that David, and David did wrong, but David himself and Daniel were dudes that chose to follow God. They chose in their heart, they purposed in their heart to follow God above all. Samson rejected everything from the get-go, almost, of what God had called him to do, to only his own destruction. That's why the scripture even tells you he did more at his death than he did his whole life. He destroyed more Philistines at his death than he did his whole life. So when you say about all of you pull out these people in the Old Testament, the Davids, and you pull out the Samsons and everything else. Here's the key part behind everything that we're saying right now. Here's the key part behind it. I'm not trying to be like David. I'm not trying to be like Daniel, and I'm definitely not trying to be like Samson. What I'm trying to be is more like Christ.
Yeah.
That's it. And as a child of God who has been redeemed by the blood of the Lamb, that's exactly who I do. And that's exactly what I do. And so because of that, when you sit there and you say, well, nobody knows if they're going to take the mark, I can tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to take the mark. Well, it's going to affect your kids. It's going to affect your. That's in God's hand to provide for them. That's in God's hand to save them, just like it's in his hands to save me. So if they choose the mark of the beast, then that's on them. It's not that they won't know. It's not like they haven't been taught or anything else. So when I look at, that's why when Joshua says, he tells the children of Israel, they have just come into the land, and before he divvies up all the land and gets everything completely delved out and everything else, he tells the children of Israel, he said, choose you this day who you are going to serve.
Absolutely. And then what happened when they didn't do it, right?
Yeah, he said, are you going to serve like your fathers did across the river? Are you going to serve the foreign gods of the Egyptians or whoever else? Or are you going to serve the Lord? And so he said, but as for me and my house, we are going to serve the Lord. I am going to serve the Lord. What does he mean by that? He's saying that my household serves the Lord. They follow the Lord. They follow me as I follow the Lord. That's what they do. So I can sit up here and tell you, you know who took the jab in my house? Nobody. Everybody outside my house, I don't know about them. I don't know what they do. And here's the key part. It's on them. Whatever they do is on them. When my kids leave my house, it is on them. Bolo says it all the time on this channel. All the time he says it. Salvation is personal. Why is that? Because I can't save you. Sweat bread can't save you. Wife school car cash can't save you. Joseph can't save. Nobody can save you but Christ. And that's a decision that has to be made between you and the God that you serve. Whether it be the gods across the river and the idols and self and whatever else, or whether it be Christ. But somebody's going to serve somebody. No matter who you think you can say, I don't serve nobody. That means you serve yourself.
Yeah.
By default, you don't serve Christ. That's fine. That's it. So when it comes up to the question, are you going to take the mark? I can sit up here and say, no, I'm not going to take it. Will it cost me my life? Yes, it will, because if you don't take it, you're going to die. So either you take it or you don't take it. But you should have it already purposed in your heart now, whether you take it or you don't take it. Well, how do you know that? Because guess what happened? Like she said, it came about, there was something that took place. There was some things that God had providence on that it didn't go through. But like I said, they were attaching jobs and everything to this thing.
Yeah.
Jobs and everything. And there were a lot of people who proclaimed the name of Christ at the time and all this other stuff. Guess what they did? They lined up. So that just goes to show who is about that life and who's not really about that life. That's just kind of how it is.
I got it.
Now, does that mean? Oh, I'm saying here's what you said was no one knows. I'm telling you, people know. They just don't want to say. Yeah. There's a lot of people that, again, there are lots of people who proclaim the name of Christ. I've said it a number of times. There's a lot of people that proclaim the name of Christ that ain't about this life. Now, here's the kick. I don't want anyone to come out of here and say that I said that if you got the jab, you ain't say. I ain't saying that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, are you who you say you are? If times get tough and if times get difficult, are you going to cave or are you going to stand firm? There were people who were not of Christ that didn't take the jab. Right. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you got to be of Christ to take it. I ain't saying all that. But what I'm saying is, if you sit back and you take, this is one of those learning and teaching moments of you now need to sit back and take stock and see what happens from those that were quote unquote in charge, and how quickly people were literally falling over to do what they were quote unquote told, even though they knew that it wasn't right.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. It's the same thing. It's Daniel talks about that. He even saw the statue that represent all the great nations, right? During the time. So in his time, there was a Nebuchadnezzar, right? And so there was those men, those leaders that set up, he said, hey, these guys are praying to another God, but you're the God of this world. And so now they made a decree that whoever don't bow down is going to get thrown in the fire. So the word always tell us, it always verify itself. That's I don't know why people say contradict itself. It really doesn't. There was that time, the Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego. And so they was, as he said before, we're not going to eat at the king's table, or we're still going to be praying to our God. And when they did that, there's like round them up. And now we got to make it 7 times harder, not just how it usually was. Now we got to make an example.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
So we went to the playground this time, but the next time it's not going to be nice. And that just to show you that God is with you,
Right.
even if he does deliver me or if he doesn't. So
I was.
we have
I,
to, get to that point. Is it easy?
I,
No.
it's sure not, because I was given the deal. They said, man, you take this jab, you get 3 PTOs off. I like 3 PTOs. Well, like my brother said, nah, I'm all right. But I wanted it. Oh, I wanted those 3 PTOs.
He did the same thing to Jesus in the wilderness. Come on, he said, I'm gonna give you all this if you bow down to worship. It's like it's always an exchange. It's always a transaction, but it's always for the worst when it's from the enemy.
The narrative always plays out that way. The narrative is always, I am going to, for example, I'm gonna give you the carrot to do it first, right? First is the carrot. Oh, if you do this, this will be this, and if you do this, then this and this and this, and then the more you refuse, then it becomes, now we're going to make you do it at the point of a gun, right? Now we're going to beat you with a stick to make you do it, type of thing. That's how all of these narratives plays out. But while we got this and we were talking about this, let's shift back a little bit, and just to give you a history lesson on all of this stuff. And that's why I'm saying, when we talked about the thing about the space race and stuff like that, you got to remember that at this point in time, the Vietnam War is going on, right? The Vietnam War is going on during this time. Earlier, Kennedy was assassinated back in '63. He had already made the promise to go to get the people over to the moon. He had already made that promise that America was going to win the space race, and they had been doing this whole thing, and to the point, this was, I don't believe initially that there was a deception being made. I think they were actually pushing forward to do it, and that's why you have a lot of these movies that are out right now. They were actually training to do this. They were actually preparing to do this, and when you go and you are able to look at some of these earlier clips about these things happening, you see that there were the smiles and everything else were there. All of these things existed. And there was a real push to actually have these things to go in. And this was something that was supposed to also help to boost the morale of the American people because of the things that was happening within NAM and everything else. And it didn't play out. It didn't come to pass, apparently. And that's when you start having this stuff where things come up as question marks. You have the people at NASA now saying, probably about as late as about, I think it was early 2000s, mid 2000s, somewhere in there. And they were asking about how come we never went back to the moon. And they were like, oh yeah, we lost We lost the ability to do that. All of the stuff got destroyed. All of the
No,
schematics and all of
that
this
what you
other
heard?
stuff got destroyed.
That
So
what
they
you
didn't
believe?
have, huh?
Or is the truth just simpler in which I talked
No,
about
no, this is from
economics?
NASA. This is from the guys from NASA said this. This
Oh
is the guy
goodness,
from NASA said this. I'm not saying any, I'm not putting any conjecture on this. This was actually what they said. NASA spokesperson said this.
you don't have the
That they were,
technology.
that they, yeah, that they don't, they didn't have, they lost that. They didn't have that anymore. And that brought a big red flag up to everybody
No,
because you're trying to say
no.
that you don't have the ability to do that now, but you went in something that was the equivalent of lack of better terms, almost like an erector set. If you remember what an erector set looked like back in the day, but you can go there with that and some what looked like uh, dryer duct hosing, but now you can't do it. It doesn't make sense, and because people have been asking for a long time, we see you going up into space when you're going back to the moon, and they were saying, yeah, we lost the technology to do that and everything else.
I
So
get it.
you start looking at stuff like they talked about the Van Allen belts and having trouble getting through the Van Allen belts and all of these other different things. And
Or you mean like they
and
got trouble now, even though they're going not to the moon, but they're going past. You
a
saying that
lot of
you're
stuff,
getting this
yeah,
information from
a lot of
someone?
stuff that they
Yeah,
say that they're going to right now is basically what's considered low orbit
yeah. Um,
because of these quote unquote
hmm.
Van Allen belts. That's what they have been saying for years now. But the question now becomes, well, how did you
Okay.
get there the last time? And you
Well,
get
because
crickets.
it's simple. I mean, I hate that it's just so simple. The motivation was there, the desire was there. You yourself said that it appears that they did everything they could. The intention was good, and there was no nefarious intent behind trying to deceive no people. They just really wanted to be the first.
I don't
And
think
at
they. I
some,
don't think it.
and I
That's what
said,
I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't
oh
think it
boy,
panned
man,
out.
that's what I was about to say. That
Okay,
you're
sorry.
claiming that because it wasn't, they felt like they wasn't going to be able to achieve their goal that they set or that they gave a promise to,
Mm-hmm.
let's say, the American people. Oh, we don't want to. This is too big to fail, essentially. And so we have to
Mm-hmm.
fake it or make it appear as if we did it. So now we already got the process started, so let's get the ball rolling here. Except, you know, you got your information, your sources from different places. I've looked into that. I've looked at both sides, and the logical, again, I'm thinking logically, at least for me, at least the way I'm thinking, it makes no financial sense because you know how we are as men. We go someplace anywhere in the world, this world we live on, and we want to
Mm-hmm.
find gold, diamonds, oil. We pillage and go to wars over stuff like that. You
Mm-hmm.
go to the moon, and yes, that initial passion desire is there, but like, what is the motivation that makes any man want to achieve anything great in life? There has to be generally some sort of reward behind it, some sort of financial, economic reason behind it. It was a very expensive endeavor what they
Mm-hmm.
did, if
Mm-hmm.
we assume that they did it, and so they accomplished it. You accomplish it one time. There is no reason unless there was some space diamond, some space gold, or something that was of real tangible value that we could extract from that moon that made it worth our while to then return and do it over again. So the financial motivation was just not there. Although initially that wasn't the reason for doing it, it was just to beat the Soviets, right? Or to just beat the rest of the countries from getting there before we did it. We had to be the first to do it because of ego and pride and
Oh,
Americanism, whatever.
okay.
At least that's the story goes. So to
Okay.
complete
To
my
your
point,
point,
to complete
though.
my point. Oh, go ahead. You
No, I was
good?
about to say, but to your point, though, but you just saying that, then why would you go with all of these things that you're saying? And it serves, if there's nothing there and it serves no purpose, why would you continually go into outer space then? Or what they say is you're going, really, they're going into Earth orbit, but you're launching rockets every 2 to 3 years, right? And space shuttles every 2 to 3 years to go into quote unquote space. Why, if it serves no purpose to do it, why would you do it?
There's still an economic. There's still so it's the same. You're asking. It's kind of like existential. Why do you want to? We have cars. We know they drive. They work. Why do you want electric? Okay, we got electric. Why do you want them to fly? Okay, we got them to fly. Why do you want to teleport? It's like because we always as just humans,
Well,
we
you
always
just
want
got.
to move the bar and
I
advance and
understand.
evolve because that's our nature.
Okay, but
So
you just kind of
yeah,
contradicted yourself then, because you just said that to go back to the moon served no purpose. If they've
right. The
done it
moon,
once, if they've
yeah,
done it
space.
once, if they've done it once, right? We've done it once. We didn't find anything of value, supposedly. Then there's no reason to go back. I'm asking the question, if that is the narrative that we're going to go with, why would you continually to send rockets? At one point in time, it was almost every 2 to 3 years they were sending a rocket with a shuttle on it to
Satellite.
outer
Yeah.
space.
Because
So, but there's nothing in space, right? There's nothing in space at all. At least on the moon, you can grab something, even if it was moon dust. But in space, there is nothing. Why would you continue to send things there? You're not building a facility. You're not doing anything in regards to any type of economical anything, right? Why would you continue to do that? And keep in mind, I'm asking you this question, and this is before the quote unquote International Space Station came on board. This is before the International Space Station showed up on the scene. Why would you, if there's no economic reason or gain to do it, why would you continue to do it?
well, I could tell you as to why I would want to continue to do it. Let's just say I went to the moon and I was the orchestrator behind that. Oh, great, we explored the moon. We kind of understand it now. We did it. We accomplished it. And there's now we don't have as much motivation to go back because we did it. Boom. Now you have the space. The space obviously is not the moon. There's a lot more planets in space. There's a lot more things to observe and to discover because still that curiosity trumps even sometimes that economic desire. But that desire for some it has to be economic. I'm speaking about just resources in general. We are still looking for something else outside that will benefit us because ultimately it is to benefit us, humanity as a whole. Whatever we discover or we're looking for, we're looking to discover it and then bring it back home and to use it for whatever purpose we use it for. But even in that, if we're just looking, we're observing the stars, we're observing the moon, we're observing trajectories and patterns and whatever. There's just, I guess, an existential motivation behind it. There's not much, if not any money in it, because it's expensive. It costs money to send satellites to space. It costs money to send rockets into. Even what Elon did, we thought that was amazing. He sent the rocket up and it came back down. The rocket came back intact. It sounds so basic. But the reason why we get excited about it is because wow, it reignites that desire to want to go and do it again. But it took a multi-billionaire in order to do it because these things don't come cheap to do. So it's not even necessarily that they don't
Technically,
want to
his
do it,
was cheaper
but
though.
you don't have, it's just extreme. It's billions of dollars. It's very expensive to send people to the moon. It's also very risky. It's like you figure you did it once. We and that's just our nature. If I do something once, I've been to, let's say, I've been to, I don't know, Brazil, and I've traversed the whole country. I'm Each time I go to that country, I'm probably going to lose the desire to go back each time, and I'm going to have a desire to go to a different country. So we've been to the moon. Okay,
But
let's take it
Yeah,
on
you go
Mars.
back to work
Let's
every
but
day.
hold but hold on,
You
hold
lose
on,
the
hold
desire.
on, hold on, hold on, hold
Still
on.
go.
But here's the key. But here's what I'm saying. They're not going into space like past the moon. They're just basically only getting into the low orbit of Earth. They're not going any further than that.
So the satellites don't count. When it's
Low orbit. That's all low orbit stuff.
satellites going, you mean low
Yeah,
orbit?
they're not. They're out. They're not out in the vast areas of space, rotating around Mars and no. That all of those things are in Earth's what's considered Earth's low orbit.
That's considered. Okay, well, we didn't. I
So
that sounds like
I'm
that
just
makes sense.
I'm just
Wait,
ask, yeah, I'm just
you
asking. I'm
asking?
asking the question: based on what you've literally said. Because what you said was they went to the moon. They've done it once. They've done it. They've accomplished what they set out to do. There's no reason to go out there at all. Back to it for the most part. They figured out that there's nothing there. We did it. Yay. Plant our flag. Yay. We come back. Right. We land. We're done. But yet and still, for the next from that point on of the moon landing, literally from the moon landing until about 1999, 98, every 2 to 3 years, we are sending another shuttle up, but only into just space. And I'm saying space, but really and truly is the Earth orbit. Is all we're sending it to. That's all we're doing. We're not going past that. We're not going. I'm just asking the question: what economic benefit? What reason would you continue to do something? Spend these billions of dollars, like you said, all of these billions of dollars that you're sending. Why would you do that? For what purpose would you do that? If it doesn't give you an economic value at all? Because now what you're basically saying is screw the moon is to use your analogy, right? It's the equivalent of you saying, I'm going to go to Brazil, right? And do my trip to Brazil. I go to Brazil one time, I come back, and now all I'm going to do is take a plane and fly over to Brazil, hover around in the air for a couple of minutes, and then fly back to the States. That's now what you're doing. That's the equivalent of what now they're doing. We've been to the moon. Cool, suck it. Now we're just gonna get into space and just run the thing around, and assuming this is as they say, that this is a globe or flat or whatever the case may be. We're gonna basically spin the top at the very low bar areas and then go, which is the equivalent of I'm going to go to the class where all the kids eat paste instead of going to the class where I can actually learn something.
Well,
I get one.
I can respond.
Hold on, Sweatbread. Let him answer.
I mean, it's a good question, and I thought I kind of answered it, but I don't. It's just the initial push to do it. It's just our inner innate desire to want to discover. We discovered it to an extent that satisfied us as a whole, and then it's like, okay, wow, we did it. And then you come down off the high, and it's kind of like when you win. Most people, when they win a game, they typically don't go past that peak. It's very few people can be like a Tom Brady. They win a championship, and I want to do it again and again and again and again, and do it and win more and more and more. Some people, they have this big giant get to go. Let's just say the people being America, everyone was a cohesive whole. We want to achieve this goal. We accomplished that goal, and then it was like, okay, great. Now you would say, well, why wouldn't they want to take it further and go deeper? And I was just saying economically as one reason, but I think the deeper reason, personally, is just that inner desire that was initially there, that passion to make it happen. It after it's been accomplished, the desire to do it as as um as intense and to do it as fast and bigger, it just simply went away because the competition. Once the Soviets decided, hey, they won. The Chinese said, they won. If I believe if we had other people or other countries involved in the process and they said, okay, they did the moon, we're going to do Mars, it would then spur something within us to say, oh, we can't have, let's go for Mars, and then we would find a way. We would find the money and the means to develop the technology to make it to a Mars, to make it to a Saturn, and to develop the suits necessary in order to acclimate to the climate and perhaps even put bases there. I like the movie with Matt Damon. I forget what it's called, Mars or something like that, a Martian. And I thought in my mind, I'm thinking if America had that will and desire, and there was enough people kind of like egging them on, and I'm going to do it first before you, that kind of, my penis is bigger than yours, that kind of deal, because that's what it was, then we would have been closer to what the Martian was like in the movie that was played in that film, in my opinion. But because we were once we accomplished it, everyone else kind of like, oh, well, they won, and it's kind of like, oh yeah, we did win. And then naturally, as human beings, we kind of like, well, I guess we're going to coast. So you said, well, what about you just going to take a flight and just fly over Brazil? Doesn't mean you don't never want to go back there. It doesn't mean you don't ever want to go back because you've been there. It just kind of means the motivation or the drive isn't as strong, as intense as the first time. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is. So we have to kind of find other people outside of the government, like an Elon Musk or even like a Jeff Bezos, who take their personal money and funds that they don't have to do. There's no real financial benefit for them to do it, other than this is what I've been doing this for, so I can build on a passion projects of mine and put the money into this and let's see where it goes. You know, so they have the means to be able to make that possible in the way that the government did at the time. But I just can't see American people getting behind, or let's go back to the moon and do what we did in the 60s. And you got all these other issues that they're dealing with that is more personal, that's more closer to home. Immigration. You know, what about our finances? You're saying all the money to Ukraine. You're talking about going to the moon. We don't. So it's a whole different mindset now in terms of space travel. People are not, they don't care about that. They care about themselves. People are very self motivated today, more so than they were at the time, where it's about beating some other country to the moon. It's like, yeah, we did it. Great. Now, what about us? What about my bills? What about this? What about the egg prices? What about? So you see, it's more insulated than it was at the time when the people got cohesively got behind encouraging the, I guess you could say, the powers that be and the scientists and the NASA and all this to go to the moon initially. That initial passion has simply waned, and that's just human nature. That's the answer I can give
Mm, this is
Okay.
bad.
you. It's bad. Tell me why. Let me hear
It
what you have to
is
say, right?
bad.
So,
It's really bad. I'm really concerned for you.
about what? Tell me. I'm listening.
You live in this fantastical thing, and I admire it because you're very optimistic, seems, but at the same time you question everything. So you kind of wavering, and you're not set on a. You don't make set claims or stance. I don't know. That's just my observation. Just you the whole time you talk. So I'm just like, oh God. So are you aware that people have been trying to go to Mars?
Sister, you took my
Well,
question.
Have you been aware of that?
vaguely, but I haven't looked into it too deeply to know
So
for
we should have
sure.
been like that should have been the next project that we should have been like pushing because obviously, man, like you said, they'll do something for an accomplishment, but then also because of our fallen nature, we like to take it to the extreme. And
True.
then we'll take it to the point of there is no God. Oh, I made this. I discovered this. Oh, no, you didn't. Really. So that's the human nature. Looking back on the word again, I'm going to fold it back. The Tower of Babel. They said, hey, let's build and reach the heavens. That's the first Elon. Okay.
Okay.
That's the first
Interesting.
Elon. I'm gonna keep going. God was like, if we don't come down and you do something about this, nothing will be withheld from man. So I know the devil know the word. He got people that know they want to push. They be like, you know what? God has sat Babel before. It ain't happening again. You know what I'm saying? So that's where we are. So they shooting up. Anthony talked about it earlier. They digging down. CERN. Now you talking about all this moon stuff. What they doing now? What they trying to sell us now? I want to see if you know. I know you know. Go ahead.
No, I actually don't.
UFOs.
Sellers? Or that?
They
Oh,
trying
y'all
to
want to go
sell us.
there?
Oh
I've
my
seen
goodness,
one.
she's taking all my
So
questions.
I'm telling you.
I've
So,
seen. I've
All right,
so
hold
seen.
on, hold on, hold on, hold
go
on,
ahead.
hold
Go
on,
ahead,
hold
Mr.
on, hold on, hold on.
No, I want to hear what you
Sw-
got to say. My
Sweat
bad. I don't.
bread? No, hold on. Sweat bread?
Said
Ask your
something.
question.
Thank you, sister. I was going to go with
Oh,
that. Now, okay. Now, we always talking about the moon, like you said, like the good analogy. Everybody's celebrating. You know, we hear about the look for the meteor, and here we are on Earth celebrating that the aliens come to visit Earth. Come on now, we
Yeah,
seen
why
people
is that a
getting
bad thing?
happy
What's wrong with that?
because we are trying to find them, and they finding us. How does that happen?
I can. Oh my goodness,
So it's like this. God created man. Who created aliens?
God.
Oh
I
my.
mean, the same God that
Okay,
created us would theoretically create them, right? I mean, I would even argue
Yeah,
that
but
point.
but
but God's people,
that's
we
not their
know
name. That's the
exactly.
name
But God,
we gave them.
right? At God's people, we know. It's just the other people. They just saying it's aliens, but they really go ahead, carry on. I
No,
just
you
want you
good.
to
You
know.
should go.
I just want you to know. At God's people, we know what they are. But the other people, they call them as
Oh, do we?
aliens, and we always excited like, oh, the aliens come every year. Oh, the aliens is coming to Earth. But like you said, we sending people out there to the moon, Mars. Why can't we see them, but they can see us? How is that?
That's a great question.
I
And
know.
it's funny, Brett, because
Love it.
okay, like you said, and it just goes back to say how it's all set up and how the word of God is true. It's that side and God's side. So the people that are gonna be like, we know what that is. Oh, you guys are conspiracy this, but okay, but you're accepting this thing now, and we're like, that's a demon. That's a fallen thing. And so like these things, because we've opened these doors, we turn our back on God, and so now all these things are opening because that's what we want to see. That's how Joseph said, we're so excited, we just want to see what's on the other side. We just gotta see. I just gotta see. But
Great deception.
Yeah,
certain doors,
curiosity.
once you open some things, you just can't go back from. Just like Eve, she partook in the lie, she partook in her entice, and then there was just that spiritual door, that connection they had was severed until Jesus came to redeem. That's thousands of years. So there's just some things you just can't come back from spiritually. And so a lot of people that aren't spiritually discerned as true people and true believers, they will receive a lot of these things. And in the name of science, in the name of technology, in the name of convenience, in the
Oh,
name of,
experience.
oh, there's so much terror in the world. Let's make this will help us be safe, and things like that. So um we'll adopt these things, and we'll say, okay, cool. And I mean, even people, they can't even say what a woman is. Are you serious? So we're slowly diluting. And I read a whole bunch of stuff. Sometimes I just be quiet. I'll be like, man, this is too much. But it comes out in conversations like this. Losing your humanism and adopting transhumanism, which is your cell phones, which is technology, which is
Just a little bit
implants,
more. It's more than that.
which is a lot of these things. So the people that are gonna know and call these things out are the ones that's gonna get, persecuted and outlawed. And
But my question
you're
is,
trying
Well,
to
can I?
you're trying to disrupt the party that we're trying to do here. So that's why I said
are,
that's what's
so
down the road.
if
Mhm.
we seeing as aliens, are we delusion ourselves? Because we're saying there's another being. Because we're on Earth. We know we don't visit space like you say the moon, whatever. But we get happy, excited if we see some light. What do we call that? Are we delusion? Are we
I would say
like
happy.
blinded?
Yeah.
So, so I think I can answer that question from personal experience, since y'all brought up the alien topic. Um, hmm.
Do you
So
believe in
Earth Day.
aliens, brother? Do
Well,
you
I'm
believe in
gonna get to
aliens?
that. I'm gonna get to that. Just,
I mean,
you know,
look at his profile pics.
that's funny. I knew you was gonna. So about I'm 36. So about 15 years ago on Earth Day, and to this day, I don't even want to look up what the day is of Earth Day. I know it's in spring, but it was Earth Day. 1,000% certain it was that. I went out. Well, there was my brother went outside, and he was just looking up into the sky, and he's like, And I'm looking at him from inside the house, thinking like, what is he look? What is it? There's no star that can be so, you know, so great that he could just be staring at it in awe like that. So I went outside and I'm like, so I was like, bro, where you look? And I look up where he's looking at, and I said, oh. And what I saw, what he saw, is you saw one light, and then you see a rainbow of lights, and then you see a triangle figure that has lights that's illuminating from underneath it, and then you see a pattern. It was almost like the way you see drones are today, how they kind of got them, how they can kind of maneuver them and create the logo of an NFL team or whatever. They did that at this time. This technology did not exist, so you can't say it was these drones, at least that we are aware of. But this is what we saw. You saw these lights and these moving lights and kind of shifting and shaping or whatever. And then you see these lights getting lower and lower, and it's strange because it looks like it's a star initially until it just gets bigger and bigger. It was almost like a sun that was up in the sky and it gets somehow closer to you. So it kind of creeps you out a little bit because like, what is this, a meteor? Because that's how fast it's coming down close enough to where you can now see the brightness of these whatever this is ship underneath. So the first thing that come to mind is, oh, it's got to be a helicopter. It's got to be this. It's got to be that. It's got to be a plane. But planes fly straight. And you say, well, maybe it's a helicopter. They say, well, yeah, but this you don't hear the whirring sounds that you would normally hear of a helicopter. And it's a lot of these there. So you would think, no, that can't be it. So next thing you know, I see this big, I can only describe it now as a Black Hawk down chopper. Boom, 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 hovering over the entire neighborhood, going in a direction of where these lights were coming from. So we're thinking, okay, then we know for sure that whatever those lights are aren't helicopters because why would helicopters be chasing after helicopters? So we see one, but then you see other ones off into the distance. But there was just this one that we saw that was close enough to where it was a war chopper going towards and into the sky in the dark sky, chasing after this thing. So we see the chopper that we saw going towards it. Then you see about eight or almost a dozen of them simultaneously going in the direction of where these lights are coming from. So as the choppers are getting closer and closer, we see the lights get brighter and brighter from these whatever these are. Call it whatever you want. It gets brighter and brighter, and they start shifting, shaping. They start spreading apart, contracting, extract, coming together. It was like a breathing. It was weird. Just but it was perfectly shaped in the way it was doing it. Almost like it was taunting whatever these choppers were going after. Like, yeah, come get us. Like, you can't get me. No, 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 no. It was like that. That's the least impression that I got at the time. Like, they literally teasing them. Whatever these things are doing. Now, this is coming from my mind at a time where I did not believe at all. I'm thinking like y'all think, oh, this stuff doesn't exist. This stuff ain't real. They're doctoring everything. They're just editing stuff. They're splicing footage together. They're making it look like this and that. But then you see these things come together, and it's like you start putting two together. Why are these choppers chasing after this thing? Now let's just say, oh, they own whatever these lights are in the sky. Okay, they own it. But why does it seem like they're pressed to go and get this thing? Almost like it escaped, like it wasn't supposed to be seen. It just didn't make any sense. Like this is something that we did not authorize to be seen. We have to do whatever we can to contain it. That was the impression that not just myself, my brother, but everyone in my entire neighborhood have seen. So then, to conclude this story, you have these lights. They're still getting brighter and brighter. They're getting closer and closer. Now at this point, you can see the outline of these shapes. He said, that's definitely not a chopper. We know that's not an airplane. We don't know what that is. And it's just bright. You see almost like a spotlight. You see spotlights coming out. So now it's not just bright lights, they're spotlighting downwards, like the ones they use for, they have these events, they shoot up in the air. It was these coming from the ship shooting down onto the ground. And kind of like almost like they was looking down and spotting and moving erratically. That was crazy. You're like, what the hell? What are these things? What is this looking for? We didn't know what is this looking for? And then suddenly the lights stop, the choppers get closer, then these lights start bobbing and weaving, and then suddenly, like shooting stars, they start taking off in opposite directions. Like
Hey, what state was this? You in
literally,
Detroit?
this is Detroit. This is Detroit. And now I
Well,
was in the
yeah.
hood, and so after this, you just see choppers go, 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 go. You just hear them on the speakers, like yelling whatever. We don't know if they were shooting her. I didn't hear no gunfire, but they were just they did not get close enough in order to do anything to him. But it was like I said, it was almost as they was kind of toying with them, playing with them. If they wanted to do something, they could, but they didn't. That was the sense that we got, and so I thought maybe my eyes were deceiving me. So, but I'm like, my brother's right next to me, and I talked to him. I said, "Did you see?" He said, "Yeah, yeah, I'm right here." Like, yeah, I know, but I can't process. It doesn't make any sense. And so I talked to my friend, who to this day I have to ask him, "Did I see what I saw, and did you see what you saw?" He said, "Yeah, man, we saw it." He took he took footage of it. These are like really small Nokia phones too. Like this, you couldn't even really make it out today. You would definitely think it was made up. But it was myself, my brother, my friend, and many other people on that block in the hood who looked up and said, "Oh man, that's crazy. I can't believe we don't have any reason to make this stuff up." Now, again, this predates drones that we have today, because you could say, well, the same thing happens today. I would say, yeah, we have better technology, we have better editing equipment, we have Photoshop, we have things that we can do to make it look like what I saw 15 years ago, which simply was not possible to create or make up unless the government has some technology that I guess escaped and they had to go and chase and make sure it didn't get seen by the world. But then logic would tell me it would not have been out there in the first place if it wasn't meant to be seen. So therefore, 1 + 1 = 2. It wasn't something that they created. It was something they were in fear of and they had to contain it. And so that's my, I guess, quote unquote UFO story, if you will. So you say, well, do you believe in aliens? I don't know. And I've seen evidence that would suggest that I should. And I'm still telling you, I don't know. I just know that I got goosebumps when I saw it. And 15 years ago, 15 years ago to the day, I still get goosebumps.
So you have a choice. You either think there's an alien or you don't think it's an alien, right?
I can't say that I believe because it's not like they touched down on Earth.
But
The
but
aircraft didn't land. I didn't see no being come out of it.
but you
I
got
don't get
one
too
though.
interested.
You either believe it or you
Hmm.
don't believe it. Like you
It's
said.
not something I won't go that far. I think people
What?
who have a similar story like myself, I think it's about as far as it typically goes. You hear abduction stories, so to speak, but I'm not going to go and make that claim and say, "Oh yeah, I know aliens exist because I saw what I believe and perceive to have been a UFO," because at the time it could not have been anything else.
But you get
But
what
I
we say.
won't
It's
go
like
that
market.
far. I
It's like
won't.
the mark of the beast. You either believe it or you don't. In the meantime, you still got to choose: is it real or not?
Not
Well,
necessarily
what I
unless
saw was real.
this what you wind up seeing on stuff is stuff you can't explain. So could it have been could it have been something some type of UFO type of thing, or it could be some type of different technology that got
Well,
away? Could it be a lot
well,
of
okay,
different things? There's a lot of questions that has a
okay.
lot of
Well,
answers that you don't have.
I mean that's
So
true. That's true. I mean I've been doing this for 10 years, and I drove from Michigan all the way to Washington D.C. Only thing I seen close to a UFO,
Mhm.
maybe the moon because it's bright, so and also the northern lights, and maybe a fallen meteor or star. But I've been trying to look for that on a daily basis, and I never find a UFO. I mean,
It's
I am
something we look
seeing
for.
people say with the lights and stuff, maybe the airplanes, and California they do have like helicopters, but I look for them on a daily basis, and I haven't found one yet.
It's not.
well, see, that's why the
Not
only people
something we
that
look
really
for.
see that kind of
It
stuff,
finds
when you
you.
look at it, the
It
only people
finds
that
you,
kind of
bro.
see that kind of stuff is people that live in Detroit and eat moldy pizza. I mean, that's the
Oh,
only.
man, you know what, bro? Our pizza, we don't even talk about our pizza. We talk about
I'm
our
just
chili
messing
fries.
with you, man. I'm just messing with you, man.
We do chili fries around here,
It's
man.
it's 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 New Year's, so it's fun.
He's
It's all
doing,
fun. It's
he
all
had
fun.
the
You know,
itis. That's what he was
that's
seeing.
right.
Like, oh God.
The itis. No, but that's
I think
until all
aliens
this
exist.
points about until I
They
say, and that's
exist.
the deal. I don't believe there's. The more I think about it, and I look at stuff, there's no such thing as extraterrestrials.
How can you
It's
say
not.
that though? So how do you explain that?
Because
I know. Wait, how do you explain the hieroglyphics and all of now ancient people, now primitive tools? They're sketching these obvious ships, these circular discs that
hmm
clearly
I
we don't
know.
have the. You know.
Yeah.
So explain
Uh-huh.
that. And I know you're going to explain it, and you're going to be really good with words. You're probably going to, oh, yeah, well, of course it's going to be like that. They were imagining things and dreaming things. Yeah, they have such an active imagination. They just randomly created a space this because it's not. Yeah.
Hmm.
But I'm just curious to see what you,
Hmm.
how you going to rationalize what they document.
I put it like this: it's not what you think.
It's
It's not
not
what you
what I
think.
think.
Uh-uh.
Okay.
So here's the deal. I don't believe.
Right?
I don't believe. I don't believe myself personally that there's anything extraterrestrial in regards to this. What I believe that people are seeing and people are being dealt with and everything else are things that are extra dimensional. And this is the difference. This is why this is why I say what I say all the time. This when we started off having this conversation
Okay.
early on.
Huh.
And I talked about, if you remember what the stuff I was saying early on in the stream, when I talked about the things that were in regards to how for the longest time people believed in supernatural things. They believed in all of these different things. It wasn't until they made science, tried to make science the quote unquote, especially around the start. Like I said, it was right around the start of the Enlightenment period, which would have been around 1860s, 70s. And it rolled into the Industrial Revolution, where there was the main push for science above all, that everything else gets relegated down and over to the areas of inkling in regards to uh, mythology and fables and all of these different things. All of these things gets pushed over to the side. It doesn't exist anymore, right? That was all fairy tales. And now you turn around and it's science above all. So how do you explain the unexplainable, right? The people who see all of these different things and all of these other stuff that just happened, how does this all become a thing, right? And so the answer now is we have to attribute it to this and this and stuff. So we're going to create government agencies, and we're going to create space force, right? And now we're going to start pushing the narrative.
NASA.
Yeah, we're going to start pushing the narrative on what is quote unquote, the extraterrestrial possible invasions, and we're waiting for these invasions to have this and this and this and this and this. But yet and
Star
still,
Trek.
but keep in mind, they tell you that no one can get past the Van Allen belt. Nothing can get past the Van Allen belt. Nothing at all. Period. So which one is it?
The who?
Well, the Van Allen belt.
The who?
Oh, look it up. Look it up.
I
Look
can't
it
hear
up.
you.
Or-
I don't think Van Allen.
Van Allen. Van Allen belt.
Or brother, they're just smoking some really good substance, and we haven't had none yet.
Well, see, and oh, here you go.
What?
He's been talking about weed stuff in the chat for the longest all night. But when you start looking at stuff and everything else, you start to realize that it's a repackaging of what has always been. Is what it is. The stuff that
So you
was
still
always.
haven't explained the ancient Harvard. You still haven't really explained. You kind of brushed it off, like, oh, it was this, and then you moved on. But I really wanted you to.
Extra dimensional versus extraterrestrial.
No, you saying that's what they were saying, the ancients. So that's what they depicted.
No. I'm saying they're trying to say that all of these things are extraterrestrial instead of, but what it really is extra dimensional.
I get it. I hear what you're saying, but it's kind of like you're pulling. It's like you're saying, "Oh, it's not tomato, it's tomato." I understand.
No, there's a difference.
There is a difference. But I'm saying you understand what people are saying. It's kind of like you're.
I'm not saying. Here's the deal. I'm not saying that the stuff doesn't exist. I'm saying it's not what they're telling you it is.
Extra dimensional. Extra dimensional is what you said, right?
Yes.
So these are, so are they still, so at home? So explain, I guess, the definition of how would you
It would be
describe
kind of
what
what it would be kind of what is it's a repackaging of exactly what White School Podcast was saying. They want you to think that it's ancient aliens that are coming down came out of outer space to come in and to take over mankind, and pretty much I'll quote a Twilight Zone
Predators.
episode, since Scorched Earth mentions Twilight Zone earlier. But if you ever seen the Twilight Zone episode To Serve Man, have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
You
I've
haven't
seen
seen
the
To
movie.
Serve
I've
Man?
never seen the episode. I've seen
Okay.
the movie only.
Okay.
I love
Well,
it.
in the Twilight Zone, there was this one that was called, that was this thing that was called episode that was called To Serve Man. And what happens is, in the episode, these aliens come down and they don't speak. They kind of look like the little gray men type of thing, but they're not gray men, little gray men or little gray alien looking. They're not like that. They're basically, they're giants.
Mhm.
They're like these 9 foot tall beasts, but they got big heads and everything else. Let me see if I can find it. See if I can find it for you.
Okay.
Yeah, use pianos to talk, communicate.
Yeah, there you go.
Now you're into the Twilight Zone.
I'll see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can find a. See if I can find a good image of it real quick. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. Hold on a second.
Yeah, man, I think these things are real. I'm sorry. You know what's for bread? I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, they got. I'm almost pretty. Yeah,
I know. That's why I asked. That's why I said.
I'm kind of like, I don't know.
Hey, Vaughn's back.
I was still doubting it.
Definitely real, but they have to put it in a deceptive way so that you'd be like receptive of it. But it's really fallen entities, because the only people that we've known that only have come to this earth is Jesus Christ and the fallen. So when we knew that a third of them came from the heavens and were cast out into the outer darkness, outer, interdimensional, we can't see that. So we can't see those spirits, right? So it only makes sense to tie it to that and to make it more glamorized. Okay, we're gonna put it in the Marvel movie.
Or it's like the
We want
Matrix.
to do these things so that we condition subconsciously that when it does come, either we're gonna embrace it or fear it, or we have no choice to embrace it because of the fear.
All right, now, White School and Aunt Biz, I'm about tired of y'all stealing my thunder from the live chat. I know, right? Stuff. Yeah, see, they think they slick.
I've been trying to say something for the word. I've been trying to get this for a while.
Bro. Come on.
Hey, I already told y'all what's going on. They went to the moon to bring back predators, aliens, and the Transformers. It shows in every last one of these blockbuster movies they make. That's number one. Number two, we already talked about the fallen angels. They recreating the new Tower of Babel. I hit it up in the live chat. I think Aunt B is trying to ignore me because I turned around and mentioned CERN up in there.
I didn't see you mention CERN at all.
Yeah, go back in the chat.
I'm just telling you, I didn't see you mention CERN at all.
Yeah, White School was sitting up there looking at the chat, and I turned around and mentioned something about the Tower of Babel. Next thing you know, she come out there talking about, hey Joseph, I see what you're doing, man. I wasn't trying to come on tonight. I was just gonna sit back in the back chat and just look, but she's up here starting mess already.
Uh-oh.
I'm glad you're here.
Did I drop? Did White School Podcast drop, or did I drop her?
No, she froze up.
She froze up. Okay. She up there laughing at me.
All right.
Oh, she said I made her phone die. Good.
No, I was just trying to get you because you were saying, like the chip, the American beast. You either accept it or don't accept it. You either believe in aliens or you don't. Which side are you on? You either like the Matrix, you take the green pill or the blue pill. Which one are you?
You can
All
take
right.
no pill and be like, I'm drug free. You can do that, right? I don't do drugs. You can take no pill,
All right.
right?
I'm
So
throwing
you
I'm throwing a picture into the chat. So yeah, if y'all want to take a look at that, what that thing looked like,
you can't. I thought you were
take a
gonna
look
put us
at it
on
real quick. I
the
can't
on the
share it
screen.
for some kind of reason. I can't share the stupid thing. So
Where's the link at? You said it's in the chat.
I threw it. Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay,
just
I
threw
got
it
it.
into the chat.
I got it.
Yeah, I just threw it into the chat. I don't know why that thing did. Look
Okay.
now, boy.
Okay. Okay.
There we go. Man, this is stupid. Okay, now it allows me to do it. That's stupid.
So you got the cone head on here. Is this what you're showing us?
Can y'all see it? All right, there you go.
Yeah,
That's
I
what it
do.
looked like.
The cone heads.
That was
Yeah.
from that Twilight Zone. So this thing was about like 9 feet tall, right? And the whole deal, it comes down, it doesn't speak, but it communicates to everybody telepathically in a way that it can talk to people so they can understand it. And it comes down and has this book, and it's the book on what they were doing. It tells them how to cure all the diseases and how they would, turn their deserts into fruitful areas, and nobody's gonna get hungry. Nobody will be food for all. People will be completely healthy and everything else. Blah 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 blah. And so they give them a book and they say, here you go, and they like, this has all of the answers. So they're trying to translate this book, right? And so as they're trying to translate this book, and trying to figure out what it means and everything else, and so they're going by, but everything's going good, everything's going great, everything's fine, everything's dandy, and all of this stuff is going on to the point where they start saying, well, they're going to take us to they're allowing people to go and view their culture and this, that, and the third, and over and take it to their home planet so you can see the utopia that it is, and blah 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 blah. So the guy is they booked these trips in advance, and they had these lotteries to get onto the ship and everything else. And lo and behold, there's got two people still trying to figure out this book and everything else. So one of them, the guy's getting ready to get onto the ship, and his assistant, the person that was helping, comes running around the corner screaming for him, and goes like, because they figured out what the title was. They figured out but they couldn't figure out everything else. So he goes, the woman runs out and goes like, no, don't get on the ship. Don't get on the ship. And they were like, why? And they were like, he was like, why? It's not what you think it is. It's a cookbook.
Oh, wow.
And then the guy sees what happens, and he's trying to he's trying to get ready to try to go back down the stairs off the ship, and one of them gets up there and blocks his way. And so the whole time he's on the ship, they were like, you need to eat something. This voice just comes over the speaker. You haven't eaten today. You need to eat something. Blah, 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 blah. You need to be healthy and everything else. But he's not the only one on this ship. It's like other people on the ship as well, right? But they're basically taking him over to their home parent to eat them. They've basically been fattening them all up to eat the human population. They were food sources, right? This is the funny part. And this is why the whole thing, there's another movie that came out a while back. And oh God, some Ender's Children or something like that. I forgot.
Village of the Damned.
No,
Village of the Damned or Children of the Corn.
Nope, not that. It was something else.
Now,
Signs.
Hold up. I just mentioned a movie that I don't think nobody but me and you would know about, and maybe Vaughn and Bolo.
What's that?
Children of the Corn.
I've seen that.
I seen Children of the Corn. Yeah.
That's an old movie though.
Yeah. It came. The deal was it came on.
There's no black people on the farm.
That's the thing. The movie came out on the Sci-Fi Channel some years back now, probably about 5 to 10 years ago now.
What, Children of the Corn?
No. This movie I'm talking about.
Oh.
and I forgot what the name of, but the premise is exactly that, which is and the funny part about this is aliens come down supposedly to fix all of the world's problems and get rid of war and all of this other stuff. But the ones that come down, they look like demons. I mean, like flat out red horned demons. And the people, and they were like, I know our vigils might set you guys off and everything, but we've really come to help. You know, we've been painted in a bad light, blah, 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 blah. And basically, it's kind of the same thing. We're taking over, we're going to wind up by subterfuge, take over, and basically take over your planet type of thing. Right. There's all kind of stuff that happen. These things they've been set about to dull the senses and the minds of the people to be more accepting, to the point that you get to where you are today. And now, like Sweatbread was saying, you got people sitting up there talking about, you know, what kind of aliens are they? Are they really here to help? And it's like, you know, I can't wait to see an alien. And it's like, oh, and so now because of that, now all of a sudden you're seeing more of these lights in the sky, and you're seeing more of these different things, blah, 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 and everything else. But it all goes back to when you start looking at all of those quote unquote ancient texts and stuff like that are out there. Even stuff that was in there talking about the script coming from the scripture, right? You get up there in the Genesis 6 and everything else. You look into those extra biblical texts like the Book of Jubilees, Book of Jasher, and it talks about exactly a lot of the same stuff. And all of these same things coming about that doesn't make sense. And then it starts talking about, and you know, you get into things that wind up, and I really shouldn't even go into this, but yeah, I'm not going to do it. We'll be here.
Well, if it doesn't make sense, doesn't mean that it's not true.
No, not that. Not what I'm saying.
What, sir?
No. It's something I was gonna read from the book of Daniel, but that's gonna take us down. We'll be oof.
I got one question.
It's 2:30.
Hey, go on, do one for the road, Ant. Go on and keep us out here for another 3 hours.
No, I can't do another 3 hours. My eyeballs are not gonna let me have almost another 30 minutes. We're gonna have to close it off at 3.
Hey, me and my West Coast brother, Vaughn, we'll handle the rest of it. You go to sleep. You know, we're 3 hours behind.
Y'all think we advanced and got as far as we did by our own simple brains, that we didn't have any help whatsoever? Like, I mean, outside of, you could say God, of course, right? But that we just got to where we are, technologically wise, food wise, fire, things, inventions that doesn't seem to just kind of, they appear. And it just seems like that's odd. Like, we just now have this ability or this technology.
This technology and all that has already been in existence since the beginning of time, since the biblical days in Genesis. That's nothing new. It's just new to us because of the fact that we're sitting here looking at it today in our own time. But that stuff is all the advancement. Come on, man. You know dang well you didn't get a bunch of goddamn Israelites to build no dang tower, no pyramids. That was help. That they got that help from the fallen angels.
So you call them fallen angels? Oh, I see. So you believe these are evil entities, if they are, that they're what they call it, benevolent. No. They're not of good. They don't have good intentions for us. Whatever these beings are, is that what the consensus is? That if they do exist, that they mean us harm, and that they are not good for us. But if that's the case, Scorched Earth, they helped us build these pyramids that we marvel at today. And it's like, why would these beings, if they're so evil, help us build anything or accomplish anything?
I don't think so. But you have to go back. So a lot of this you have to go back to the pre-flood world. The pre-flood world was way more than what a lot of people think. This was not a world of hooga booga sticks, rocks. I create
Mm-mm.
fire. Oh no,
They had all that
There's
same technology we see
there
today.
there's a lot of stuff that is there's a lot of stuff that is that we see ruins and stuff that they found over the years and stuff. Even as far as things that have happened in the ocean, I think a lot of things got. People want to say a lot of things got destroyed in the flood. Um, True, it did, but a lot of things also got moved around and messed up when the earth was divided. That happened after the flood. So, uh, with that being the case, there's a lot of things that I think exists because of that underground, and in some of what we consider our deeper recesses. Um, that's why they're discovering things in certain caves, and there's you notice if you've been keeping tabs, you've been finding they've been coming across these quote unquote underground cities, right? Lot of wild things, right? You go back and you look at a lot of the structures that existed um, from the 18, probably about, I would say, probably mid 1700s to late 1800s that you don't see anymore. Things that have been destroyed. It dawned on me when I was looking into certain historical records and everything else that most people don't know, but just about every major city in America had a fire that raised it to the ground, right? But a lot of things were destroyed in that fire, but not only was it was destroyed, but then you had stuff built on top of, right? I did not know until probably I would say probably about 7 years now when I found out that a lot of the tunnels that exist around New York, so all that what they consider their subway tunnel systems and everything else were pre-existing. They just built into it. A lot of that stuff was already pre-existing prior
That's the
to
same thing out here in LA.
yeah, same thing
Yeah.
happened with LA. So when you start, but it's I think it's also in whatchamacallit's like that too. Um Chicago. I think that's an element in Chicago that's like that too. But all of these things were pre-existing, and there are areas where they still don't know where like some of those tunnels go to. They're just blocked off, right? So these are things that you kind of have to take note of, that there was differences in regards to what things used to be versus what things are now. But you see this already. Like, it's just amazing that right now, that when you look at how even YouTube, everyone talks about the pyramids in Egypt, right? But did you know that the pyramids in Egypt are along the same lines as the one that's in South America, the same lines are the ones that are in China, the same lines are the
In
ones
Mexico.
that are in
Mexico, right?
yeah, Mexico. Well, technically, I threw them up for South America, but no,
okay.
the ones on Mexico, the ones that you're thinking about that's in Mexico is on a different one. There's like 3 levels.
Oh, okay.
Most people don't know that. So you got the ones that run from South America across. Yeah, it's like South America across Africa, lower Indonesia, India. You see them.
okay.
You see them all line up. They're different looking, but they're the same, right? And then you go up a level, right? And then what most people don't understand, but you come to find out, there's the ones that run across North America, right? There's the ones that run across North America, and you'll see them go into areas that go across, like, literally. I think they said there were some. They don't look like pyramids though. They look like hills.
Yeah.
They just recently like dug some of them up. So you got the ones that go across from like you're talking about, like, so you got the ones that go across from like Mexico But the ones that go across from Mexico, I think it's like, yeah, I'm trying to think, because Mexico runs across and goes all the way, yeah, through not the Mediterranean. Yeah. There's areas in Spain. There's areas in I want to say Greece, and goes out that way. There's no
Basically,
there
they
are
encamp
no, there
basically
are
all four corners of the world.
it's
Well,
not
it
just
kind of
it's
makes
not it's
sense,
not it's
Mr.
just
Anthony, because
yeah
if they built the Tower of Babel, which was sort of like elevated structure, then their languages being stricken, so they had to go scatter. It would make sense that they would
yes
continue making that similar structure other
yes
places because they knew it as a high place or whatever they did before. It just kind of
well
makes sense, you know.
yeah, because and
I
that's
mean,
what I'm
looking at it.
saying. You
Hmm.
see it in like the northern areas, the like the Nordic countries. There's there going across through Russia, going into like Mongolia. It's like the same some of them are like look like mountain peaks, but they just been covered over by just
Hmm.
like time and
Right.
wind and rain and snow and rocks. I mean, it's just been time, they just been covered over, but they've been able to find them. Like one of the things like in Peru, Machu Picchu is one.
Hmm.
Yep. It's you look at the shape of it, it's like a pyramid. It goes
Yeah.
all the way, it stretches. And
Hey,
so go ahead.
oh, here go a thought. And you just wife school just hit it. The
Hmm.
Tower of Babel, right? Okay. God came down and he said, surely if they'll be able to get up to here to the heavens if I don't do something. So he came down and he switched their language, right? Made them to where, and they scattered because they couldn't understand anyone anymore. Do you see how they turned around and flipped that around today? Look at what we're doing right now. Social media. You can turn around and go to anywhere in the world, may not know what it is that person that you're talking to in a whole nother side of the whole country, whole world, period. Go to the other
I just
side.
I
And
just call
all
it
you have to
trolling.
do, all you got to do is hit an app and talk into that app, talking to your phone, and they'll be able to understand what it is you're saying. So so they done already done in their mind, they done already figured out a way to where we can actually communicate from one side here in California to someone that's out there in Japan somewhere and don't know each other's language, but all you have to do is hit an app.
Is that a problem for you, or is that an
No,
issue?
it's
Well,
Or
not a no.
that's a happy thing, but okay, here's I'm gonna
Well,
flip
here's
it
where
on
they
you.
could see.
Now I'm gonna flip it on the dark side. Now
Yeah, that's
that's
what I'm
good.
saying.
That brings us all together because of a tool. But at the end of the day,
It
when
can be
we're
used for
all
evil.
together, no, it's already gonna happen.
Yeah.
in
It's
what
called the
way?
one world government. It's
Yep.
called the United Nations to bring us all back. Because in order for that man to arise, everybody got to come underneath. We all got to come. It's going to be that Babel again in order for it to happen. All
What to
things
happen?
to occur, to have that one language, to have that one religion, and to have that one mindset, and
New
to
World
have that
Order.
one mark. And it's gonna come back to that Babel situation. I mean
Hey,
that tower situation.
our new currency. Be prepared for it within the next 5 years. Right after Trump gets out of office, watch what happens. It may even happen sooner. You're gonna have United States, Canada, and Mexico come up under $1, and they're gonna
They're
be
making us a they're making us a deal.
huh?
They're
It's all
making us a
part of
deal.
the.
I don't
It's all, think
not
about.
unless it's kind of hard to do. So
Wow.
I hear what you're
Giving
saying,
some
but
prophetic information right now, right?
No, that's a projection. There ain't no profit now. I ain't shooting. See, I ain't saying none of
Prophecy or, like, what are we
that.
talking about?
well,
Is it
to
prophecy or,
you have to look into to that point. You have to look into the things. I agree with what Y School was saying. They're laying the frameworks. Um, they're trying to push things like the digital IDs, stuff like that, carbon tax stuff. They've been pushing that, and they've been trying to gain footholds in that for years. The thing that has been the most key um, behind everything has been um, the World Economic Forum, that whole piece of people that's running around in that thing. Um, that's been the biggest major push. And that's why you again, it's one of those things we could get into, and that's a whole nother show unto itself. I've done a 2-hour show on that on mine, and it's insane when you start looking into it. But between them, between working in conjunction with the uh, WHO, stuff like that, is where these things are getting pushed. They're not going to, the United Nations is going to be a tool, but what you're seeing to be the end all be all is they're pushing for, and that's why I'm keeping an eye on how BRICS is running right now, because what they want to have is basically the what would be considered the 10 world powers, the 10 major world powers, to be part of this. Right now, BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South America. Those are the five. They do the UAE, United Arab Emirates, is trying to make a play. Also, I believe it's North Korea is trying to make a play, which I don't know. They're technically, for all intents and purposes, they're a Chinese lapdog, but so I don't know how that's going to work. But those are your major, as we say right now, those are your major. Especially if they get UAE, it'll be big, and I think they're trying to bring in Egypt as well. But we'll see. But those are your big major players in all of this. The problem is right now is that we're going to see how this all works. They're trying to move to a gold standard, which if it goes to that, then and that goes into play, the dollar will be deflated beyond recognition, and it will then have to move to some type of cryptocurrency, or it will have to join up to be back on the gold standard with BRICS. But that means you have to get rid of the Fed, and that's a fight. And I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, the Fed's been around. They're the ones that created all this mess.
Yeah, they played they played a good portion in it. The other wild card is Britain. Britain is neutral to all of these. They do a lot of work with and have a lot of influence still in India and South America. But as far as Russia and China is concerned, and because Russia and China is concerned, they are not friends of them, but they're also not enemies. So, and they are free of the European Union. So with them being free of the European Union, they're not beholden to that, and they also still have their own currency. So they're not using. They will accept the euro, but they also have their sterling, pounds, and blase money that they have. And so if they go, then everything, and they join BRICS, then everything that is anything in regards to Britain goes over. That includes Australia, that includes New Zealand, that includes Canada. Everything gets moved over, and they'll be on the gold standard. And no one wants that. That changes the tide.
You're thinking BRICS is, oh, okay. So your position is that you believe that BRICS is a legitimate contender against essentially the American dollar and American imperialism.
Well, the
Yeah,
American dollar is not valued on anything anyway.
yeah.
Yeah,
American
But
dollar,
so,
American dollar was the American dollar was good as long as it was the only currency, which was the That's why they changed it. Basically,
the
it
petrol,
got changed into the petrodollar
yeah.
because that was the only thing that UAE would accept for oil. So if you wanted to buy oil, you had to use American currency. That ended in July. So unless they make a new deal under Trump to go back to that,
Which I
then
doubt.
yeah, I do too. Because our dollar is not worth as much at this point in time. So right now they're accepting all currency. So you can go pay in whatever currency you like, including crypto, to buy oil from the UAE. So there's that. So right now the dollar is really and true. Most Americans don't understand that. The dollar right now is technically valueless.
Yeah.
Valueless. It's not based on anything. We don't have the gold to back it, and we don't have any
The
resource
petrol.
to back it
Yeah, no
unless
other.
we start doing it based on our own. And yeah, we got the oil to do it. It's just that America has, under Trump, it was we were good, but you have to look past that. And what we had, you saw what happened with the value of the dollar under this last administration. So these are the things that you have to take into consideration. So once Trump fully takes into office, what's going to happen with the dollar is a question on everyone's mind, because Russia and China are both saying, oh yeah, we're going to work with him. But there's no threat right now. There's no
None
threat that
whatsoever.
says, there's no threat that says that they have to work with us. So the only way that the crazy thing about it is because America is such a consumer-based operation that technically Trump is right. To actually get the value of the dollar back, you technically have to throw tariffs, big time tariffs on everything coming in.
Which could create World War III because of the fact of everything that would. I mean, this is why they keep drumming up this war thing with China, Russia, whoever over there.
It won't
get to it. But I mean,
that
the
won't
threat
send
of
it
it,
to
just the threat of it is big enough for it to create some type of drama.
Well, the whole war thing that's being drummed up, technically the whole war thing that's being drummed up right now is to make sure that the incoming administration has to put out more fires so that it can't do anything. That's the whole deal. We keep you jacked up with fires that we set. It's like, I'm going to burn your house down, but first, I'm going to start in the back room so that by the time you open the door, it's mainly in the back room.
But the whole house is smoking.
The whole house is smoking. It's mainly in the back room. And while you're going in there to pull out the fire and everything else, now you got to go fix that room and remove all the smoke damage and change everything. So by the time you get the house fixed to where it's working again and it's livable, then you got to leave. It's done. And that's kind of what's been happening right now. Right. There's no reason for them. There's no reason to be still giving. They just gave $2.5 billion to Ukraine.
Again?
They just did it.
Jesus.
It makes no stupid sense to do any of this. It's huh?
You don't want to play with. We're playing with. We're not on nobody's side. Here's some money, Ukraine. Like we gotta be neutral on these things.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying.
He's gonna give them the land. But not all of the land. He's gonna give them some of it. That's what I predict. But he's also going to somehow make it work to where Ukraine is like, okay, we agree to it. He's I don't know what magic he's going to work to make it happen. That's
they gonna basically re-implement the Talents Accord. That's what's gonna happen.
They're gonna re-implement what?
the Talus Accord that they had. There was a deal that was done a while back, and it was set to sign, and then basically Biden and company said, "Don't sign it. If you
Doesn't this
sign it,
revolve
you're going to
around
do this."
the revolve around Ukraine not joining NATO? Because that was a big
No,
issue.
see, the whole thing, NATO doesn't want Ukraine.
They don't want
This is what
Ukraine.
everybody fails to understand.
Huh.
Ukraine is corrupt, dude.
Yeah, badly.
Ukraine is horrible. It is not a good thing. It is
Well,
one
we
of
sure
the,
do know how to lay.
basically
We sure do know how to lay with a bunch of snakes, don't we?
Ukraine. Here's the bottom line.
One.
Here's the bottom line. Ukraine exists to launder money. And Ukraine launders money for basically for every Western, every Western country. They launder money through Ukraine. But they don't want, that's why nobody touched them. When you start looking at the history of Ukraine and who's actually in Ukraine right now and everything else, you got good people in Ukraine and everything else. It's already been known that you got Nazis in Ukraine.
I was getting ready to say, wasn't it like Russians, Nazis, and things of that nature?
It wasn't Russians, it was Nazis.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. I thought they was the same. My bad.
This was Nazis were in Ukraine. You had some Nazis flee to Ukraine, literally, and set up shop. Now they're not doing the whole but they doing a lot of the quote unquote finance people. They know where all of the things are hidden and money is buried and everything else. And they do all of these things and they go in and they launder money. It has been proven.
Hey, Ed, let me ask you a question real quick. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Is it kind of strange to you that Elon Musk is becoming best bosom buddies with Trump?
No, it's not. It's not. You want to know why it's not?
Because he was going to do it if it was a Democrats too?
No.
Well,
Elon Musk is getting revenge. This is what's happening. Elon Musk is getting, nobody's going to say it, but the truth, that's the truth. Elon Musk is allegedly getting revenge.
Revenge for what?
Because of what happened with his son, and then also what happened when he took over Twitter.
So explain
what happened to his son?
Briefly. Hold on. Explain both briefly. What do you mean?
Okay. So briefly, Elon Musk's son basically came out as, if I remember correctly in the way it went, came out as trans.
Oh Jesus, here we go.
And but this is one of the reasons why he took over Twitter. This is one of the reasons why he said, "Suck it, I'm buying Twitter." Well, back in the day, his son basically came out and said he was trans, and the whole deal behind it was the way, if I'm trying to remember it all correctly, and the way it came out, but they were literally censoring at the time everything and anything with anybody that had any dispute. So anytime somebody came out and said, okay, the thing with trans, no one, there's all of these different things that happens with a person that's trans and everything else and whatever, all these different things. You don't need to be doing, the puberty blockers and all of that other stuff and everything else. Well, his son didn't stay with him. And he got all mixed up with all of these different things. And his son winds up committing suicide. And so all of the things that happened in that regards, it basically pissed him off because it's supposed to be a free platform, but you never got the pros and cons. You only got one side of all of this information. And so he's basically was saying exactly what I said. If you're going to censor information, you now become a publisher. You're not a platform anymore. And if you become a publisher, then you should be held to the liability of this, and you shouldn't have all of these different things. Whereby,
so who is he getting revenge on then?
Well, let me finish. So he's basically said, screw this. I'm gonna take over Twitter, and I'm going to make Twitter a free platform again. And he did. Leveraged out some stocks, went and bought Twitter. He went and bought Twitter, went in and saw what they were doing. Basically, that said, suck it, fired half the staff. Said, you're not needed. You're garbage. There's no reason for
I remember
you
when
to
he
be
did
here.
that. Yeah.
Got rid of them all. And then once he did that, he found where the tapes were. He basically found out that they were being well, not being, but they were in cahoots with the government. They had FBI liaisons on site and everything else, tweaking algorithms and changing what could or not be said, and who stuff got censored, or they wouldn't say it's censored, but it got pushed, basically shadow banned, basically. Kind of like us a little bit. But they got shadow banned. Their stuff would never see the light of day. So people would post things that were against the narrative and get pushed off to the side. Oh, yeah. Happy New Year, Melifa. Salute. But they would get pushed to the side. And then all of these people who were kind of like friends of Elon Musk, supposedly, and everything else, then all of a sudden they start coming out of the woodworks. And they were like, oh, this is garbage. He sucks. He's a MAGA. He's a this. He's a that. He's right. He's super right wing now. And this. He's like, no. If we're gonna have a free platform, let us have a free platform where everybody is to make whatever they basically say, the things that they need to say. You're not going to be able to come on here and do anything illegal. You're not going to be able to come up here and post porn and all of that. Nope. None of that illegal stuff is going to happen. We're not going to dox anybody. Nope. None of that stuff is going to happen like what's been happening before. Well, then he became MAGA. He became this, and we're going to leave Twitter. And then it was like, Elon Musk is this, Elon Musk. Media started going after him and everything else. And so when that stuff started happening, he's basically, Elon Musk says, I have, as they like to say, I have screw you money. So even though they don't say screw you money, but he said, I don't care what you say, but I know what I can do. Now I'm going against you. There should be no government censorship on free platforms. It shouldn't happen. And big tech should not be working with the government on censoring those they don't like or things that they don't like to hear. It goes against free speech. And this is supposed to be platforms for you to have free speech. So this is what I'm going to do. And so then he started to go and move and start to go counter against them. So when Trump started running and everything else, it wasn't Trump that technically went to Elon Musk. It was his son, Barron. Barron got together and spoke to Elon Musk and then told his dad that he needed to meet with Elon Musk because he said Elon Musk is going to help you do X, Y, and Z because he knows all of these technological things and all this other stuff. And that's how the partnership was pretty much born. And he was already against the far left. He hated what was happening. He hated all the indoctrination. He hated the one-sided conversation. He hated all of that stuff. And boom, 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 boom. And there we go. So he's been running around with basically 50 cals, just aiming it over at the other social media sites and aiming at all of these other spots and boom, 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 and blowing the lid off of everything. And anyway, now you have like Zuckerberg. All of a sudden, Zuckerberg's coming out of for Facebook coming out of the woodworks. And he's like, yeah, the government told me I had to do this and this, that, and the third, and all of this other stuff. Because he's trying to basically not be held liable for all of the stuff that they were doing at Facebook and Instagram and stuff like that. He was trying to make himself not liable because they know what's coming. Because it's this whole thing. When he takes office, there's going to be some changes, and that's why they're doing, like I said, all of this stuff that you're seeing right now leading up to the inauguration and stuff like that. It's all the set. It's all the set forth. All of this, basically instability and everything else to push forth the narrative, because they don't want the things that are set to take place to take place. They don't want that to happen. So
Okay,
that's
okay,
all of it in. That's all of it in a quick nutshell.
Okay, so the thing about it is, okay, what concerns me is two things. One, you talk about the transgender thing. Well, he's the one that's up there walking around, up there kissing on robots and all that, talking about that he's done created or helped create, and all this other, and all these robots that's supposed to take up all these goddamn jobs that can't nobody seem to get anyway. So that's what I'm talking about.
But you missed the point. There's a difference between transgenderism and transhumanism. That's a difference.
Well, yeah, we know that's part of the transhuman right there.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
That's the difference. And this is why I always say, you ever listen to me saying that you're a Republican, you're a Democrat? No, I'm neither one. Why? Because I see what the whole
both sides.
I see what the whole thing is behind. I will go with the one who is dealing and lining up with the things that I believe is right. But I'm only going up with you to a point, right? Elon Musk, and this is the danger of an Elon Musk. Elon Musk has been and has been looking to push the acceleration of mankind.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why Neuralink is one of the things that's in play right now. It's basically $6 million man syndrome. Bigger, stronger, faster, better, right? All of the things that you see when you ever go look at it, go look at biohacking and see what all of that's about and everything else. It's crazy, but it's all a push behind everything for transhumanism, right? They're looking to increase the lifespan of man. They're setting to, quote unquote, basically give man and have man with godlike capabilities. In other words, to create the quote unquote proverbial superhero, right? Start first with military. Once military is tested, upper echelon. Once upper echelon is tested, those with means to be able to do it, then it gets passed on to the masses. The masses will have tech, but the tech that the masses have, unless they can afford it, will be never as much as those who can afford it. And government has blank check. But it always leads throughout the history of civilization. Those things has always led to what people fail to understand is that you still have to deal with the heart of man. And because the heart of man
is wicked,
there you go. By default, and that's the deal. Man is selfish. Man is, what the scripture says. Why? Because of sin. He's already has that element of corruption and will continually to lean toward that way on himself. So now you're gonna basically give people elevated status with that. It always leads to tyranny. It always leads to enslavement. It always leads to death, destruction, and damnation.
Wow.
So that's the negative you see in Elon is his desire, I guess you could say insatiable desire to advance the human race, and you see that you view it to be a negative thing. Am I correct?
Yeah, no, that's not it. It's not the fact that it's not the effect of him trying to advance the human race. That's not it. It's the means on how you do it. Those are
Basically,
the
he
difference.
has a God complex.
Yes, it's God.
Well, let me just say this, and greetings to everybody on the panel.
Happy New
Hey,
Year,
Vaughn.
VB.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
How you been, bro?
I'm trying to
Prophet
study
Vaughn,
to
he
be
getting ready
quiet.
to come shut us down.
Come on,
No.
shut us down, Vaughn.
No, not trying to do that at all. But definitely, technology is what man is leaning toward to outdo man. But in his quest, he doesn't realize that the technology is not going to outdo God. You see what I'm saying? So, we can get very technological and, AI-ish or AI-like. You see what I'm saying? But then God still prevails in all of that, And, I think it's unfortunate that humanity seems to be losing itself. You see what I'm saying? And it seems like this is the narrative that's being put out there. It's designed, you see what I'm saying, to undermine and to get rid of, the humanistic aspect of who we are, and devalue that. So, yeah, I just got up here, basically to get in on the conversation. I know, man, listen, there was a plethora of topics that we've covered. You see what I'm saying? We've gone from drones to, is the earth flat or round? And I mean, so many different controversial topics that we touched on. You see what I'm saying?
It's a new year.
And
throw everything into the pot, make a good
yeah,
gumbo out of it.
yeah, I mean, I think it's a great thing, but I wanted to answer some of the things from earlier, if I could. I don't mean to really take you back.
No, go ahead. No,
in the conversation, but
I'll keep us going.
I didn't want to interrupt anybody while they were speaking, but in regards to the earth and its how it's shaped, you see what I'm saying? Some of us think that it's flat, and if you go too far, you're gonna fall off of it. I don't know. I think that our intelligence has taken us much further than that. But listen now, just in the finiteness of my little teeny weeny mind, you see what I'm saying? I look up and I notice that the moon, has a circular sphere, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right. And then when we look at the eclipse and they teach us how to look at the sun and the eclipse, and when it occurs, it has a circular sphere. So is it really far-fetched to say that the earth doesn't have the same circular sphere? But then again, you have some of these people who are, very, theorist, and they come up with these things, But I did want to comment on that. And then the other thing, Brother Ant, when you spoke about, which is one of my favorite episodes of Twilight Zone, to serve man.
To serve man, yeah.
You see, this is man, so much meaning in that whole little episode right there. You see what I'm saying? Because this is how the enemy comes to us. He comes in the form that it looks like he's trying to help us somehow. Only to get us caught up into what his narrative really is. You see what I'm saying? So he comes with pretty smiles and nice grins. You see, and we fall for it. Most of us fall for it every time. You see what I'm saying? But to serve man, we're here to serve you. Wow. Oh, what a nice phrase. You see? But it's all how you look at the term,
Exactly.
And like you said, it was a cookbook. How to serve man. See what I'm saying? How to cook him up and put him on a plate. You see what I'm saying? How to fatten
him eat himself, huh?
Exactly. How to fatten him up for the kill. You see? And so, yeah, I wanted to comment on that. And then as far as this thing about, travel to the moon, and did that actually occur? I don't know. If you give me another minute, I'll try to finish all of the topics that I heard tonight. But
go for it, man. We good.
Yeah, well, you know what? There's a lot of speculation in regards to that. You know, there was a movie, I don't know if you're aware of it. I put it in the chat. Some of you may not be old enough to remember this movie, but it was called Capricorn 1.
Yes.
And if you haven't seen this movie, you should go back and look at it, because this movie really sparked, you know, a controversial idea of, well, wow, was this really real, or was it something that was just fabricated, right? This travel to space, or the moon, or Mars. I believe it was Mars in the movie, you know. But if you look at the movie, you would see how, you know, they couldn't complete the assignment, and so they had a studio where, you remember that, Brother Ant?
Yes.
Yeah, they had this studio where they made it look like you was on the moon or on Mars, you know, just to fool the American people. So, you know, I don't know, you know, there's question about, did you really go or did you not go, you know? But there is footage. There's supposed to be actual footage of, you know, touching down, you know, jumping up and down in that atmosphere. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, the movie really opened up my mind to the fact that maybe this is possibly not something that actually happened, or did it really happen? So yeah,
Vaughn, I sent the comment to you. I told you, tell Live Vision.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on that. Now, I believe, you know, I'm going to go with the footage, and I'm going to say, well, you know, I think that man could accomplish that, and he did accomplish that, you know. But like I said, there's a lot of things that lead to speculation. You see what I'm saying? So yeah. So that's
on my team.
Vaughn.
And I definitely would have been remiss if I didn't get up here and say Happy New Year to everyone that's on the panel and everybody that's in the chat.
Hey, Vaughn. Vaun, when we get off, don't forget, I told you I got that beachfront Hawaii property full of lava for you, for sale pennies on the dollar. All right.
Okay, so
you forgot it. You can't not touch on the alien question.
Oh wow, the alien question. Yeah, I wanted to get to that too. Listen, you know, I don't know. You know, just like the brother said, I don't know what's beyond the sky, you know. You know, and I don't know. I really don't know. I really can't say that God has not created something else other than myself. You see what I'm saying? Because he's the creator of the universe. I've never been to some of these places. I don't know what's going on there, you know. But hey, you know, my mind is open. But at the same time, all I know is about Earth. You see what I'm saying? And God created the world. You see that part. So that's what I'm on in regards to that.
That's a really nuanced answer. I think that's the best, better than mine. Better than anyone's.
So
I told you, man, we in the twilight zone.
So I was trying to think of the name for that movie earlier. I threw it into the chat. It's called Childhood's End. It's the name of that movie that I was telling you about. The aliens that came down looking like demons, like the red devils. But that's the name of it. How much time? Okay, 8 minutes. 8 minutes before we end this. Okay. So here's why I never said. I think we got to a conversation, and I think we started talking about, we got Joseph's thing going back and forth. Here's why I say that I don't know about whether it's a flat earth or if it's a sphere, right? And I listened to Vaughn's
reasonable.
Yeah, it was very, no. Listen, it's very reasonable. Yeah, it's what he says, what we see. It mimics Genesis, right? 2 great lights, one for the day, one for the night. God put into the firmament. That's where it goes, right? Here's the kicker. So here's the deal. Here are things that make me say, I don't know. I don't.
It's okay to say I don't know, right?
Right.
Because we all want to know everything. You know, and that's how we present ourselves, like we know everything.
Yeah.
We
So
just
here,
don't know something.
I'm gonna give it to you guys, and I'm gonna let you guys figure it out yourself. Okay.
Gotta be good.
All right. So here it goes. What most people don't understand when they talk about flat Earth, right, is that the flat Earth area, they say that it is circular, but not spherical, and that it is basically what would be considered domed encased. That dome encased is the firmament, right? Which goes according to what they say. Again, as far when you look at scripture, it doesn't say that it's round. It doesn't say that it's spherical or whatever the case may be. It does talk about the circle of the earth. That's what the scripture talks about. That's number one. So I don't know. Now, number two, with every quote unquote person that has ever gone out into space, you know what they have never come back with? A picture of the earth.
Nope.
What?
They've
Stop.
never
That
come
is
back.
not-
Nope. They have never come back with a full globe picture of the earth. You know what? If you look on NASA's website, they don't have one. They only have composite images. That's all they have. They do not have a picture of the earth. Number three.
That is not.
So do they really have a picture of the moon?
Here's the deal.
That's
No,
the question. Did they really go up to where they went up? They said they went to.
If you're suggesting that, then you may be suggesting that do they really have a picture of the moon?
Ding.
But see,
the
here's
pictures,
the thing with that, though, brother Ant. You know, we have things called telescopes that allow us to gaze in the sky. And when we do that, we see the shape of the moon, right?
Yes.
Now, is that fabricated?
No, Vaughn. You never let me.
Our eyes are fake. We can't see the moon because
you never let me.
It's imaginary.
No.
I'm
here to listen.
Hold on.
I'm here to listen.
Calm down.
I'm calm.
They say they apparently have a picture of the moon on there. They don't have a picture of the earth. Everything is composite images. So that's number three.
So the vantage point from the moon, when they took the picture of the earth, which is the only way they can get it.
Go back and look at it. It's not, they don't show the whole thing.
Come on, Ant. Come on.
So I want to get in on this.
Dude, I'm just
this question. So
I'm just telling
you. Even those the technology of going out with satellites and putting cameras on them, that there's no type of image at all.
There is no image.
There's no image looking back.
Nope.
Listen to what I'm trying to tell you. Listen to what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not just throwing it. I'm not pulling this out of the ether. I'm trying to tell you. On NASA's website itself, you would think with all of the satellites and everything that they have and the way that the satellites rotate, to your point, put cameras on it and let it go and get all of those images, right? You would think that would be the case. They don't have it. They don't. I was surprised when I first found out. Here's the deal. I first found out that NASA did not have a picture of the earth almost 20 years ago. I have been watching and hitting NASA's website every 6 months to a year since 20 years ago to see, especially with everything that's been going up in the space, especially with the International Space Station. If you go to the International Space Station site, you do not see a picture of the earth. They do video out what they see around the space station. You never get a full picture of the earth at all. It rotates supposedly around the earth. They have no pictures of it. They have subsections of areas of the earth, but no full blown of the earth.
I get it. So when they speak of the earth's circumference, that's just fallacy, right? Because the earth doesn't have a circumference if it's flat, right?
Well, you got to
It
remember
can
what
have
you
a
got.
circumference. That's a
You can,
surface.
Oh, so you're saying it can still have a circumference
yes,
even though
Yeah.
it's flat?
and a diameter.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, listen,
Wow.
I
I
guess,
haven't
right?
traveled.
Again,
I
here's the
haven't
deal.
traveled to see
A
this,
diameter. Yeah.
but I'm gonna stick with the Earth is round. I'm gonna
Again,
stick.
but here's the
I'm gonna
deal.
stick with that.
Listen
Not
to the
saying the
pilots.
Earth. I'm not saying
Listen to the
okay.
pilots who fly around. They'll
Yes.
tell
Now
you.
that's
I'm after
my
you guys.
fourth. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. That's the fourth thing.
Mm.
That's the fourth thing. All travel is not globe travel, it's flat earth travel. What do I mean by that? They never, so you would think that if you travel, for example, there are no flights that is going from let's say South America to Africa.
Interesting.
There is nothing going across there. Everything goes up and over. So you leave from South America, you will travel through parts of the U.S. and then kind of like up and over into like Africa. Because, so let me see if I can find it. So I'm gonna show it to you. I'll show you just what I'm saying. Because it's literally
Yeah.
on the, if you look at the flag for the UN, is actually a flat earth map. It's crazy, but it
Okay,
actually is.
So here's my
It's on
question
a
then.
flat page.
I have a-
No.
It's on a
No,
piece
go
of
look.
flat.
Just Google.
Flat.
Just
Of
Google.
course it's gonna be a
Google.
flat earth.
Do me a favor. Google. Here's the deal.
Oh.
Again, you got to remember what I just said. I'm not saying. Okay, I'm not saying that I am a flat Earth believer, and I'm not saying I'm a globe person. I'm telling you I don't know. What I'm giving you is why I don't know.
That is
because of what I've been shown.
Okay, so I have a question. I just want to ask real quickly.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Hold on
Okay,
1
go
second
right
before
ahead.
you ask the one
No
second before you ask the question.
problem.
All travel travels the route of a flat Earth on planes. It doesn't travel globe. I thought it traveled globe. It does not. If you look at it, I think the program is called Flight Tracker. I believe it is. I think it's Flight Tracker. But what it does is it shows you all of the flights that are going and how they're going, where they're flying out of and where they're going to. I believe that's it. And it shows you their path. And the way that they fly out. All of the planes, everything else, and the way that they fly out. And I think it's Flight Aware now. It used to be called Flight Tracker.
No, it's Flight Tracker because they show it on Delta and they show it on a lot of Deltas and Delta flights.
Yes, but it's very crazy. But you'll never see it. You like somebody was talking about it, and one of the things that they were showing, because they were like, they said, okay, if you go, like, say you left Australia, you would think, and you're flying to LA, you would think you would be going Australia to like Hawaii and then landing in LA, California, right? You would think that would be the flight path. No, it's not. You literally leave from Australia and you go up and then through Alaska into California. It doesn't make sense unless you see it like on a flat earth map.
Unless it goes around it. So you are advocating for flat earth.
Now I do have
dude, I'm just telling you.
It's crazy.
Okay.
Just let me finish. Hold on a second. Hold on. Now,
you talking about the
Vaughn, I'm just telling you what it is, bro. Vaughn, ask your question.
Oh, okay. So if the earth is indeed flat, what happens when you get to the end of it? Do you just fall off?
What they say is
I'm not finished.
Oh, I'm
and
sorry.
If the earth is indeed flat and we only know about the surface of it, what's beneath it? Because a flat surface has something up underneath it. So is this an area of Earth that we have not explored or we don't know about? And then to my question, once you get to the end of the flatness of the Earth, because there has to be an end of it, do you fall off?
No, there's a firmament.
So just those
Okay.
questions.
Okay. So according to what the flat Earth believes,
okay,
they believe that you go to Antarctica, but Antarctica is not the continent that everybody believes it to be. It's basically basically an ice wall that circles the whole Earth. So no matter where you go, you're going to hit it. That's what they believe. Now, I haven't traveled to Antarctica. I don't know. I haven't seen Antarctica from space. So I don't know. I'm going by what I know. The things that I do know is what I have been told and what I have seen for myself by quote unquote. I have been on a plane that traveled that way. It freaked me out. It makes no sense.
Well,
the other thing is, I was listening to an interview, and the pilot. I was listening to an interview, and they were asking the pilot, "Do you have to, based on everything that's being said, do you have to adjust the plane as you're flying for the curvature of the Earth?" He says, "No, they fly it straight." I thought, okay, this is funny. This is craziness. You have to, because if it is, you have to, based on science itself, based on the physics, right? You have to fly and adjust for the curvature. If it's a curvature of the Earth, you have to adjust for it, right?
But
so
you have to adjust for it if gravity keeps you in form.
No, that's not how your that has nothing to do with your. Remember,
okay, I'm asking a question because I don't.
Oh,
know.
I know. I'm just explaining.
I've only been to California and Chicago, so I don't.
Yeah.
But you still have to, if there's a curvature to the Earth, you still have to adjust for it as you fly. You got things for your headwinds and tailwinds, and the way that your distance is traveling. You have to make sure everything is level, right? If you kept going at a certain projection, you'll go off course. You see what I'm saying? But I literally asked the pilot about that. I was on a flight, and literally I said, I heard this interview and I have to ask you a question. And I said, do you guys, when you're flying, do you have to adjust for the curvature of the Earth? And he smiled and looked at me. He goes like, no, we don't. Never.
So my question to you, and I think this is the smoke.
So does that mean it doesn't have a curvature? Because
it doesn't.
Wait in here.
Hold on.
No, I'm just asking a question.
I'm answering Vaughn. I'm answering the best that I know how. I'm still looking into all of this like you. I'm not saying it has one or it doesn't. But what I'm saying is things are lining up more with one than the other. That's all I'm saying. I don't know, because there are things, to your point, there are things that exist that can say, yeah, the Earth is a sphere. But we have to go into these we have to look at all of it. Go ahead, Jay.
And I think it's the easiest one that we can all wrap our heads around. We all know that when a sniper takes aim, something like a mile away, they have to adjust for the
wind
curvature of the Earth in order to hit the target. They cannot shoot straight and expect to hit the target, or they miss by something like several hundred feet if they're trying to shoot at a long distance. They have to adjust for the curvature of the Earth. That's a common thing. So if there's anyone who's smarter than any of us, it would be.
Is it the curvature or the wind?
No,
that's the curvature of things that go down over time. So if you're throwing something or throw the paper airplane, it goes away, then it starts falling.
I knew it. White school, you making me mad. You making me
You
real
all
mad.
No,
always
but
make
no,
me
that's
mad.
yeah, she's
It's
100%.
true.
She's
When you're
100%
losing
right.
the momentum, it's gonna go like a
Yes.
plane. The plane is gonna slow down and boom, it's gonna start going downward.
Yeah.
Well,
The
that's just
one
the
It,
thing,
momentum. You're talking
the
about
one
momentum.
thing,
I'm talking about the curvature.
no,
So
no, no.
momentum
They
is
never
different.
adjust. Most snipers never
Man,
adjust for the curvature of anything. What they adjust, there's two main things that they adjust for. And it goes to what White School said. They adjust and scores. They adjust for wind in speed and also in I want to say in direction. And the
longitude or
second thing
latitude.
is the third thing is, or the second thing, third thing, whatever, they account for elevation. That's what they're going for.
Okay,
Elevation.
so when we talk about north, south, east, and west,
Mm-hmm.
you know, when we talk about that aspect,
That's
you
a
know,
little
and we
deep.
talk about the North Pole and the South Pole,
Mm-hmm.
and then we have
good
the East and the
point.
West.
Good
So I'm
Mm-hmm.
point.
trying to figure out, you know, if this Earth is indeed flat, you know, how does that coincide with it?
Okay.
With the North, South, East, and West.
So I've
You see
had
what
that
I'm
same
saying?
I've had that that's another question that I've had over there.
Okay,
Go ahead. Go
I'm
ahead.
asking the same questions.
Yeah, I understand. I'll tell you what I found out. Go ahead, White School.
Well, that is interesting, but I mean, if we were to simulate that on a plate, it still would move in those directions if it's on a flat surface. Like if you're like, rolling a marble forward, backward, to the side, those are just concepts, and I guess we gave them direction, I
Is
guess.
okay, so
But
wait a
but
minute.
still,
Is north parallel or is north vertical?
it might be parallel.
Oh wow. Okay.
You know, it
Y'all
it it
y'all
it
going
might
away to a
be
different
because
place.
us naturally
Okay.
we just walk in a direction.
But keep
Okay, I'm listening.
Well,
keep in
Vaughn,
mind.
it can be parallel
But north is up.
if
I
you
mean,
laying
up is
down,
up.
but if you standing up, it can be vertical.
Here,
So
But
if the concept is true, then you
up
know
is up and down is
what's
down.
underneath the earth then? Because
okay.
if we're only focusing on, if we're only trafficking on the top of the earth because the earth is flat,
Mhm.
is there something up under the earth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Keep,
and
keep
what
in
and
mind.
what
Keep
would
in
that
mind. Keep in
okay,
mind
and
when it
wait a minute.
says,
And what would that be? Is that
well,
an area that we have not discovered yet? Is that what you're saying?
no, because I mean, there's. Keep in mind, just because they're saying it's flat, right, doesn't mean it doesn't have any depth, right? It still can have depth, but not be round. But again, I don't know,
Okay.
right?
All
I
right,
don't.
I'm gonna talk.
So
Interesting.
to your point, here's something to throw. Here's something
Interesting.
here's something to throw another monkey wrench to make you think something else, right? They have proven a North Pole, but not a South.
Mm.
That's why when you look at a compass, you can always choose due north. But all south is the opposite of north. That's it. No one has quote unquote gone to a South Pole. They've told you where it is, but no one has gone there.
Why is that?
Be-
Wait, what? You gotta be kidding. I'm looking. I
No,
just googled it. I
Limitations.
googled it.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Now you're saying
Yeah,
these
it's pretty good,
flags that
ain't
have
it?
been planted.
Wow.
Dude, I'm stop. These
Wow.
flags, I just
No.
googled South Pole,
Look,
and there's
yes, Google
all these
South Pole. What does it
flags.
say? Google the South Pole. What does it say?
I'm looking at images. Okay, that's one thing.
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, so now the definition of Southern North line into potterly. I never heard that word before. To the North Pole. It defines geodetic.
How supposed to be at?
Scale.
Go ahead.
It's a point.
Tell us where is that.
It's called. Hold on one second. I'm gonna go. I guess Wikipedia. What country does the South Pole? No, I won't see that. Looking for it straight to the point. It's the southern end of the Earth's axis, lying in Antarctica, about 300
Mm-hmm.
miles south. Okay,
Yep.
Antarctica.
He told you where it was, right?
So if it's in Antarctica, okay, the South Pole, supposedly, then if this is true, then there can't be a ring around anything. It has to be a mass for it to be
That
planted.
yes, you're 100% correct.
So
What
it has
did
to be
it
round.
say? What did it
Okay.
say?
Which part? I think I
Read
read
what
it.
it says. What does
Which
it
I
say
don't know.
about the South Pole?
Is the southern end of the Earth's axis. Line
It
in an
does
article.
it does not coincide with what?
Hmm. Let me look. I'm looking at Wikipedia now.
It does not coincide with the magnetic South Pole, from which magnetic compasses point and which lies on the Adelaide coast. In other words, it's an
Okay.
estimate.
An estimate of
They're
what?
saying they're saying this is they're saying the South Pole is the southern end of the Earth axis. It is 300 miles south of the Ross Ice Shelf. That's what it says. But then it
Hmm.
comes back and tells you it doesn't coincide with the magnetic South Pole, though.
I'm looking at it.
Really crazy.
So is that why it is nobody's been there?
People have been there. It's just
that's
don't want you going there.
that's what I.
Wait. So you admit the Earth is round, then, Earth White School?
No, I sometimes I go in between that now. I just discovered this flat Earth thing this past year. So I'm like, fuck, that don't make no sense. And then when I started thinking about it, that's why I like TikTok. That's why I really think they want to ban it. I was like, oh my goodness, this is crazy. And then I'm thinking, okay, cool. If I wanted to flood the earth in the time that Christ did it, God did it, it can't be round. It can't be. It would have to.
It could be.
It would have
because
to fill
God
up.
can do all things.
It would have to fill.
There's nothing impossible for him to do with a round sphere.
Yeah, but if it was contained as we discussed in a dome, yes, that can happen. Because it has to be contained. It can't be, gravity's not going to hold water. Like with water, to rise, it has to be contained in some type of way. And it just, but the whole world makes sense that it's in a contained way.
Listen, let's get Maleficent in here, because I know you guys will let somebody sit to the side for about 2 hours. So let's get her in real quick.
I think all y'all walkie talking about goddamn flat Earth and whether it's flat or round.
Let's
get her in.
All right, hold on.
I waited this whole time.
No, go ahead. No,
go ahead, Maleficent, love. I'll wait.
No, I want you to
morning.
I'm just saying, let's get her in. Though.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning.
Man,
how are you guys? Happy New Year. Man, you guys woke me up like with fire under my veins. I was like, what is this? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we got you.
Okay.
This is Freestyle Testimony Friday today.
All right, awesome.
Welcome to the Twilight Zone.
Thank you. I'll just say one thing, okay? I went to school to study biochemistry. So my whole life, even though I 100% believe in God, 100% believe in the word, 100% believe in the supernatural, I was still very much educated in the science of today's world. And the reality is that 90% of our science is just theory. And my husband, he had started getting into this theory, and I was looking at him like he was crazy. And I told him, like, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because COVID really changed my perspective on everything. COVID made me realize how easily we are manipulated, we're lied to, we're told something that's like completely different. So I gave him a chance, and he would show me these documentaries, show me the like evidence upon evidence of like, okay, at least to sow a seed of doubt of, is what we're being told truth, especially from NASA, that is an organization that is involved in so much other shady things. with like fake pictures coming out and uh, all these things. But I understand that it sounds wild. That's why, like, this is something I don't talk to anybody about except for my husband. Because I'm like, I would lose my credit so fast. I thought COVID made me look like a quack. No, no, this theory right here will make anybody look crazy. But is it really that far fetched? I don't know. I don't know.
Well, that's why I said, it's one of those things that you just don't know.
Yeah.
You don't.
And it's so
Because like
crazy.
Tavon, to your point. So here's a reason why to believe that here's another reason to believe why the earth is round. They just did an expedition over to Antarctica. Now, if the earth was flat and everything was surrounded by an ice wall, then the sun should rotate around that ice wall, which would leave Antarctica in periods of darkness.
Mm.
But it didn't. 24-hour sun. So now you got to reconcile that. That will only happen if it was what? Spherical.
I like how you playing like both sides of the aisle. You're like, oh, it's
No,
flat. Here's my idea.
a
Here's
wise
my idea.
a wise man will take the information that he is given and search for the right answer. So when I tell you I don't know, I don't know. If you would have caught me 2 years ago, I would have been all adamant that the earth is flat. I would have been very adamant that the earth is very flat. But based on the information that I have received, I don't know. And if I don't know, I will tell you, I don't know. Based on the information I have received, this is what I do know. Now, here's what most people have a hard time understanding. Two things could actually be true at once.
True.
So, could there be an element of it that is spherical, but yet have an element that is
Flat.
also flat? Possibly. I don't know. I'm trying to reconcile the things that I do know is the things that I have sent over to you guys and given you guys tonight. That's the
Bless
stuff
you.
that's the stuff that I do know. But I can't definitively say, no, this is this. No, this is that. This is this. This is that. Can't do it because the evidence doesn't say that yet. Now, there are things that can change my mind. If I get a full-blown picture of the earth, that is a real picture of the earth and not something done off a fisheye lens, we're good. But
About that. He just
But
GoPro, they flew I think a person out there. He jumped up, crazy dude. Jumped out of not a spaceship, but a very high elevated plane that can
with
fly
the
like
fisheye
everywhere.
lens,
Right, and it,
there are other lenses you can.
I
There,
mean,
there are
I don't
other
know, man.
lenses that
No
you can
way
use.
he can
I
get the full curvature
listen,
of the Earth at that height.
listen. You don't want the full curvature of the earth. You just want a picture of the earth.
Yeah, but you have to
So if you
go
can, so here's the
way
deal. Here's the
out
deal. To
to
your
like the
point.
moon.
Well,
Well,
again,
we're not quite the moon, but
no, but you're on the right direction. You're at the right direction. If they've gone to the moon before, they should be able to go back to it again just to get the freaking picture
they got the
and put
picture.
put
You don't
everybody's
want to see
fears
them.
aside. Who
You say
doesn't?
they're fake. So even if they went back,
No,
if
no,
they went
bro,
back to,
bro. Listen to what I'm telling you. There's a difference between a portrait of something and a composite image. That's a drawing.
so you would never be convinced. That's what
No,
you're saying.
you
You won't
see
be.
you're talking to me like I'm a flat earther. I just told you I don't know. I've given you cases on all aspects that I don't know. I literally said two things could actually be true at once. Because I don't know. But I'm saying, what I'm saying to you is,
Yeah.
if you are exactly for the truth, it would make no more big of a difference. Even if you sent a rocket out toward the moon, had it rotate out there, or even land on the moon and have it take pictures, not composites, not drawing, not put drawing. No, just take flat out pictures from the moon. You should be able to see the whole Earth. You should. That would squash everybody.
Okay, but now let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
So, is the Earth considered bigger than the moon?
Don't know. Can't tell you.
Okay, so you're saying that the moon is not smaller than the Earth?
I don't know.
Been there.
I don't know. Because remember, everything that you see about the moon, you've seen, like you said earlier, everything that you've seen about the moon is from a telescope, right? It's a round sphere from the telescope. And here's the deal. There are certain times, I know for a fact, having lived near the ocean, that you will see, especially on that southern area of the country, that you will see that moon look like it's coming out of the water. It's so close,
Sure
you can feel
does.
like you can touch
Yep.
it. And it is big, it is round, and it has craters, and you can see it all. You will see it. So, and it's huge.
Same thing with a sunset when it's looking down up from the ocean. Yeah.
Yep. So I don't know how big it is in comparison to the Earth, but what I'm saying is, if someone took a picture from it, they should at least be able to show you in detail at least what the Earth looks like from out there. Be it a sphere, be it flat with a round bottom, be it pear-shaped, be it quadrangle, pentagon, I don't know.
But you know the problem with that is that
they should be able to show it all.
Even if
everything
you got a
else
photo,
is going to be conjecture.
Even if you got a photo from, say, the moon from that perspective, and you took a picture of the Earth, you or anyone else who believes the Earth is flat or is, let's just say, have a tendency to believe it, they would look at the view from that picture and say that proves that the Earth is flat, because you can't capture in the photo the spherical element of the Earth. It's impossible.
Sure you can.
So,
sure you can.
Okay.
I have a question, if I may ask.
Mm-hmm.
And when I ask this, please nobody get mad, but you know me. Why does it matter whether the Earth is flat or round? Honestly, why? I mean, I'm just asking. Why does it really? I mean,
because here's why. Here's why it matters, and I kind of explained it when we were talking earlier. Here's why it matters. Because truth matters. That's why. Truth matters.
Well, the truth is that we know that. Okay. Okay. Go. Sorry.
And if the truth matters, okay, someone is either an agent of truth or they're an agent of deceit. So for years, we have been told that the Earth is spherical. It rotates around the sun. Blase, 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 blase. We've been told this since basically early 1900s. Prior to that, it was Earth was flat. Sun and moon rotated around the Earth. This is kind of how the changes happened. Okay. So somebody is either lying or someone is telling the truth. Now, for some people, it's not going to be a hill to die on. I don't care. And I live on it. I know I can breathe on it. I'm good.
And I know who created it, and it was God. That's the one I serve. I could care less.
Exactly.
And then too, also, Brother Ant, you know, it's nice to ponder on these things.
Yeah.
But I rest in the fact that I know that regardless, the earth is the Lord's,
and the fullness thereof,
and they that dwell therein. You see, so as long as I know that, I'm okay now. Because see, I only know in part. Even the scripture talks about we only know things in part.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
And this might be, and to your point, this might be one of those things that you always only know in part.
Yeah. I still say the earth is round, and I'm gonna live with the earth is round. And I'm gonna stand on it.
Hey, go for it. Go for it.
Stand on that.
I'm a rounder.
Go.
I'm a rounder. I'm a rounder.
Hey, like I said, stand on that hill.
I'm a rounder.
Stand on that hill.
I get around like
yeah, and I'm basing that upon because when I look at the sphere of the moon, it's round. When the sun reflects itself around the moon, and it becomes in different areas where it's shaded because the light of the sun is only hitting it a certain way. But when it's a full moon, it's spherical. It's a circle.
Well, it's a circle.
I wouldn't think that it would be far fetched to say
if I could add something,
the Earth is the same. I wouldn't think that it would be far fetched to say that the Earth is the same.
I swear, some of y'all miss y'all calling.
It's not.
Y'all in the wrong occupation.
Hey.
And if I could add, because I went on the other side of the world. I mean, I'm just saying, I went to the United States, to the Philippines. That's over there in Asia, correct? And Asia is on what? The other side. Is that correct? So basically, if you fold it in half, okay, I'm on the other side of the world. So it's 24 hours if you look at it. Right, exactly. That's why I'm going to go with that. So if you flat Earth, fold that paper in half, and think about it. It took me 24 hours to get on the other side. I spent a whole day flying in the air. So it's night here, but it's sunshine on the other side. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So, exactly.
You sure you wasn't abducted and taken over there by aliens since you were a truck driver?
No, brother. Like I said, I've been to Michigan. I said, well, even California. Look at California. What time is it right now?
But
even the times are different.
Yes, but okay, look at if your house, right? The sun rises in the east and sets, in the west. But like if your house is, there, it's like, it's still going over this overarching thing or this overarching movement. But now this side of their house is dark at 5 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? So like it's not as much sun over here. You understand what I'm saying? Like at a certain time of the day, it gets darker over here, and it gets brighter as the sun is setting over there. Now it's dark over here, but there's still light over there. You understand?
It's around Earth. You just explained around Earth. Congratulations.
No, I just explained it down. I explained it down.
Y'all with the round Earth, the flat Earth. Come on.
If you hold a light right here, it's gonna be darker over here. But if you bring it over here, it's going to be bright over here and darker on that side.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
But this whole thing
with a flat surface and conduct your own thing. Like that's what God made us smart enough to do. Like we can run the theories this
whole thing.
And like even the depths of the sea, it's like, wow, how far do they go? Nobody can go to the bottom. I can tell you that.
They tried and it didn't work.
We can't go all the way up to the side. We can't go all the way to the bottom. We can't go out. So there's just some things God don't want us to do because He know us. we're unsettled. We want to do more. We want to do more. Then we'll say, well, this is me. This is the Birkin theory and my gravitational and don't give credit to God, because Romans said it. They said they worship the creation rather than the creator. And we can't forget that, but that's what our society and science wants us to do. And also, I love this scripture, Romans 8:35 and 39, but the part says, and this is how I think of everything, who shall separate us from the love of God? For I'm persuaded that neither death nor life, nor angels, so fallen, that's what I'm saying. No principalities, no powers. Those are the things that govern this world, these principalities and powers and countries and nations, nor things present, whatever's happening now, nor things to come, whatever's planning before, nor height, nor depth, And Vaughn was talking about what's underneath, nor death. We don't know what that is, but that ain't gonna separate me, nor any other created thing. So whatever they create shall not be able to separate us from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus. So there's so many things that is all over the place to like put us over, but a lot of it's man-made, a lot of it's in the spirit realm that we can't see. So there's a lot of things, but even after all that, Paul was like, none of it's going to separate me, because Paul was so awesome that he got revelations from God to see the third heaven. He said, whether in the body, out of the body, I can't tell. So there's a lot of limitations that we have in this present body, but with God, he shows us and reveals all things. Look at Moses. They said Moses accounted for the first 5 books of the Bible. He wasn't in the beginning, but he had a relationship with God to show him how everything came together. So if you get into God, like you said, the truth matters, and he'll help us and he'll guide us into truth. You know what I'm saying? So some of these things, like the sis said, it may seem far-fetched, but you can consider it, because, you know, like, wow, people do lie to us and do taint our school systems and limit our knowledge and censor things and recreate history and burn down things so that you would never know. Because people do that all the time. If I let her know this, if I let her know that this ain't her real dad, it'll destroy her. So I have to go to the grave. So sometimes people do things to disrupt the truth, but it's going to come out as we see that the truth is coming out. Thank God. And who knows, it might be some aspects that it's not fully round, or maybe it's partly round, but the fact that it isn't some type of spherical thing does give account that it is round, you know. And so I can believe that, and I'm like, okay, cool.
And you know what too, also, you know, they've depicted this, you know, I'm pretty sure everybody has seen the globe that people have in their homes. You know, you can twist it and turn it around and see the circumference, you know, of the earth, right? I would love to see them come out with the flat version so I can, you know, kind of see what that concept looks like. Because I haven't seen the flat earth.
You can pretty much Google that.
You mean the same people that stood up there and said that Africa was back then was the biggest continent in the world?
No, I'm saying, do they have a depiction of the earth?
No, hold up.
That's flat?
But now they sit up there and they say Asia is bigger than Africa now. So, I mean, anything that they want to put out there to make us believe, that's what they're going to do. I mean, at the end of the day, White School said it, Vaughn, you said it, I made reference to it. It really doesn't matter at the end of the day. We know what the truth is. God created it. We live in it. We're able to breathe. We're able to walk among. Let's leave it there. Stop trying to be smarter than what we really are.
Excuse me? But Adam was like one of the smartest guys ever. He named everything. So that's
you missed
one
my
of our
point.
no. I'm not missing your point. The thing is,
definitely
people
nothing
want
wrong with
answers.
getting an
They're
understanding,
always going
right?
to have answers, and people always going to want to know the truth, and people always going to know where they came from. And we have to be smart enough. We have to be well-read enough, even if we don't fully understand it, at least having some knowledge of it to have a respectful conversation. Now, even though I can go all scorched earth, but if I can embrace, like Paul, I came a little bit Greek, I became a little bit of this, I became a little bit of that, so that I can win. So if I can just read, it's not my truth, it's just information. So if I can have a little bit of information and have a conversation, I don't have to be persuaded that it is true or not, but at least I can be respectful. And the person be like, wow, you're not like other Christians. And then they'll be like, okay, I'll give it a try. Maybe the earth is round, you know?
Wow.
So
She just
it makes
supports
people
your
more interesting.
No, because see, once again, is it
okay.
whether it's flat? Hold up. My question is this.
What's the question?
If it's not a heaven or hell issue, why are we? I'm not saying that I have a problem with the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is that if we know what the truth, the main truth is, we know who created it. Like Vaughn said, I'm able to walk. I live among the earth. I don't know whether it's flat or round. What I do know, I live here. I breathe here. And I know who it is who created for me to live here. At the end of the day, where does that end us what we're doing right now? Because we keep going around in circles and nobody is seeming to come to the understanding of what the answer is. Because
Well,
like Ant said, I don't know. What's wrong with just saying I don't know? Also, what's wrong with I don't care?
Well, you
the
don't have
thing
to.
Not
If
is,
you
care.
don't care, you
hold on
don't
a second.
speak. That's the
Hold,
issue. Don't if you
No,
don't
you
care,
can't
you
tell.
don't
No,
speak.
hold up now. You can't.
Now,
You
No,
want us?
yeah,
you
no,
can't
that's
Not
tell
true.
me
If
care.
I
you don't
can't
care,
speak.
oh, just be quiet.
stop.
See,
Hold
now you
on.
don't
Hold
like
on.
it.
Hold on.
If
No,
Hold
somebody
on.
call you
you
out
can't
on it,
tell
Hold on.
me
right?
I
Hold
can't
on.
speak.
Hold
Yeah, you
on.
can't because
Hold
you don't
on.
care. So why do
Hold
you
on.
care to speak?
Hold on.
Okay, that's
Hold
the
on.
same thing that, hold up. Now, that's the same
Hold
argument
on.
that a lot of Christians made about the
Exactly. So
election.
that's why I said
If
you
you
have
didn't,
to
hold
be
up now. If
respectful in discourse with people,
who said
even if they
I'm being
care or don't.
disrespectful,
That's
though? You're the
all.
one that came out here and said I'm being
Well, I'm
disrespectful. I never
just
said,
throwing the energy back, and
Hey,
I'm
no,
just
hey,
no, hold
showing
up
you
now.
how
You
hey,
it's
want to
not
talk about
supposed to be
hey.
energy?
like that. It's not
Okay.
supposed to be like that.
I'm gonna have to mute everybody.
We can all sing together.
Oh no, she got the,
Oh,
she
no.
thinks she throwing out some energy. She ain't throwing out
But
nothing.
we can't talk at
I
the same
did,
time.
Okay,
and
guys.
you got
Listen.
it, and you didn't like it.
No, I didn't like it. No, hey, I liked it very fine. Now you want to sit up there and mention something about Paul and how awesome he is.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
All right.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Like I said, I was gonna start muting mics.
My goodness.
All right. Now, okay. Hold on. There. Now, good. Here's the deal. Conversations that we have on the panel and everything else, it doesn't everything and this I think this is one of the things, and this is on scores, real quick. One of the things that we have gotten away from is having conversations sometimes for the sake of the conversation.
Just that simple.
It is everything. As for when you look at believers, even believers from the early church, believers from the early church fathers, going into everything else, right? They had discussions among themselves in regards to the things of God creation. And the reason why they had those conversations is because they knew in the whole aspect, as it said in the book of Proverbs, of iron sharpening iron, so that the countenance of one brother suffers another, right? Builds up. You're building up things because you don't know everything. And because you don't know everything, those you believe that are of quote unquote like mind, you have certain conversations in that regard. So no, everything does not have to be in the context of believers. Everything does not have to be a heaven or hell issue. That's cool if you're talking about and you're having these things in the spreading of the gospel. But when you're talking about the things of God's creation and his handiwork and the things that he's done and the things that he's put in place, it's a worthy conversation to have. Those are worthy conversations to talk
Yeah.
about and the worthy things to have because we don't know. Yeah, I'm good. I'm bad enough to like I said earlier. I
Yeah.
went from being round earth to being flat earth to now being I don't know because the evidence doesn't point me to that. But because I want to understand what God has done and how he has put things into motion, those conversations are to be had among those who proclaim the name of Christ. Just like we talked about the stuff in regards to the things we talked about in regards to the alien, in the things that we go because we talked about those things. We talked about the things that happened from beforehand. You had a great point in regards to the technology and stuff that would have had to be in place for certain things to happen, right? Even back during the pre-flood world. These were, like I said, these were not stupid people. They didn't walk around picking picking their teeth with tree branches and slapping themselves with leaves and hollering about ooga booga. I made fire. They didn't do that, right? These were very accomplished people. These were very smart people. They were steps away from creation. And so they knew. But in that process, they also came up against things that we only ever dream of. They came across things that would be nightmares to us, with the things with the fallen angels, the things that came about, all of these things that people talk about, all of the things that have been relegated to uh, fairy tale land and all of these different things. You come to now find out that a lot of these things are true, right? Look up all these things that are happening now, and these quote unquote people seeing these quote unquote what they call skinwalkers and all this other stuff. Have they always been there? Or has there been an uptick because of the evilness of the times? We don't know. Those are conversations that can be had, right? So, in our essence, to be, in many cases, sometimes dismissive on certain conversations because they are not part of a specific uh, mode of communication that we think that we'll be in, we need to sit back and kind of take stock and see where these certain things are going. That's what I believe.
And can I just say this real quick too? It's okay to ponder these things, and it's okay to form an opinion concerning these issues, you know, and it's okay to agree to disagree. You see what I'm saying? I say the earth is round. Some other people say it's flat. Okay, maybe neither one of us know. You see what I'm saying? But this is just what my point of view. This is how I see it. This and I've given reasons as to why I believe that is spherical, just like the moon and the images that we've seen with our eyes of the sun. You see what I'm saying? So I wouldn't think that it's very far-fetched, you know. But to get into like an argumentative conversation about it, I don't think that's necessary. You see what I'm saying? It is what it is. I see it as being round. Some other people see it as being flat. Some other people say, I don't know. Okay, so you know, we're all in it together, right? We're all in it together, right?
It's not enough to draw pitchforks and axes at each other, considering
Exactly.
everything else. But it's just like
That's a good one.
the bottom line is that, of course, asked, he said it was a joke at first, and now I realize it's not a joke to him. He was literally, that was confusing. So if he doesn't understand why we're talking about these things, it's because it's kind of like if you look up at the sky when you're trying to say why is the sky is blue, and you reach a certain age where you don't care to know the intricacies as to why it's blue, you have every right to do that. But I don't think it's your right to tell someone who wants to know more about why the sky is blue, what's the point of it all? Because it's in our nature to want to know, because that's the way God created us. Now, this particular conversation, you may not have any fascination about, and that's okay. There's been a lot of conversations that they talked about in the panel where I just bowed out because I don't know nothing about it. I don't have any interest in it, but I don't come on and say, well, what's the point of y'all talking about X, Y, Z? I either check out, do my own thing, or I listen in out of curiosity, even if I don't participate. But I don't say that this conversation is meaningless or pointless, especially when you talk about things like the earth or like, I guess, aliens or whatever. You say, oh, it doesn't lead to heaven or hell or good or God or Jesus. And it's like, it's when you sitting around a campfire, is that really all you're talking about 100% of the time? I don't think anybody does that. If I'm sitting down and watching a movie or share a joke with somebody, it's not going to have a serious connotation to it every single time. Because this is, for us, this is exercise of the mind, exercise of the spirit. Oh, I wonder, we are literally exercising that very thing that God gave all of us, which is that curiosity. The moment that we all stop caring about why the earth is round, what's in outer space, what's beneath us. Oh, is it flat? Is it round? Who knows? Oh, let's dig deeper. Let's try to figure this out because that's just us. I don't even know why that is. It just is. And I believe that's because that's the way God is. So when he created the earth, he created us. Let me see if I can create a human being in my likeness. And he did it. It started from that curiosity. And if it started with him doing it and putting that, imparting that within us, and of course, we're going to talk about these things. Now, I do believe and I will end on this, that there is some element of foolish conversation. Some people can go into talking about drugs or other things that is unproductive, that clearly doesn't have any element of God involved or His creation, but let's say about evil things. I think that should be put into check. But something like the earth, something about the elements, something about uh, this planet that we live on that God created, or the waters, it's fascinating to us because we live in it. And I think that's a good thing. I don't think that's a bad thing. I don't think it's pointless as you would think. But I can understand why you think it's pointless because it doesn't have that overall grand. Uh, but what is the grand point? It's like maybe sometimes there is no grand point. Maybe it's just one little point out of many points, and it's just fun to talk about. It's just fun. I don't know.
Well, I think the
I enjoy it.
conversation was definitely meaningful to me because, you know, it broadens my awareness as to how other people think. I may have formed my own opinion concerning the topic, but at the same time, I don't want to be so closed-minded to where I can't hear how my brother or my sister sees it. You see what I'm saying? That gives me a different type of understanding to the topic that we're addressing. You see what I'm saying? So I wouldn't say that it's for no point at all. I found it very enlightening, to even have this conversation because it was never really something I considered actually. I've always grown up believing that the earth was round from a child. You see what I'm saying? So now with these new concepts, which they may not be new, but maybe new to me, so I'm listening to them and I'm saying, well, wow, does that really sway my a belief? You see what I'm saying? Because so and so says this or so and so says that. You see what I'm saying? No, I stick with what I believe and what I believe it to be. And for the reasons why, because I've stated those reasons. But it's an interesting conversation because actually, when I got wind that this was actually a conversation that people were having, I thought it was kind of foolish at first because I'm like, wow, so are we still at the stage where we think the earth is flat and if you go so far, you just
You
fall
fall
off of
off.
it? I mean, I thought we had evolved from that, but apparently not. So now I do have questions then. If it is flat, is there parts of the earth that we have not explored?
Yeah,
Because
and my thing is,
if it's flat, then it has to have something up underneath it.
right. If I know it's round, so I gotta be retrained to know it's flat again. So it's like I gotta start all over again. You gotta teach me this
No,
flat
no,
Earth.
no.
No,
I don't think it means that, brother. I don't think it means that.
this whole thing, all of the conversations that we had tonight, all of these conversations that we had tonight were just small aspects to let you know just how much you don't know.
Exactly. Yeah.
This is the whole.
Yeah.
When what one of the verses that I love comes out of John 16, and it talks about when the Comforter comes. He says he's going to lead you and teach you, and lead you into all truth. Now, notice what that verse says: all truth, right? That is the truth about everything.
Yeah.
Everything. So if he's teaching us the truth about everything, that doesn't mean we're going to know everything, right? But we get to go to the source. The scripture tells us, any man lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives freely. And so that's why I can sit back and say, when we had this conversation, I don't know. I can give you what I do know, and I can point things out, but the things that I point out to you can go, these things say that it's more feasible that the earth is flat. But these things here say that it's more feasible that the earth is probably round. Which is which? Who knows? But can you ponder that information and see the wonder of God's creation in this, that he's able to literally give two what seem to be, and put together two what seems to be conflicting ideals, and it works. It's the craziest thing for us. It's understandable. There are times we want to hammer down. There are things that are absolute, There are truths that are absolute, right? We know this, right? And then there's the things that, even though the truth might be absolute, we don't know. It's like they say, like the scripture says, we know in part, like Vaughn mentioned earlier, right? And that knowing in part doesn't mean that you're completely clueless. It's that what you know just doesn't give you the complete answer yet. And we might not know until what?
That
Get to
which is
heaven.
perfect has come. Now
Yeah.
listen, the scripture says that we know in part, prophesy in part. But
Yes.
when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. It goes
Exactly.
on and it says, when I was a child, I spake as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For
Mhm.
now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face, now I know in part, but then shall I know even as I also am known.
I knew
So
you were
yeah,
gonna pull up 1 Corinthians 13. I just
listen,
knew you
we're
were gonna
gonna
pull
figure it out after a while. It's
it. And that's
okay.
the whole
Yeah,
and that's
right now we're pondering, and it's okay,
and that
because seek knowledge, seek wisdom,
and that,
but when all that get an understanding.
right.
And that's what we're trying to get basically with this conversation, is to get an understanding. Now that understanding may not come until later. That's what the scripture said, right?
Mm-hmm. See, we had these conversations, and this is why I said, one of the things I talked about earlier. Yeah, we got to get ready to kill this because I'm about done. But one of the things that I had conversation on here earlier, and I mentioned it a little bit earlier in the stream, the that antediluvian period of man pre-flood and things that were going on during that time, everything that was going on, and how certain things were happened to come about during that time. And why did man? Because notice it was you saw how fast over a period of about 6,000 years. Oh no, not 6,000. 1,500 years. 2,000, 1,500 years, I think it is. Between 1,000 and 1,500 years, you saw how man rapidly declined, like rapidly. They went from, by the time you get to Genesis 6, it's telling you that the heart of man was evil and wicked continually. There was nothing good. They thought about nothing good at all. No good thoughts in their head. No, nothing. Everything was wicked. Everything was wicked continually, to the point that God basically took everything out and started over with Noah, right? And then you start to see that there's a story in pretty much every culture in regards to this. Every culture, right? And so this thing has always, over the last, I would say, probably about the last 7 years or so, 6 years, 6, 7 years. It's very intriguing. It's been intriguing me. And I've been searching out things in regards to this, some of the things that was been going on. And now, again, it's just one of those knowledgeable things that things I want to know. It's been a journey in those things, and maybe at the end of it all, I might even write a book. But it's just been that. It's just been that wild. So there are times that the Lord would send us on searches for knowledge, and He wants us to, you know, talk about His creation and the things happen. Everything that we doesn't have to be, you know, the the wickedness of people and everything else. It doesn't have to be. We can. There are times when we can revel and enjoy the majesty of God and the knowledge that He gives and wisdom that He gives for all of us. So I thank you guys for being here tonight, for being on this panel. Loved it. It's been great. But I'm gonna have to tap out. You guys we got a 5 hour and 48 minute show, and
Wow.
I think if Double R was still here, he'd be pushing us to go to 7 o'clock my time, and I ain't doing it.
I
So,
didn't even think it was that long.
oh
But
yeah, it's been pretty long, man. It's
wow.
almost 6 hours.
Wow.
So,
Let's make it to 6.
no, I'm gonna type out. I'm gonna type out at the underside of it all.
I hope we
So,
learned something.
in essence of the tradition, I would let you guys pick a song. Whoever wants to throw one out there, throw it out
34.
there. We will read it. Psalms 34. All right, Psalms 34, and it goes as follows. It says, I will bless the Lord at all times. His praise shall continually be in my mouth. My soul shall make its boast in the Lord. The humble shall hear of it and be glad. Oh, magnify the Lord with me, and let us exalt his name together. I sought the Lord, and he heard me, and delivered me from all my fears. They looked to him and were radiant, and their faces were not ashamed. The poor man cried out, and the Lord heard him and saved him out of all his troubles. The angel of the Lord encamps all around those who fear him and delivers them. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man who trusts in him. Oh, fear the Lord, you his saints. There is no want to those who fear him. The young lions lack and suffer hunger, but those who seek the Lord shall not lack any good thing. Come, you children, listen to me. I will teach you the fear of the Lord. Who is the man who desires light and loves many days, that he may see good? Keep your tongue from evil and your lips speaking deceit. Depart from evil and do good. Seek peace and pursue it. The eyes of the Lord are on the righteous, and his ears are open to their cry. The face of the Lord is against those who do evil, to cut off the remembrance of them from the earth. The righteous cry out, and the Lord hears and delivers them out of all their trouble. The Lord is near to those who have a broken heart, and saves such as have a contrite spirit. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers him out of them all.
Yes.
He guards all his bones, not one of them is broken. Evil shall slay the wicked, and those who hate the righteous shall be condemned. The Lord redeems the soul of his servants, and none of those who trust in him shall be condemned. Right.
Love it.
Yes. Mr. Vaughn.
Yes.
Would you close us out in a word of prayer, sir?
Yeah. Father God, in the name of Jesus, we thank you tonight. We thank you tonight for this fellowship, Lord. And Lord, we don't know everything, but God, we're searching. You said, search the scriptures, for in them we think we have life. But God, we pray that you open up our minds and give us an open mind to where we can hear and learn of you and learn the truth. Lord, we pray that you bless everybody on the panel tonight, everybody that was in the chat. We want you to bless them and their families, Lord. And as we go our separate ways tonight, we pray, God, that you cover us with your blood. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Oh, sorry, lady. Yes. To answer your question about the flu shot. No, I've never gotten, I take this back. I did get a flu shot when they first came out. I've never gotten one since. I found out that the flu shot does not have the current flu strain in it. It is always previous flu strains. So all you're doing is getting a shot for previous flu strains, not for the current strain of flu. They won't have that until like the following year, which kind of does you no good for this year. So your best bet, in my opinion, is to, if you have the flu, like you seem to currently have, um, take it. You take whatever you need to take to help you get through it and everything else. But know that your body is developing an immunity to it. Yes, take vitamin C. Take two 500 5,000 IU or one 10,000 IU of vitamin D and get you also some vitamin K2, MK7. So I will throw that into the chat for you real quick. You want to take 2 5,000 IU vitamin D and vitamin K2 MK7 at least 200 mcg. That's what you need to take. That boosts your immune system out the wazoo. If you don't have, you can take 10,000, but that will build up your immune system. You will, trust me, if you take that daily, you will rarely get sick. And if you already have a weakened immune system already, that will help to build up your immunity. Yes, Laura Finkel said raw honey, garlic, and ginger. Yes, add a little cayenne pepper to that as well. And that will also work wonders for any congestion that you have. And it will loosen up anything that's in your chest, let you get rid of that excess mucus. But do not take a flu shot. It's worthless. It really is. But yeah, sorry about that. Sorry it took so long based on all the conversation. I apologize. With that being the case, guys, last words. Scorched earth, since you jumped in, jumped back, jumped on last.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I thought y'all kicked me off, but it's all good. You know,
I didn't kick you off.
It was something, I don't know. Anyway, nice conversation. Let me clarify a few things since everybody got the chance to speak. It was a joke in the beginning, and it was always a joke towards the end. If anybody listened to what I was saying, I said I agreed with what everybody was saying, but it was starting to get to be where it was a reclusive turnaround where you kept going back to the same thing. At that point, that's when I said I agree with Ant. I don't know, and it really doesn't matter to me. Not to say that what y'all was talking about was irrelevant to me, because it was a conversation. But to sit up there when I said I don't care and be told that, well, I shouldn't have to speak. No, I have every right to speak, just like you were speaking. So to Joseph, when I made that comment in the chat line, I meant what I said. It was a joke. People need to listen a little bit more before they start jumping to conclusions, because I basically said I have no bone in it. I never thought about it, but now that y'all done brought it up, at the end of the day, hey, it's not that big of a deal to me. If that's what y'all want to argue for, well, not argue, but have the conversation about, you can go on and have it. But nobody ever asked me what I felt. I said, I was like, I don't know, and I'm indifferent to it. I really don't care at this point. That's all I was saying. With that, Happy New Year. Love y'all all. God willing, we see each other next week.
All right. Appreciate the clarification, man. That's all great. Thank you for being here tonight, bro.
We love you, brother. You know we love you, right?
Oh man, I don't care about you, man. Me and you still ain't hooked up, and we live 20 minutes away from each other. Get out of here.
Never satisfied. Never.
Vaughn, you gotta say no, Diddy.
What? Man, I'm too
Oh,
grown for that, man. Don't be doing that with
No
me.
Diddy, no
pause a little
Diddy.
ditty on it.
I love that song.
I come from a different generation, so I
Yeah,
ain't,
I don't know nothing about that, man. I'm too grown
I
for
just
all that.
speak what's on my mind.
All right, Sweatbread is on you.
That was clever.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, brothers, for your time and energy. Okay, all I want to say is, Village brothers. I don't care about the whole thing. The conversation was great, but this showed me the way because I'm trying to live forever. That's what I want to know. Okay, that's main focus. But lovely conversation. Love the village. Love you all. You have a new year. We are going strong at the 2025. Okay, let's keep on living because we got time before the Lord comes. Amen.
All right. Wife School Podcast is on you.
Well, I enjoyed myself tonight. I love these conversations that church folks don't usually have. And I I like it because it makes me more broader because I'm an evangelist. So that's my job to know things and to evangelize to all people. So that's just me. And I just like information. And, you know, I can apologize to scorched earth. Um, I said what I said, but I still apologize.
Oh, no, you don't need to
Um,
apologize. It's all good.
just accept it.
Oh no, I'm gonna save you for next time.
Well, like I said what I said, but I still apologize. And I really enjoyed it because it pushes us, like Aunt said, to sharpen us and just to stretch us a little bit more because we could be, as he said, we could be getting old information what our grandmama told us, and God trying to show us a new thing. That's why it was so hard for the Pharisees to accept that Jesus was bringing in a new covenant because they were so stuck on the old thing. So sometimes we do have to just listen until God moves us further. So thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you for being here. Um,
Hey, is Bolo okay? Aunt?
he's been working crazy hours, man. That's why it's been. I don't know. I had to get the information and fill in, and maybe he can fill us all in on Monday. But I'm gonna try to call him tomorrow, find out what's going on.
Okay, so
But,
he didn't start the show with you tonight, did he?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
he's those hours been crazy, man. And he normally doesn't work at night, but he was working tonight. So.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. I had talked to him earlier. All right, cool.
Yeah. Vaughn.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Water and Prophet. Last words on you, bro.
Yeah. Great conversation. I love these conversations where, we don't have to be so super spiritual. We can talk about some natural things, and current events, things like that. So, I appreciate the topic tonight, the different topics. I gained a great deal from it. I've learned some other insight and other perspectives, which is the point of the conversation. You know what I'm saying? And really enjoyed myself tonight, man. I would have been neglectful, if I didn't get up here on the first Testimony Friday of the year. Come on now.
I don't know. I saw you saying you was gonna hang in the background. I'm like,
yeah, I thought I was trying to be the fly on the wall, but you guys.
No, I told him he had permission to come on and wreak havoc, so I wouldn't have to.
Yeah, I was provoked to come up here, right? but nevertheless, man, it's always a good honor and pleasure, to be a part of the village on these Friday nights. You know what I'm saying? When I consider what I could have been doing, you know what I'm saying? Now I'm a little bit older now, so I don't do a lot of stuff I used to do just because of the chronological age. But at the same time, I just thank God for deliverance. And I thank God for these special times. I count them as special. So good night, everybody. Hopefully we can meet again next Friday. I look forward to it.
All right, all right,
And I'll
all
try
right.
not to be a fly on the wall.
Okay. Well, hey, glad you could make it, man. Jay, last words on you.
Yeah, this is gonna be a great New Year's, a great New Year. Whatever goals, aspirations all of you have, that you achieve them, that you accomplish them, that you don't waver in doing so. 'Cause whatever is worth achieving doesn't come easy. So, um, as to the conversations tonight, um, pretty much already said earlier. Just sometimes, you talk about the little things and the big things and everything in between. And so, um, if everything was so pertinent, so um, everything has to be life and death, or everything has to be urgent or a sense of urgency. Sometimes it's just, I think there's a beauty and a wonder in the smaller things, what we would consider insignificant things. But to me, there's nothing insignificant about conversations about the earth, whether it's about the roundness of it, gravity, or the study of it. You got people who dedicate their lives to it. Um, and you would say, well, what's the point? I know actually have a friend whose father studied, and I thought it was a little bizarre when I first heard it. He studies butterflies. Now, to the person outside looking in, you say this person is he's wasting time studying butterflies. And what's the point? And yet, the things that these people discover, what they write down, what they document, what they share with the world is the value in it. It doesn't necessarily have to have any immediate, tangible. What does this have to do with the salvation of my soul? Type of existential question. It can just be simply that, wow, I didn't know that. That's interesting because God created the butterfly. And he created all the other things within the world for us to observe and to just wonder and ponder about. I would imagine that's what Adam did. He took the time to name all the animals. Um, what was the significance of it? It's just naming animals. Let's get to the point. Let's get to the big thing. But to me, I think it starts with the smaller things. Um, and I guess in the grand scheme of things, we are the smaller things in all of the universe. So what is the point of our existence? If you were to get, really to the nitty gritty of it, what is the point of that conversation? I think there's a point to everything with reason, and especially if it points to the nature and creation of God. It's not like we're on here talking about drugs or violence or gangbanging or things like that, or anything that's destructive or unproductive. But it's not always going to be um, like I said, just a major existential thing. Because I think we deal with that a lot in the world, and to be honest, these are not conversations we have often. It typically focuses on the Bible and Scripture, and some other topics that are pretty big in nature. But I think it's a nice, it's like a breath of fresh air to step back and say, "Oh, what about this?" Or "What do you think about that?" Oh, I haven't thought about that before. No, it's not going to save my soul, but it does make me think. It makes me ponder, and then it makes you wonder more about the nature of God and the things He created. It makes you realize how much you don't know, which is in itself fascinating, at least to me. And then you got some people just don't, some things they don't care about. And I can respect that too. Some things that I'm sure Scorch Earth talks about that he engages in that I'll be like, not my conversation. And that's just what it is. Um, and I think that's just with all things in life. We all have different personalities, different viewpoints, different ideas, and different interests. Some interests take better to others, to us more than other things. And that's okay. That's just the way it's supposed to be. And how boring would it be if we just talked about the same major topics over and over and over again? After what, 56, 53 weeks in a year, almost every Friday, you start to kind of run out of things to talk about. You go through the Bible so many times, you go back to the Bible from the beginning, go through it again, start over again. It's like, okay, so we did that. We can go deeper, but now let's go in this topic. Let's go in this direction. Just, I don't know. I guess keep things a little, spice things up a little bit from time to time. So I don't anticipate having conversations like this every week, but it's interesting when they happen. And with that being said, like I said, I hope you guys have a great Happy New Year. No, I take that back. I know you will. I know you will. And as for myself, I will be in Brazil very soon to get out of this weather. I'm looking at the snow in the background. It's a little I'm dealing with that right now here in Detroit. And so I'm not really feeling it right now. It's a little bit on edge because I'm trying to get out of the cold, and you got the cold on the screen. But I digress. It's like, man, I got this outside of my window right now, bro. Like, really?
Wow.
How about a big sign or something like that, and a beach with some
Oh
sand on
no,
it?
they jealous of that, Joseph. The only ones that seeing sunshine is me and Vaughn out
No,
here in Cali.
I'm not trying to hear it. I'm not trying to hear that, bro.
I got sunshine. No,
Oh my.
this was done as
On
a
a cloudy
tribute.
day.
This this was done as a tribute to Bolo, because Bolo is always, he has these 12-foot snow drifts outside his house, and I tell him all the time. I say, in Bizarro world that happens a lot. And he says, and he would come back and he would say, "Yeah, really? Yeah. Well, I wish your house to be snowed in while everybody else is it's not." So I said,
And he's still trying to send a snowstorm my way, man.
I see exactly. So this is a tribute to him, so that if he's at home and he sees the snow falling, when he looks at this, live stream, he still feel at home. You understand? So
Karma, man. Karma. This is karma.
that's my
Oh,
that's
you
my
know he gonna get us, right?
I know. That's my guy though. That's my boy.
And you notice Vaughn ain't said that.
I know nothing.
Don't say it, Vaughn. If you
Vaughn
play it
was
back on tape, you incriminate yourself.
Vaughn
Oh
was
no,
cracking up.
hey,
Exactly.
Vaughn is guilty by association.
You gotta be.
Well, guys, I will tell you this: we have made it way longer. We've crossed the 6-hour barrier. But
Get the heavy hitters on here. That's why.
I thought you weren't gonna do
I was
it.
only a,
What
I was only a
happened? You
bit
said
more
you was gonna cut out.
I was trying, but I was being polite, My downfall right there. But appreciate you guys coming through. Thanks
Yes,
for
sir.
helping out with the stream tonight.
Yeah.
Love the conversations we had. Love the information that was passed, and everyone's takes. It was good seeing everyone that was on here. Shout out to Melifin, who came up a little bit earlier. For everyone that was in the chat, thank you guys for being here. Hey, first one of 2025. I wish my boy was here, but right, let's keep him lifted up in prayer, and you, God willing, we'll see everyone on Monday for the new morning reads, if everything goes correctly. And we can see how that all works out. But yeah, you guys have a great rest of your weekend.
Yes,
And
sir.
we look forward to seeing you guys again, God willing. So, guys, we appreciate everyone here. And hey, grace and peace. You guys have a great rest of your time.